displacement of a plane or a projectile might be off course because the Earth spins independently of the projectile underneath, east, west to east. For a north or south projectile that's free moving, it would be off course because of this difference between the Earth moving below it and the projectile moving in another direction at a different speed, right?
Well, I wasn't talking about this one. I was talking about when the water goes into the sink and rotates from one side,
Yep,
and
we have a
also rotates the other side, the other way around.
yep.
And I do. And
We have a toroidal field. You're right. The toroidal action is totally observable. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
that the Earth's ball spinning on up the people upside down. In fact, it couldn't work that way. It's a dielectric plane, it seems, with a toroidal field that's constantly enveloping in on itself. And that's where the motion of everything is actually indicated. When you look at the gyroscope or any of these other things, it seems to be indicating that there's some kind of ether or some kind of toroidal field that it's picking up on.
Oh,
It's not showing Earth rotation, because we'd have to assume all these other things like people upside down and no feeling or sensing of this movement when it doesn't work out to be that way. There's no way that it can
Don't
be
you
that
feel?
way.
Don't you feel you have double
Check
standards?
that off.
Don't you feel you have double standards when you say it seems like something else is affecting it, but you don't even know what's affecting it? And I'm claiming it's the
Well, but if you have a claim, yeah, but you can't just say because I have a claim and you don't, mine's right.
Okay, well, okay, you falsifying my claim doesn't default to your flat earther. So can you make a case?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not making a claim about anything. I'm saying that you're making a claim that we falsified. We have to figure it out together. Help us out, man.
Fine.
If we don't know exactly what it is, then there should be more people trying to dedicate themselves to figuring it out.
Hang on just a second. Before you start going into making claims and going into this debate, which I would love to hear and love to have, but I think they were Gremlin was in the middle of asking some questions.
Yeah. If you want to start later with us, let's finish with Gremlin first. Gremlin, there's like three questions we usually go with, and we can actually if either of you have an answer to these three questions. When was the Earth ever measured to be curved? When was the curvature of Earth ever measured? Do you know of it? Either of you? Any references? Any experience with actually measuring it yourself? When did this happen? If you don't know, it's okay to say you don't know, because we just
I don't know exactly when.
You don't know, yeah. Gremlin, any idea?
Well, I can't say I've gone out and measured it myself, so
I'll say it's probably.
And you don't know when they measured it, or you don't have a reference.
I do. I think I do know. I think it's probably 300 years or 400 years after Jesus Christ, around those time. But I'm not sure.
Who did it, and what was the measurement? I mean, like an actual cited thing. You don't really have.
Okay, let me try and find it for you.
No. It's not about trying to find it. We're just wondering. We're just trying to assess where you're at this moment, without going.
I think it was a Christian scientist, but I'm not sure. But I think the first people were the Greeks who did it, and then.
So you believe it's been measured, but you don't have evidence or proof of that yet.
No, I don't have.
Okay, so that's okay. We'll go to the second question. The second question is, when has the motion of Earth, the rotation of Earth, ever been detected or measured? Ever? Cite that, and also use the independent variable method of showing that that's the cause of the effect. Any kind of source for that? Any kind of, besides the gyro, that could be a movement of something else? What do you think? Do you have proof of that? Do you have any evidence of that? Or you don't know when it's been measured, or when this detection of spin has ever been actually documented? No? Don't know either? So you believe that it's been documented, that it actually spins and it's been tested and all that, but you don't have that knowledge or that. The third one is
use the stars.
You can use the stars, but that's not proof of anything, because it could be the stars. The people, the leading people in these fields have to admit that all of these things work on a flat Earth as well as a globe Earth, and they'll say it. They'll even admit it. They'll even admit it. Well, you have to look into it. You can't just say because you didn't know the first two things I asked you. But look into it. Just keep an open mind here, because if you're just claiming that you know things, we've looked into this for 5 years. We've looked into everything, and we were hoping that it was a globe, and we couldn't prove it because the evidence isn't really there. And if you have it, come back to it. But for now, we're going to go to the third question, which is, how do you have air pressure without a container? How do you have air pressure without a container? Is that possible?
I believe we're in a container.
Oh, really? Okay. How's the container work? Where's the container?
There's a
What's it made of?
ceiling in the atmosphere that
What's it
stops
made of?
transfer.
What's it made of?
Um,
What's the ceiling made of?
what's it made of?
Yeah, it has to be a
That's a,
container.
that's a good question. I should look into that.
You don't
but
know. So
Okay,
you believe there's
hold
a
on real
ceiling.
quick.
No, there
Okay,
is-
guys,
there
real
is a
quick.
ceiling.
The conversation is getting to listen, guys, real quick. So he's made a claim that's good. So you, sir, would admit then there's no outer space travel, right? Then that turns out that's all fake.
How so?
Well, if there's a
Because we're in
ceiling, how do you get
container.
past it?
Can you please let me just speak for 30 seconds?
I'm
I just
sorry,
want
go
to put
ahead.
this out there because when we set our parameters, somebody might be saying something, they have no idea what they're saying. So we have to go
Sounds
further
like
and say, okay, since we're in a container, do you think that we would be in a container that we can just pass through magically and go to space anyway?
Yep.
Wow.
So how I could give you? Yeah, you can keep
Okay,
laughing.
okay.
Let me give you an example.
Okay, you guys go
It's not-
continue. Sorry, I'm
Let me
done.
give
Let's not run them off. Come on.
Can I give an example?
We all
Example.
thought it was some different way.
Okay, so when you look into the ocean, I don't think.
No.
Let me find it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Wait,
So-
what's going on? Oh, you're cutting in and out for me. Maybe it's me.
Okay, sorry, I have push to talk. Let me try to. Okay, so the two oceans that are meeting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. It's crazy, isn't it?
Okay.
Totally
So-
different color and everything.
So do you think we can pass from one ocean to the other if you're underwater?
No, you can totally go past that.
Okay, so that is the same reason why you could pass through a container. So it's like a ceiling. So I don't know what you're saying now. Now, I want to understand how does gravity work in your worldview or in your flat earther model, because you
Did you-
believe it's.
Did you
'cause
know
believe,
people on the ball side that are in the leading positions to talk about this will not call gravity a force? They call it a pseudo force, and they say it only acts like a force. Did you know that?
doesn't change anything.
Oh, it does actually. Because if it's a pseudo force, that means it's not real. It's just acting like a force, right? So if it's a flat Earth, all you need is relative density. Because things that are
No.
heavier than the atmosphere go down. And they've baked in this idea of gravity with this acceleration rate. That's an average acceleration we observe through moving bodies that are going downward, right? But that could just be a universal law of some sort, that that's the average rate at which things fall. It's not a force of gravity, but they have to bake that into the whole idea because of the ball spinning and everything going to the center. This is our idea, okay? I'm just explaining you how we see it, right? And in fact, the way that the baller side of it has to admit that it's not even a force; it only acts like a force, and there's no experiment proving it. They use Cavendish only, and it doesn't prove it at all. It's such an inconsistent test, and it's not even a real experiment. It has no independent variable. So, like this is the best point for flat earthers, because gravity is totally falsifiable.
Okay, so density doesn't take into account that acceleration is constant.
But it sure does. That's just the rate at which things fall, the average rate. That's the rate at which they find their equilibrium. That's all it is. It's not a force. In fact, they can't even call it a force, so they have nothing.
In other words, when we're underwater and we're going over, the rate should be the same.
What?
So the rate, do you accept the rate of 9.8?
When you're underwater, that's not the same rate, right? In fact,
It's density. It's density. It's density. Why don't you accept it? If it's constant, it should be the same underwater, over water.
No, because we have buoyancy. We have buoyancy and density. There's an experiment that actually follows the scientific method that shows that gravity is not even necessary. If you change the salinity of the water that an egg is suspended in, it will move the egg either up or down depending on the density of the salinity of the water within which it rests. Right, and no gravity's there. You just change. All you did was add salt. So where's gravity there? Gravity is so debunkable. There's so many contradictions. Other people can take over and list them all for me.
Okay, how about people in space that they are in their what's it called, spaceship, and they're floating around?
What people?
Why doesn't density pull them down?
Do you know how to tell something that's like CGI and fake from something that's real. Like
Oh,
they made
you don't believe
they
in
made
space?
2001: A Space Odyssey before they even said they went to the moon, and that made it look like they were in space way better than anything they've shown us since. In fact, so it's just so debunkable. It's all terrible footage. It's like they didn't even do a good job. In fact, I think they're doing it poorly on purpose. It's really bad, man. They show us harness videos.
Yeah, look in the live stream voice text chat. I posted 3 GIFs. We have hundreds of these. There's 7-hour compilations of NASA failures. So
It's so laughable, bro. When you really look into it with an open mind, you're going to be embarrassed that you ever believed it.
Yeah, and also another thing is the space situation, because it always gets brought up. It's not empirical. It's not something that you could go on a spaceship and see. Everything we're talking about is something we could observe, like density and buoyancy, something we could actually test with oil and water. So that's another thing about space topic.
Yeah, you got to realize that this was an important illusion.
So basically, they're lying. Every single astronaut out there is lying about.
Well, if
there
they say they
isn't
went to
much
space, I'd imagine they know about it. Yeah, but not
They're
every
lying
single
about the
person
Earth
involved.
being round.
A lot of it's so compartmentalized that people that are actually working for NASA probably believe it themselves. I mean, they don't know any better. You know, they don't want to know any better, right? Most people don't want to know.
Did you think Sandra Bullock had to go to space to film the movie The Gravity?
No, I don't think you need to go to space to film a movie.
Yeah, so it can easily be faked then.
Yeah, it could, but I think someone would have claimed that it's fake. Someone that
They have. People have been yelling from the rooftops forever.
Show me an astronaut that said it's fake. That went there and said it's fake.
There was a Russian astronaut that came out and said it. But why would they say it? They're bound by these contracts, bro. They signed a non-disclosure agreement, right?
After
Here's
he
another
retires.
one. Here's a Polish astronaut who also says it. He was the first and last astronaut from Poland.
Send it. I want to see it.
I have to ask Palami really quick. So after you see this evidence, are you still gonna kick the can down and keep asking for more, or is this gonna be enough?
No, after I see this evidence, I'll look into it.
Okay, what is he asking for real quick, just so I'm on the same page? What is he requesting now? What do we have to show?
He says if this is all a fraud, how come no one said anything? And so
he wants some NASA astronauts to tell him that it's a fraud. That's what he wants.
Right.
So the people that are lying,
believe them because he only believes NASA.
Right. So
Listen,
okay, so the people that are lying. So can we talk about this for a second? Can we look into the psychology of this request? The people that are lying, the ones that we're telling you not to trust, you want them to give you more information when we've already told you we don't trust them. Do you see the problem?
Yeah, so
here?
I don't see the problem. Let me respond to you. So
you don't see the problem here. Okay.
He doesn't see it. No.
Let me respond.
I know. That's right. Earlier when I was laughing earlier because I knew we'd be.
Okay, then.
Hey, it takes time. Wait, give him a chance.
It really does take
my
time.
chances.
It takes time. None of us want to believe it at first. I
know, guys. If you continue to answer these types of questions, you're helping them run away from the facts of everything.
We don't want to answer these kind of questions because if we do, then we're giving you more. That's the thing.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me ask you.
If you ever listen to where's Dandelion? Dandelion is not allowed.
I want to ask one question real quick. Okay, if the Earth really isn't a spinning ball and we're right about that, would you want to know? Just be honest.
Yes, for sure. That's why I'm in this.
Okay, perfect. Then just relax.
Good reason.
Take your time. Have an open mind. And consider all of your options. Don't think you already know. If you really want to know, then you can't just decide that you already know. Okay, you have to go. You have to have an open mind to figure out if you're right or not. Okay, you have to falsify your model. And then you have to look into all of the information that I just sent you and see if there's any way that we could be right before you decide that you're already right. Because if that was the case, we would have been done with this a long time ago. We searched for the answers that you think you have, and they're not there, bro. Okay, we wanted it to be evolved.
Okay, so first of all, you can definitely ask from people that are lying. The reason for that is it is human nature to feel guilty when you do something wrong.
No, not for them, though.
Let me.
Not for them.
Here's the problem.
Give him a chance to just say what he's going to say. You know, don't give up on the guy. If he wants to know, he'll relax.
After FBI agents actually retire and marry other people of different things. When they did something wrong, when they retire, they actually, when they get old, they feel guilty and they tell everyone what's going on.
Do you know that they're always tear down? They're always torn down. Every single one.
Matter. They still do it.
Hold on, wait. Do you think the government tells you?
Let him finish.
Do you think do you think the government tells you the truth about everything?
No, of course. Now let me finish my point.
Okay, so then they have a reason to lie. Why do you think that they're not walking around?
Just real quick, just let him finish so that I can talk about his point. Watch where we get to when we let him.
Another example of this is, for example, someone who created the ad for Germany when they tried to fight a war against another country.
Okay, so are we done? Can we move on now to the evidence?
Or are we going to prove us wrong right there or something?
Okay, guys, listen. Are we going to? Okay, real quick to you, sir. Are we going to go down? Yeah, are we going to go down this path of psychology? Are you telling me that I actually have to have the people that lied to us tell you that they lied for you to understand that they lied? Is that what you're saying is your only option? Hello.
Not the only option, but is one of the options.
Then what would be another option besides the liars than giving me a news story so that you can understand reality, so you won't live in a cartoon on television?
Give me a good case for your model.
No. That's the point. We're talking about realities. That's the problem. You're stuck in a model, and you want the people that made a model to tell you about a different model. You're stuck in this Stockholm syndrome, and you're hiding from reality. See, that's what the point is. You're not interested in reality. You still want a cartoon model. The cartoon model is what got you into this problem in the first place.
Yeah,
that's the problem. I know you're not. I let you speak. I interrupted them several times to let you finish. So let me just finish. The point is, we're trying to show people like you that have been deceived, that are living in a television model, that you've been lied to, and that you need to stop thinking you live in a model. That reality presents itself very differently than what they told us creation is. It turns out they lied about everything, but if you need them to tell you that they lied, then you're not going to be part of this awakening. You're not going to be part of this because you don't have the ability to realize that you have to figure out the evidence, not if they can tell you that they lied. This is about finding out for yourself. So if you can't figure it out for yourself in a manner that in which these guys and ladies have done, this isn't the place for you, bro. If you're just going to hide from the truth, how could you ever find out the truth?
EXO is completely correct. And just to answer your question, if you look at Werner von Braun's tombstone, he supports flat Earth there and not the globe. And if you look at
Einstein supports the globe.
Sorry, what?
Einstein supports the globe.
Who?
Einstein.
Einstein didn't.
That crackpot.
Yeah, see, people think that he conformed to a size, but he did not. He did not conform to the.
Yeah, let Drace. Yeah, let Drace take that. Take that, Drace, and see where it ends up.
Him being I'm just saying you claiming that someone takes a position doesn't make it true. So I'm just giving another example.
You were claiming it, not us.
Right?
Didn't he say first that someone?
Right. Hold on. Just relax. One at a time. So let Drace continue on this Einstein path real quick. Let's see where we end up.
No, I'm just saying I'm responding to what he said. He claimed that someone took the flat earther view, whatever he said, something like that.
He's going to clear
Werner von Braun, a Nazi scientist, the head of NASA, on his tombstone, put a verse from the Bible that says, "And the firmament showeth his handiwork," or something.
The heavens declare the glory of the God. The firmament showeth his handiwork. Psalms 19:1.
Yep. Hello. Of course. But that basically says that they didn't go to space, and you're just accepting the propaganda machine of the Nazis.
Not really. The Quran says humans went to space.
That's where it all comes from.
Trace, you didn't point this out. He just contradicted himself. You understand, earlier you asked for evidence of somebody speaking out, and then when we give you somebody speaking out, you say, well, that's just a guy with a certain viewpoint.
No, he didn't speak out.
Exactly right. Well, that's the point. As soon as we give you an example, hold on, listen. As soon as we give you an example, are you going to run from it just like you did this one?
It's wrong. Every time we give him an example, it's wrong.
We're trying to give you examples, but you're running from them. Just like I said, you're not interested in the truth. You're looking for excuses to live in this.
It's written on his grave. Did he write it on his own grave?
We are not lying.
Bro, did he write it on his own grave?
That's the point. Bro, you're moving the goalpost again. That's ridiculous. Who could write something on there? Now you're just spiraling.
So he did not say it. Is it a quote
You're
from
spiraling, bro. That doesn't matter. Even if I proved to you he said it, you'd have an excuse to hide from it. So maybe we should talk about evidence.
That's not true.
Why?
Show
Okay,
me
so
the
you're
proof
going to
that he said
continue.
it.
You're going to continue to hide from evidence, and maybe someone will allow that. You can continue,
No,
guys. That's
show
fine.
me the
You're gonna
proof that
hide.
he said it.
Nope,
You claim that he said it. It's the proof.
That is what he asked to have written on his tombstone, according to his family. You can look that up and figure that out for yourself.
Okay, what's his
If you
name?
want to see it from his own mouth?
What's his
I
name?
have
What's his
Buzz
name?
Aldrin here
It doesn't have to be
admitting
from his
to a-
mouth.
Just a second.
You got to
before
let him finish,
try to
please.
interrupt me. I have here Buzz Aldrin admitting to a child that they never went there. And he wants to know why they never did.
Can you post that?
Already did twice.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you might not have time to go, but maybe you can go back and look. I also posted, I think I tagged you, but I'll post it again and tag you in it. Cindy Holland, NASA whistleblower. So you can go see that there have been whistleblowers, as well as Gus Grissom, who was a whistleblower, who was also murdered for his whistleblowing. We can go into all these stories, but the point is, are you actually going to listen? Because every time we try to explain to you the thing you asked for, which were whistleblowers, I mean, Gus Grissom, one of the first astronauts, Apollo 1, said the supposed moon vehicle was a lemon and it was not possible for them to go to the moon. And he was murdered with his crewmates. And then the FBI came to his home, stole all his files. His family fought for justice, finally investigated it, found all kinds of questionable things about the place where they were, the vehicle in which they were burned alive, that it was that was locked from the outside. They couldn't get out, that they used a pure oxygen environment when they should not have, and all of that was because he was the original whistleblower. So there's many reasons people aren't whistleblowers. Maybe murdering the first one was one of them. But anyway, some people have been brave enough to go on and try in little ways, like, to put out hints and so on. At the Cindy Holland interview that I put in there earlier is one of them. But the point is, all of this is just periphery to, if you, understand that the globe model is not possible to, doesn't exist, it has no scientific evidence to back it up, and it is just basically a complete fairy tale, then all of these are just side issues.
What about the 16 documents from NASA.gov that say that the Earth is flat? And
that's a good one. 35 documents actually on that. The video I sent you that includes that. Paula, just keep in mind as you go forward, we were taught all the same things you were. We all wanted to believe it just as much as you do right now. So just keep that in mind. Don't come in here thinking, oh, these guys just haven't thought of the most simple things and they just don't know about what I know, because
we all passed our grades. Every
We've
one
all
of
seen
us
it
in
on
here.
TV. Yeah, we've all watched Star Trek. We've all seen it. Yep.
I didn't pass my grades.
Exclude him. Exclude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to invite someone who knows more than me in the server, and he'll probably.
perfect.
Perfect. Halal, can you go back, please? So you got shown evidence now of whistleblowers. I don't know, like 4, 5, 6, 7 different
And he's
examples.
not accepting it.
Yeah,
Right,
so you guys are live streaming this, right? Yes or no?
Yes, on YouTube, on 2 different
so
channels.
now if you
They can go back and record it.
If you go
Here
back,
comes a
I
big
clearly said, if you have evidence for this, I'll have to look into it and come back to you. Go back and look.
Great.
Right, that's
Right,
what we're trying to show you the evidence of the actual Earth, not of people's claims, not of psychology. We're trying to show you reality.
But then, wait, hold on. Just make sure he knows that, we wouldn't respect you if you just believed what we said. So that's cool that you're going to look into this, because we wouldn't respect that. We're only trying to ignite your interest to find out for yourself. That's all we hope for. But if you were just believing us, then you'd just be believing somebody like you believed everything else we were all taught. You can't just believe it. This is like a non-belief area.
Belief is out the window.
Yeah, so don't say I'm denying what you're saying. I'm just saying that I said I'll have to look into that.
Right, well, don't feel bad. We're not trying to be hard on you. Just hold on one second. We're not trying to be mean to you or anything, but you got to realize that this topic obviously hurts people's feelings, and we're used to people doing this, 24/7. That's why it's called Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. So the point is that we basically want to show people the evidence, And as much as I like the people in this room, in this Discord, I don't think I want to do a psychological exam with them and find out why people lie. I would like to just speak about the evidence and see if anybody's interested in what's tangible and provable.
You have to admit, if you were just born on the Earth, you were grown man, and you were never told anything about the spinning ball idea, right? You would just rightly assume that your experience with your reality is as it seems, right? It would just be a stationary plane, just like everyone experiences, and anyone has always only experienced a stationary plane. As far as you can tell, that's all it is. So it's not a belief. The belief comes when you start believing that you're spinning even though you don't feel anything, or that people are upside down even though that seems ridiculous at first. All these things that are just like inverting your reality that you think are facts are actually the most absurd thing you ever could imagine when you really think about it. You would never.
By that standard, everything is just a belief, except anything by observation. So basically,
well, your direct experience doesn't need to be a belief. Is the point? You're sitting in a chair. You know you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. If the Earth seems stationary, that's not a belief. The belief comes when you think it's not stationary because it doesn't seem like it is at all.
When you see water far away, does that mean there's water there? And then when you go there, there's no water. It's still a belief. So observation
there you go.
Could be wrong.
No, yeah, you're right. You have to prove there's water there. You don't just say there is water there because I see water. You have to go prove it's water. When you sit in your chair, you have to prove you're sitting in your chair, but you don't have to say I believe it when you're already sitting in a chair. When you're already in a stationary Earth, you don't have to say I believe I'm on a stationary Earth, because that's just what it is until somebody comes along and says no, it's actually spinning in all these different directions at millions of miles per hour, and that's what it really is, even though it has nothing to do with your direct experience. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Listen, you destroying the global model doesn't default to your flat earther. So can you make a case for your flat earth?
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. It absolutely defaults back to reality. I'm not claiming the Earth is a shape.
We're not claiming anything here.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that reality. Halamit, listen, real quick. What I'm trying to tell you is that. Listen, Halamit, what I'm trying to tell you is that reality is real. I haven't made a claim other than what I'm experiencing is reality. I'm not experiencing a magical ball cartoon. I don't live in a cartoon ball. I live in reality. That's the difference.
Do you positively believe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
I absolutely know for a fact it is a plane of existence under the heavens and in the water. You won't even let me answer. You won't even let somebody answer the question. Yes, the Earth is a plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters. That's what reality shows us. Everywhere, anybody that's ever lived experiences this fact. Period. End of story.
Okay, so first of all, either you're claiming something or you're not claiming something. Are you claiming the Earth is flat? Okay, what's the third option?
I just told you it is.
It's reality, so that's not a claim when it's reality.
So you're claiming...
We just stopped believing that it was the opposite of what we experienced.
Stop.
Your experience is not a belief.
Stop for a second. Are you claiming that the Earth being flat corresponds to reality? Yes or no?
We are not claiming anything. End of story.
Don't let them get you mad, because the thing is that you'll find out when you look into this.
Yes,
that it's not about
reality.
We're not going to claim anything. Right. We're not going to stoop to the level that we were tricked into being at before.
Reality.
They made us believe in a claim that wasn't true. So why would we make a claim about anything that we don't directly experience or can prove to ourselves?
Fine, I'm not claiming.
Okay, real quick, Hala, I gotta help you out real quick. So we're talking about claims now. Here's the problem, Hala. There is no claim for when an Earth that's spinning with curvature can be experienced ever in history. You can ask NASA right now, how high do I have to go to experience the globe? They can't tell you. There is no claim for a globe Earth in reality. There's only a cartoon of a globe Earth. That's not reality. Thanks.
Yeah, you guys are not making positive case for flat Earth. What you guys are doing is just.
It's already proven. You don't have a claim.
You are saying that we're not
trying to prove a flat.
Your opinions don't matter.
Wait. Don't get this. We're not trying to prove a flat Earth. We're not proving a flat Earth. You totally misunderstand the whole thing. Okay. We're not here to prove you a flat Earth. We don't care if you think it's flat or not. We do not care. We're just giving you the opportunity to find out for yourself. Don't think we're trying to convince you of something.
Yeah.
You're trying to make it like some kind of debate where it's like,
still
this
thinks
is
that
what
we're
our
trying
claim
to
is.
convince him.
It's-
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not
we're
that.
not
That's the
trying to
thing.
convince you at all,
No,
man.
so understand.
Listen, right?
You can look
Okay,
at-
okay.
you
So
can
hold
look
on.
into it for
So
yourself
okay,
or
so
not.
in conclusion, there is no claim for anybody in reality experiencing a magical globe Earth cartoon. Nobody's claimed that. That's the point. So I have nothing to prove. I accept reality. I don't believe in cartoons on TV. There's no claim. Thanks.
How do you know what's reality?
Because I live in it. That's the difference. I don't live in a cartoon on TV. That's how I know what reality is. If you live in television, you can't know what reality is. That's the point. Thank you.
Do I live in a television?
Experience the same thing. We
I live in a television.
Slow motion.
So I'm in a television right now.
You already admitted you believe in a model. You have a model you live in.
I'm
Yes,
in a
you believe in a
television right now.
cartoon.
think-
Now you're trying to use words now because of precise idiosyncrasies in my terminology. I made a mistake by making this clarification. I'm so sorry. You live in an imaginary cartoon you got from television. Is that better?
So let's go back to how do you know what's real?
Exactly. You can't. I can.
You can't. You can't.
You can't. You can't.
I'm asking you.
You
I'm
can't
not
make a
asking
claim.
you.
You have no claim. Right. That's the point.
Yeah.
You have no claim. I'm saying reality is real. You're saying I don't know. That's the point. You don't have a claim.
No, I'm telling you. How do you know what's reality?
No, that's the point. I already explained it. You can't
Explain it again.
understand it. You can't understand it. I live
Explain
in
it again.
reality. You can't understand it. That's it. I live
Explain
in
it.
reality.
Explain
I
it.
live in reality.
I think I got this. So, reality, if you're talking about reality, the only way we could know anything, because everything's subjective, is by our five senses. And that's the only way we can know. So, using our five senses is the only reason you think anything or you know anything. And science is just a scientific method using our five senses. So, now implying rules, there's various methods you can do to prove in senses is in the world is flat. And there's a lot of
I'm getting robot.
And that's it.
Okay, five senses only get you so far. You can't use five senses for everything.
Right. That's fine. That means you don't have you just admitted again. You don't have a claim. Thank you.
I don't have a claim. I have a claim.
Exactly. You're learning it right now.
Well, sure. If five senses, if five senses is so limited, that's the only thing we have. So you're just talking about metaphysical situations, which we're just going to go back and forth because it's just opinion based. Like the five senses are the only ways we could determine any objective reality. So using the five senses, do you have any questions that we could answer to help you understand what's going on with flat Earth?
Yeah, why does the Earth pull us down?
How do you know that the Earth is pulling anything down? Can you prove that?
I feel it. I feel it. When I jump, I feel myself going downwards.
Okay, hold on.
The weight of your,
Yes,
feel the weight of your body. You do not feel the force pulling yourself down.
Before we
Just
allow
feel the weight
this
of your
attempt, before we allow this attempt to pull us away from what's provable, yes, going down and feeling that down is only possible on a flat surface. Do you have any other example?
What? It's only possible on a flat surface?
What? See, they hate that answer. When you just tell them the blanket truth, the obvious truth that drives them crazy. Yes, everything that goes down requires a flat surface to fall down upon. Do you have another example that I don't know about? You don't even have an example. You have no example. Let me know when you have an example.
I have an example.
Okay, perfect. Let me know when you have it. Yeah, Earth, the flat Earth. Yeah, everything falls down to flat Earth. Thanks for proving my point.
Mars?
Yep, that was
How about
easy.
Mars? How about Jupiter?
Oh,
All
Mars.
those stuff.
So now you're leaving Earth. Exactly. We're talking about Earth, not Mars, and now you're running away to save your cartoon imagination. That's the point. You're scared
you
of what
can't define mass correctly. Jupiter is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have gas collect into a ball inside a vacuum.
Right. But Dre's, but here's the point. That it took 30 seconds.
Jupiter, so we don't know
So
exactly
here's the
what it
point.
is.
It took so on the explanation, it took you less than 30 seconds to run away from what we can prove on Earth. That's my point.
No, you said give me an example of a mass.
Yeah, you don't have one. No. I said things falling down. I said give me an example of things falling down that's not above a flat surface. Everything that falls down on Earth is above a flat surface. That's the point.
No, Hala, like we're open. Everybody here is open. We all went through it. So you give us something, proof that we could do practical, that proves that there is curvature on the Earth or there is gravity. Is there any proof that you could tell us?
Yeah. Proof for gravity is the constant acceleration.
No, it should be
that we
curvature.
can
The first question
wait,
made sense.
wait.
The first question made sense. Yeah. Do you have any proof of Earth curvature? That's the whole point of the server.
You could probably do a test for it and like go
So
to
no.
the
So just
sea
say I don't know. All you have to do is say I don't know. Saying I can probably do a test obviously means that you don't know. So just say I don't know.
Bro,
It's okay.
So people made
It's
up
okay
the
to be
curvature,
honest,
bro.
bro. It's okay to be honest and say I don't know. Do you understand? It's okay. If you don't know, then say I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. If somebody asks me, oh, what kind of engine does that car have? And I don't know. I'm going to say, I don't know. It's not my Dodge Ram with a 360. I don't know what that car has. It's real simple. So do you know of any time in history that Earth curvature can be measured?
There is a measurement for Earth curvature, but I don't know how they come up with it.
Okay, well, it's very simple. Earth curvature is very simple. All you have to do is go on a curve calculator, and you could do this yourself on a anywhere where there's water, and you'll find out for yourself that the numbers don't add up. It's very simple. In fact, what you're telling us is actually helping our case, and it's helping you realize this truth. So I'm actually happy that you're mentioning the curvature, because you could do this yourself and find out for yourself that there is no curve anywhere.
I didn't mention it. You guys mentioned it.
Keep in mind that it seems like what they've done is they reverse engineered everything that we already know to be true and then made it fit their model. So they mimic perspective with what they say would be the hidden value for these long distance observations. We can debunk that because there's long distance observations that go way further than they should for even what they say the curvature is. But there'll be observations that will look like exactly what they're saying because they reverse engineered perspective to make it seem like it could be curvature.
Hey, kosher meat.
Do you guys accept the history?
I was just gonna ask him something real quick, Hank. Where do you said when you jump up, the force pulls you down. Cool, man.
Yes.
Force equals, okay.
Mass per mass, or like depending on the bigger mass pulls the smaller mass.
All right, the energy, right? You have to spend energy, right, to create a force to do work upon an object. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
Repeat, sorry.
You have to spend energy to exert a force. So a quantity of a substance, probably we're talking about thermodynamic like systems, has to undergo a chemical reaction of oxidation in order for, to create heat, exothermic reaction, which we can use that heat in your body to create the force to jump off the ground because you're tranquil. So what's your potential energy or kinetic energy at the ground, right? 0, both of them equal 0 because you're at the ground. So when you jumped up, you charged your body up, your system, you're going to model your system as a body, you charged it up with kinetic energy. We know this as kinetic energy, right? And its maximum was at the top right before you reached 0 point. And when you stopped, that's where your potential energy is the most. And that's going to bring you back down to the ground, to the state of tranquility. So this is where the force came from. So in your mind, if this force is coming from the mass of the Earth, you're breaking the first law of thermodynamics, which is what? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. You're telling me that this mass has this inherent ability to exert force upon objects without what? Consuming itself.
Yeah, so the answer to that would be whatever the other guy pointed out, that it's pseudo energy or something along those lines. He pointed this out, so I'll just adopt this view.
No, there's no.
That's the answer.
Well, which other guy? I don't know what that answer is.
One of the flat earthers
formulated
that we were talking about. Let me find it for you, bro.
So he's basically agreeing with you. He's saying the other guy said that it's not a real force with Newtonian physics. He said that it's a pseudo force, right? So he's agreeing with you that the real force came from his legs, right? And that the whole mass attracting mass thing is actually a pseudo force, so it's not real.
Fine, so it works then.
Do you agree?
Well, I have to accept this model because he pointed this out, so yeah, this model makes more sense then.
It's not a model. It's if you open up your physics book, you look up kinetic energy.
This view makes... No, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about pseudo energy. I know what kinetic energy is. I'm talking about the pseudo energy.
Yeah, energy that's not really there, huh? Isn't that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Which is not really energy. Which is what?
That's fine. You believe in God, and God is immaterial. So I don't know what to tell you.
It has nothing to do with this conversation, bro.
No, it shows you some. Is God really there? Yes or no?
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
And he's immaterial.
Yes, he did. He said he is everything. He said he is the beginning and the. Come on, dude. It's going to go down a religious path. Let's not go there. So let's stick with the science and Einstein. Yeah, if you want.
God is not everything. So
he said he is the beginning and the end, the visible and the invisible. Okay, are you with me? Aren't all those are attributes of him? Yes or no? All right then. The visible and the invisible. So what is that which is visible? Is it material? Well, a lot of it is, yeah. Not all of it. Light.
That's according to the Bible, right?
No, according to your holy book, bud. Or actually, how about this? Let me just break it down for you. Recite it from your holy book. God is light. How about that? In the chapter of light, this is where you find it. It says, God is the light of the heavens and the earth. And like his light, boom, boom, boom. I'm not sure what verse that is, but it's deep in there. Anyways, now, let's get off the religious path. We can discuss that somewhere else. Just down below in the religious channel or whatever. But now, let's just stick with the science.
Yeah, okay. So
are you done?
That's it. Yeah, I'm done, man.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say earlier we were talking about your senses. Where did you perceive this idea of the Earth being a sphere to begin with? Didn't you see it on TV or in a magazine or in a book? I mean, you just didn't draw the globe yourself and say, this is what the Earth looks like, right? Someone showed it to you maybe on a television and you had audio and visuals, right? So your senses told you that it was a globe, right?
No, my senses told me it was flat when I was 5 years old.
Okay, and then someone came along later with a television or a magazine. I don't know what country you're from, but, I'm sure you have those things in your country. You have TV?
Yes.
Okay, you ever seen a Universal...
12, so...
You ever seen a Universal Studios film where it starts out on the globe and then it zooms all the way in from a GPS point and it's then that's the scene. That's how the movie starts.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Okay, so that's how you first came in contact with the globe, right? Somebody gave you some media, some sort of propaganda,
it was in school
then
the first time.
Yeah, school, right? And it was so much information that you probably couldn't have not believed it, because everywhere you go, there's that damn globe again. It's on the iPhones, it's on the internet, it's on the TV. It's literally everywhere you go, right? So the problem with this is that the simplest way to brainwash someone is to repeat the same thing over and over again until it becomes true, right? This is like Nazi Germany, like Goebbels, the propagandist, right? So it's really easy to see this stuff, and that's why you believe it, because you witnessed it with your senses.
Wrong. You believe that the Earth is flat because that's what you see every morning when you wake up.
No, not just because of that. That's
okay.
not our proof for it.
No, that is your proof for it.
No, don't put words in our mouth.
What's your proof then?
You're just imagining things, so stop.
Bro, I'm gonna bring the clip from the live stream. You guys said that our senses are the proof that the Earth is flat. That's what you guys said.
That's not our whole proof or all proof for all of our proof. That's
Did you say that? Did you say that?
Experience. That is the starting axiom.
Did you say that's your proof? Yes or no?
I didn't say that was all our proof.
Did anyone here said that was his proof? One of his proofs.
Dude, all instruments.
Why are you spiraling?
Listen, man, we read instruments with our senses. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You're with me here. Come on, dude.
Guys, it's easier than that. If you have a court case, or if I'm a cop, I'm trying to put someone in jail, I need a lot of evidence. I can't just say, oh, look, this matches this, therefore he's the murderer. You need to build up a lot of evidence, right?
That's a false category.
No, this is what you need. Build up a ton of evidence to be certain.
I can show you why it's false. Because in this situation, we agree that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So unless you're proven guilty, the default is innocent.
Right. So
But
yes.
you guys
So that's why you need a bunch of evidence, right? Because everyone believes in a ball, and until you get a lot of evidence otherwise, some guy is going to still believe it's a ball, right? Just like you.
And you guys
I have to show you a lot of evidence. I can't just say one thing, right? Because you're still going to believe it's a ball if I only show you one thing, right? Is that correct?
Okay, but
I would argue that the default is that the Earth is round.
No, answer my question. Do I need more than one piece of evidence to prove to you that the Earth is not a ball?
No. One is good enough.
One is good enough?
All right, guys, let's debunk Newtonian gravity real fast. Does anybody
Black
got the
Swan?
Yeah, he just needs one thing.
Black
so
Swan.
we debunk mass attracting mass. How are spaceballs made? With mass attracting mass gravity? So that's all we got to do is debunk gravity. This is easy.
Bro, density doesn't work. I already explained that to you.
Density doesn't work. What happens when you drop a helium balloon?
Doesn't drop.
What does it do?
It goes up, but that's just an exception case. You could go with that if you want to.
Okay,
Make an excuse
what
for
happens? What happens when you drop a hydrogen balloon?
I don't know, man.
It floats up in the air until you can't see it anymore. Is that an exception too?
Yes, because most cases it goes down.
Okay, so what happens when you're underwater and you drop a beach ball that's fully full of atmosphere?
Yeah, water is stronger than gravity in this case.
Right, so it's going to go up.
Yeah, all this works with the model, but that's
well. I've got a question as an observer in this conversation. Full disclosure, I do believe in the flat Earth. I'm not a glober, but how does density of elements and different molecules play into the flat Earth concept?
You got this concept of gravity that you've been told mass attracts mass. The modern scientists don't even believe that anymore. Specifically, Professor Shankar Physics of Yale, he's the chair of physics. He talks about how it was debunked by the double slit experiment. I can cite my source when I'm no longer driving.
No, I believe you. You don't need to decide anything.
They taught you the wrong thing on purpose in school. Now, that's not my fault, right, that you believe that. But all I'm trying to show you is there are
But how does density play into this? I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to show you. So you guys believe the wrong thing. They taught it to you on purpose. All I'm trying to show you is the specialists in their field, they don't even believe that stuff. Right? So I'm trying to show you a more scientific understanding, right? And once you understand the cause and effect relationship of the scientific method, do you know the three things that you need for an experiment in natural science? Do you know what they are?
You went quiet on me for a minute. My internet's pretty bad.
Sorry, three things you need for an experiment. Do you know what they are? Yes. Natural science.
I'm sure I do. I just can't rattle them off my head.
Okay, it's fine. Dependent, independent, and control variables.
Right.
Right? So you see water boiling. You're a caveman. And you want to know what's causing the water boil. Right? You form a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat. So you go get some water and you had heat and it doesn't start boiling. And you walk away and you think you failed. And then you come back and it's boiling. So enough heat with enough duration causes water to boil. So you take the heat away and it stopped. You add the heat again and it started boiling again. What did you just prove with the scientific method? What's the cause? The independent variable, once you manipulate it, it causes the naturally observed phenomenon, which is the water boiling, right?
Well, the heat.
The heat causes the water to boil. The heat is your independent variable, the thing which you must manipulate to prove the cause and effect relationship. So now you got an apple orchard, right? And it rained in one of your pails and an apple fell in the pail and it's floating, right?
Right.
You remove the medium. You remove the water. What happens to the apple? It's still in the pail.
Right.
It sinks. You put water back in it. It rises. What's the cause of things here on Earth other than stuff like aerodynamics and birds flying and planes? What is the cause of things rising and falling here on Earth?
Would it be density? On regarding the pail in the water?
Exactly. It's relative density. Now I want you to Google the term specific gravity. Tell me what you come up with.
Well, Google autofilled specific gravity of urine, so that was kind of funny.
That's not what I was thinking.
I know, but that's just what Google autofilled. It pulled up relative density on Wikipedia.
Right. So all I'm saying is that they taught you the wrong gravity. This gravity, you can verify. Can you manipulate and the independent variable known as space-time? Can you take all the space-time away and see if your cell phone still falls?
Not personally.
No, you can't do that. So it's pseudoscience, isn't it?
No, I totally agree with you. I wasn't sure on the theory behind it. I appreciate the learning moment.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
I'll definitely take a look more into all this.
So that halal meat guy, he left, I'm pretty sure, but he was in the House of Wisdom. And there's 2 or 3 guys in there. They have the same tactic that I've noticed that a lot of people who have taken any kind of I don't know, basic science class that thinks they know a thing or two about gravity will completely dodge the idea of talking about curvature because they have no evidence of it and will only talk about gravity the entire time. And he basically adopted that tactic and wanted to come in here guns blazing. And you could tell because after everything we said, he kept trying to somehow loop gravity into it. That was the background of halal meat. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew what he was trying to do the whole time.
Yeah, well, he's unlucky because gravity is a topic that we love to talk about.
Yeah, we're well prepared for gravity conversations.
There's a lot of new people in here. If anybody has a question, feel free to speak up.
We literally got the science on our side when it comes to gravity because we can manipulate the cause and see the effect right in front of us. I mean, we can show you anvils floating in Mercury. How is an anvil defying gravity? Well, it's because the buoyant force is the defining factor whether something rises or falls.
Yeah, that's why when you do the, like, you're asking him if the helium balloon falls, and he's like, no, it doesn't. I like asking them, does the anvil fall? And he's like, yes, that's for sure falls. But then I'm like posting the picture of it in Mercury, and because I didn't define what the medium was, I can control the directionality of where it's going.
Yeah, send me that picture. I like it. Please, and thank you.
Faith is asking to be unmuted, so hopefully Faith will have a question or something good to say. I'm going to unmute you, Faith, and I'm going to have faith that you are going to be civil and join the conversation. Hello there, Faith. Welcome to the server. Are you hearing anything? Are you guys hearing anything?
No.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
No. That's the best dunk ever, though.
It's a big negative.
I just wondered because this person just DM'd me and said unmute me, which is kind of like a rude way to do it. That's why I didn't have like a lot of faith, but I was willing to have a little bit of faith. Okay, well, Faith, if you figure out your microphone problems, let us know, or preferably go up to the VC check-in and get the VC verified role there. I muted you again. Or say please next time. That's always good. But if there's anybody else that has a question or comment, or we have to go up to the VC check-in, or ping one of us there if you would like to get the role. But there's some people in there that have the role already, like Johnny. Hello, Johnny. Kings are.
So I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
What's your name? What's your question?
I think that was Kitty Cat.
Yeah, so my question is, so I've been a flat earther for 5 years or so, and I'm just stuck on one detail. So we could actually see some light going around the sky with some app claiming it's the International Space Station. Obviously, I don't believe in space, or that we could travel to anywhere past a certain point. But does anybody actually know what that light could be? If it's some type of drone or something, or some high.
So I remember before I got into the whole flat earth thing, right? The military were claiming they had a plane that they could put up for 5 years that was like solar powered or ran off the magnetic fields of the Earth or something like that. And
it was
I
nuclear,
didn't really.
Wasn't it?
Was it nuclear?
That's what I recall hearing. I believe it was nuclear.
Maybe it was something like that. But yeah, so here's the thing. We don't know for sure what we're seeing on TV, right? The ladies in the bouncing around with the hairspray. We don't know that that's happening up in that light, do we? Like, we can't verify that's happening there, right? So what we see is a light in the sky, right? And there's the app, right? And you can see this light in the sky. But do you even know that it's like nuts and bolts? Because we're just seeing a light in the sky. Couldn't they project like an image up there? Or if it is nuts and bolts, right? Like, do we know that it's as big as they say that it is and as far away as they say that it is? All we know is that it appears to be some sort of artificial or man-made light in the sky, right?
Yeah.
So that's all.
So to say that it's the ISS and that's what we see on NASA.gov or Space.com, like, we don't really know any of that. That's just a story. So it really doesn't pose a problem for me, because for all I know, it could be, part of the like spy planes that are put up, right? And then this one just happens to be so low that it's visible, like it was one of the earlier models, right?
Yeah, no, I'm on the same page with you. I don't think that it has anything to do with proving anything. I was just curious to know if anybody knew what it was. That was just it.
I heard a claim. I forget who said it, but this is mostly speculation. Someone allegedly came out and said they were a whistleblower, and they said that what they claimed as the ISS is 5 different types of aircraft that basically take turns going around a certain path in the sky. But the easiest way to debunk the ISS is asking someone if they can see a football field from 250 miles away. So there's a video out there, and you can go on Google Earth even if you wanted to. Zoom in on a football field, zoom out, and you won't see it after not even that high.
It's not even a question whether it's ISS. I know it's not the ISS. I don't believe in that. But that's good information. I didn't know. Yeah, some type of aircraft circulating or some type of advanced military.
That's speculation, though.
It is speculation. I just want to point out, that we've been chasing our tail in the colleges for 100 years over E equals MC squared, right? While they've taken Tesla Tech, and John Trump, Donald's uncle, working for MIT, had it for a whole year by himself just to go, yeah, this is cool, thanks government, and gave back, what he didn't use. right? And what the government did with it is they took it underground, and yeah, we got a few things, like we got Wi-Fi, and they've slowly trickled out a little bit of technology here and there, and we got cell phones, right? But Steve Jobs predicted the cell phone, right, the iPhone or whatever, in like the early 80s. So technology has been retarded. It has been held back, and it's obvious to me because there's a YouTube channel called Terrarium Pharma, and it's a little pink guy in a pink suit or something like that, and it's 3 videos. Technology is retarded, and it shows you how we've been like systematically held back. And they put out a new phone, and then they don't really tell you what they're doing, but when they update the phone, and it gets like worse and worse and worse the more that they update it, so that you get the new phone. There's like not that really great of technology coming out, like more and more. Moore's law is like looking to be dead because how they hold us back.
Yeah, technology is getting worse and worse and worse, and you can even see this in other aspects as well. Like, for instance, houses being built in China are so badly built that they're collapsing 3 years later, 2 to 3 years.
And there's still buildings in Egypt that have been around for 3,000 years, give or take. Probably a lot of give and a lot less take.
A lot of planned obsolescence in there. They try to build it half as good for the same price, which is price inflation, quality inflation, and people want to innovate, but there's no market for the innovation. It's highly controlled. It doesn't have the energy to get off the ground, because of the suppression of the free energy from the earth and Tesla and other stuff like that. It's just a nightmare. It's just a big stalling of innovation of about 100+ years.
Sure. They can build a cell phone that never breaks, but why would they?
It would just lose them too much money. They're getting money just being managers and administrators in a glutted eternal bureaucracy that just stalls and goes nowhere. It's like being in Europe all over again, having to say what you're going to do in endless committees before you can even build a bridge or do anything. That's why people came to America, because we could get past some of that stuff and just act and build without all of that bureaucracy.
Lemon Bird in the house.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, trying to drop red pills. Dr. Mario over here. Lemon Bird came through.
That's why they like socialism, because it's endless social control and endless committee.
Yeah, for sure. I witnessed that firsthand too with the whole homeless thing. They get funding and pass these legislations where they'll hire somebody 6-figure a year to talk about ending homelessness, and they'll have all these committee members making all this money, and they don't do a damn thing to help the homeless.
It's like a blob. The only thing that's allowed to grow is the salaries and the bureaucracy. Pretty soon, everybody's going to be a government worker, and either you're in or you're out. Either you go with the system or you are booted out.
Yep, and it's fair enough, too, though. It's fair enough. They built this infrastructure and all these lollipops and fancy pants, as Owen puts it, right? They built all this stuff so they can take it away.
No, we built it.
Yeah, we built
Well, yeah,
it.
they used and abused us, but we did it though. We took the loans, we did whatever, Not a lot of options, but when they build this beast system, all they have to do is say, get this blankety blank, or you don't get to participate in this system. So we need to recognize that and get out of that system.
It's so sad.
Before starving.
A beast doesn't stop unless it's killed.
Jesus. Yeah, but there's always going to be a beast.
Yeah.
We have to fundamentally understand that. You know what I mean? The scorpion is the scorpion. And that's what scorpions sting and whatever else they do. That's what they do.
But that's why you need the male archetype, the hunter. You need someone to stand up to the corruption. And that's kind of why you see that attack on the masculine and the family unit. It's all tied together.
100%. They wouldn't put that much effort into doing it if it didn't suit them.
So all we got to figure out is how to stop domesticating men and start undomesticating them.
It's funny you say that. I actually found out how they did that. There's a infertility video that I saw, and it was going down the list of chemicals, and the worst one was it's in plastics. I forget how you say it, but it's like PHALTUE, something along those lines. It's a plastic chemical that destroys the body's way to regulate hormones and tell you whether or not you are a man or a woman when you're developing in the womb in the first trimester. And it basically goes over how every man starts off as a woman by default. And because of this, if you don't develop properly as a man, you get stuck in this limbo state where you're a man, but you don't have the testosterone to be a man, so you've defaulted almost towards a woman. So it's done this perfect thing where they can sterilize women and at the same time make men a bunch of weak pansies that don't want to do anything. And they said that this chemical that's in plastics, it's in almost anything that has plastic in it.
The BPA's, right? It's a estrogen.
Well, that's another one.
Or phthalates or whatever.
Phthalates, yeah, that's how it said. But the interesting thing was it only lasts in your body for not even a day. So if a pregnant woman just decided for the first trimester to not ingest anything that got transported in plastic or put anything on their body that came in contact with any plastic at any point in time, it would fix all the problems.
And that's just one source. They bombard us in other ways also.
So you're telling me that we need to get our wives pregnant and go live off the land and then give birth and then come back maybe into civilization if we want to?
Yeah, the study it referenced was pretty crazy. It was going over just the process of putting milk from the cow's teat to it had the auto milker, right? So it goes through plastic tubes and then it gets put into milk cartons. And just that process alone was enough to destroy the milk and pollute it with all those chemicals just from running through that plastic. Almost makes you paranoid, but it's better to be aware than.
So just add that one to the list of the other chemicals that mess with people's hormones and cause
the hard part
feminine, right? So it's a list of what, like 5 or 6 now that I know of,
including injected ones.
The hard part of that plan is it sounds really weird going up to a woman and asking her if she wants to run off into the wilderness and have kids with you.
It's definitely not the pickup line.
Poor guys don't have a chance. Not unless their parents are woke. They really don't. They don't have a chance. Not this generation.
Yeah.
I guess since we're talking on like a really depressing level, I have to mention the babies that are being born with black eyes, supposedly. Like the quarantine babies, they have black eyes. They start crawling around like the second day. Crazy.
Black guys or black eyes?
Black eyes. Black eyes. Yeah, like nightmarish type shit.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I know.
You looked into?
No, I've not heard of it either. Like I heard someone mention it earlier today, but I still haven't seen it on it.
All right, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's to me, it sounds like the magnet thing at first, right? I just want to see more evidence of it. I want to see more people talk about it. But I don't know where the heck a baby gets its strength to walk around or even lift up its neck. They can barely have their head up for more than 20 seconds at a time.
Well, they build those muscles eventually.
Yeah, but if you drop an anvil, oh yeah, for sure. It's definitely gonna drop.
So have you guys ran into the? I'm sure you have these people that obsess over the geodesy and all that with the alleged spherical excess of over 180-degree triangle nonsense, adding in arbitrary numbers on top of the observations and claiming it's more than 180 degrees of a triangle. This guy earlier was obsessed with that I was talking to.
See, everybody kind of finds their thing that they think debunks the flat Earth. Like some people, it's SP and S waves. Some people, it's the geodesics. You know, some people, it's the whatever, right?
The alleged southern pole celestial.
Right, and I kind of think that it's like their one thing that they grasp onto. Like they're like, oh, this is it. This is the proof. But if you look, it's always nothing to do with the Earth.
Yep.
I mean, the P and S waves are like models. Right, yeah.
It's always a non sequitur.
Right. And P and S waves, it's just they're placing the data inside a model and going, look, it works on the model. It's like, well, you place the data in the model. That's all you did.
It's like in their minds, it's impossible to make observations of what happens in the sky and then make a mathematical model and predict based on that data. It has to be attached to a model of one grand unified cosmological model. It's like you can make observations and make predictions with math without anything to do with the Earth.
I just like to show them the cosmological constant problem. You familiar with that?
Yeah. How else do you word the cosmological constant?
Cosmological constant crisis. Crisis in cosmology. In cosmology, we have a crisis. Also,
Is that the chicken or the egg thing, or?
No, hold on, bro. The Casimir effect. So basically, it's where we get that number with 120 zeros behind it that Michio Kaku talks about.
Okay.
And that's when you compare, like, the theory where they try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum mechanics or quantum physics.
Oh yeah, it's off by a massive amount.
Right. So it's like the double slit experiment debunked Newtonian gravity, right? And Einsteinian gravity, it doesn't work with quantum physics. And that's why they always say that nobody understands quantum physics. And if you claim to understand quantum physics, you certainly don't understand quantum physics. It's because it goes against their gravity, right? So everything that goes against their gravity, well, I don't understand.
Quantum physics is an interesting thought experiment. Like when I was younger, I thought it was interesting.
Well, quantum physics is just physics. I think they like to just put the word quantum in front of everything, like Joe Rogan says.
So that they can pretend that on smaller scales you have one type of gravity, and then larger scales you have a different type. I was running into that earlier too, where they were claiming that they were doing the whole Einstein built on the foundation of Newton with his gravity thing. I'm like, so Newton, gravity was a force, right? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, Einsteinian, it's not a force, right? And they're like, oh, and talking circles. And then once I cited some stuff saying it's not a force, they're like, yeah, it's not a force in Einstein gravity. It's like, okay, so that's not contradictory. I'm like, well, can you please explain to me where you got that from, that it's just simply building on the foundations and doesn't contradict it? It's like, oh, so that's just something you came up with. Okay.
So you're new to here. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Yeah, you're definitely not new though. You've been around. You know your shit.
I think I know him from Witit's YouTube chat. That's where I remember him. I think have you been on Witit's channel?
Yeah, I'm a moderator, one of the moderators on there.
Yeah. And you've been in
He's the one that brought,
but not really.
He's the one that got me to come in here about a year ago or so.
Yeah.
A little over a year ago. And then what are you saying?
You should come in more often, bro. You got a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I drop in time to time. I took a break for about 4 or 5 months once because I was I was having a conversation and just threw out there, not really a joke, but kind of just bullshitting about we should do a scientific experiment on the globe earthers themselves to figure out, even though I know that psychology and all that is not a natural science, obviously. And I was just kind of bullshitting about it. Like we should do an actual scientific experiment to determine the phenomena of them thinking pseudoscience is science or something like that along those lines. And people just had a meltdown, man. They're like, cite the exact steps of the experiment. So I explained the scientific method and like, oh, that's not the exact 7 steps. Technically, the 6th step is this and this. It's like, y'all nitpicking me, even though I'm a globe, even though I know the globe's a lie. And they got butthurt and changed. They went in and took the Spartan status and changed it to Agent Smith just to mess with me or whatever. I was like, and that's when I was like, man, like I can't imagine being a globe head coming in here, because even somebody who's obviously knows the globe is a lie, they're just completely triggered and over the top. And that by they, it's not everybody in here, obviously.
Yeah, I seen Brandon Schwab, whatever his name is, on Joe Rogan's, and they were talking about like drinking tap water. And Joe Rogan was like, "You guys drink tap water?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, grew up on that shit." And they were like semi-proud, you know. They were like, "Oh yeah, grew up on Kool-Aid, tap water, drink it all day, bathe in it, don't give a shit." And Joe Rogan's like, "Seriously? Like you like drink it? Like you put it in your mouth?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, dude. Since I was a kid, I ain't never had bottled water." You know, and it's like, maybe we should do that experiment. Like, see how many of them like.
I definitely drank tap water when I was younger, for sure.
Well, I did too, a little bit, but you know, like I think these people are mainlining this shit. You know.
Yeah, I think where they were getting caught up was, I was talking about phenomena, and you starting with the phenomena, and then coming up with what you think the cause of the phenomena is, and making a hypothesis, etc. And some of the citations say that phenomena is either, what do they call it? Visual. I forgot exact whatever it was. It was visual, societal, psychological, and natural, or something like that. Of course, in here we're talking about natural science. We're not talking about so-called psychological science or any of that, you know. So I think that's what they got caught up on.
That's actually a lot of the times that happens. It's more of a psychological battle than the actual facts. Even with facts, people will just still negate them and just want to believe in the flat Earth because they feel comfortable. I mean, round Earth because they feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, and it's with psychological stuff, it's next to impossible to eliminate variables.
Okay, since you spoke up again, Kitty Cat, I'm curious. Like you said, you've been in the flat Earth for like 4 to 5 years. So where did you hang out? Like, where are the areas, the communities, or like where have you been hanging out as a flat earther for the past 5 years?
So YouTube forums, YouTube when it wasn't censored, and just communicating with in the comments section and debating with people, and just I actually in a hard drive that I lost for some reason. I actually had all the videos that I collected that are no longer available on YouTube because I know it's a big thing to remove videos and stuff. But that's pretty much what I did. Just research.
I mean, like in YouTube chats or in like comment sections, like but where at? Like,
you're catching from your phone.
Just in random
let's see.
Like in NASA, like NASA made this video about 10 facts or 10 proofs that the world is round, and I used to argue with people and I mean not argue, debate with people there, but I was never part of a group like this or anything like that. No.
Yeah. Good night, Trace. It's good hearing you tonight. No, I'm just curious because you come in with a very deep passion and like. Yeah, I appreciate you come in with a deep passion into the community before you actually was even in here long enough to even know if like you would think that you'd want to be in the community for a little bit before you would want to like working in it and helping to teach people in it, because what if you just didn't know like everything that we aligned with, and then you found out later on after you chose to like come in here and do work or help us out or help us teach or whatever, right? So I was just trying to see which communities you came from and if you've been into it for 4 or 5 years, but you're just talking about like in NASA chats, but you have some videos and stuff, but they're all deleted. So I mean, I get censorship is so I'm just
Yeah, well, one thing I liked about the community and where it came from was that you guys use empirical science, and there's a lot of communities out there and a lot of in the forums or whatever that do not use empirical science, and they use speculation more than anything. I know a lot of YouTube videos I've seen use more speculation, and I kind of know what the basis of this Discord was, and it was really easy for me to just, okay, if I say something that's empirical, that's fine. I'm not going to speculate. I know a lot of people that are in flat earth like to speculate, and I do too, but there's a difference between speculation and empirical science, and I think empirical science is really effective, especially with the new people that are curious about it.
After walking stages, the old woman began to fuss about.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's necessary, to have that empirical approach, because it puts you in a much stronger much stronger position than Globers, obviously, and I think we commend ourselves better when we stick to what can be proven. I really agree with you there, man.
That's the nail in the coffin for me. Like, that's one of the biggest reasons I got into flat earth. I like philosophy, critical thinking. I study philosophy on the side, and that's one of the things that attracted me the most, and that's how I became a flat earther. By flat earthers literally just saying, you know what, try this yourself, don't take my word for it. And NASA would never say that. They would never give you an experiment that you can do And that's one of the things that was like, okay, there's something here.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's true for me too. I mean, flat earthers are teaching people how to do science in the strictest possible sense. And that's a big deal, because we live in our educational institutions are not scientific.
People always they say bad things, that the flat earthers are too strict for science. And it's like, well, wait a minute. We have too narrow of a view for science, and we're the flat earthers. Like, you would think that we would have more of a broad understanding of science, but it's actually the globe earthers that do. And they ridicule us on that fact like it's a downfall. I would much rather be more strict what I call knowledge as opposed to more liberal with what I call knowledge. But that's what you get when you're arguing against people who are mostly leftist. I see that most of the people that we're arguing against, it's a stereotype of atheists, leftists, the anti-sovereign type. They think that there is no God and, the state is their God, right? And now that's not by and large every person, but it always seems to be that stereotype. Like, I used to debate with a guy who had a Monsanto shirt, and he was like so proud to be called Monsanto. Right, and he said that he couldn't wait, to come to America so he could join like a think tank or some shit. And I was like, this dude, fucking Monsanto.
I've noticed that theme too.
What are your views on aliens? Kitty cat.
My views on aliens?
Yeah. When I say alien, what do you think? Like, what are your views on the mainstream version of aliens? Right.
Well, I don't believe in aliens because I don't think anything can leave Earth. But the mainstream media on aliens, I think it's just like I don't know. I honestly don't have a strong opinion on aliens. I don't know much about them or what people believe. I know that the disc thing is like everybody thinks UFOs are a disc. I think, it's just my opinion, speculation, that it's some government situation that it's some type of agenda. That's what I heard anyway.
I find it interesting that you're a conspiracy theorist now if you don't believe in aliens.
Yeah, when you see aliens reported in the mainstream media, a series of quote unquote stories. Yeah, it's like it's just accepted. Now I don't know how many people accept it, but it's widely accepted that aliens come from different planets from the so-called from the cartoon heliocentric universe, and so now we're living next to a bunch of alien believers.
Yeah. So, alien believers, I think it just pushes the propaganda of round Earth. I think it's just an extra to make the label conspiracy theory a trigger for a lot of people. I know alien conspiracy theorists usually tend to be like, they look loony or they look crazy. I think it's just propaganda to push on a bigger agenda, which is round Earth and whatever it implies.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it, I'm sure.
So do you have a YouTube channel? Sorry, Golden.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you have a YouTube channel?
I have one, but I don't have any videos. I was planning on making some videos, trying to convince people to, not convince, I mean, just show them evidence and whatever. I've done countless debates, and I don't like saying debates. I'm really passionate about showing people something I know, something that's incredible. And I'm really careful with what I say, what words I say, because I know there's so many triggers.
Are you in any other Flat Earth?
No, I'm not in anything other than the two channels. The other channel that I told you about, which I never even joined because nobody even talked to me. So this is the only channel that I'm active on Flat Earth, and it's the first community that I joined ever.
And so how long have you known of this community? I'm sorry. Look, look. The reason I'm asking you all these questions, okay? I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm very straightforward, so I don't beat around the bush at all, right? It's just this is your first day in here, and immediately, like the first thing that you asked is, as soon as you got verified, you hadn't even left verify yet. But I didn't think you were going to like be adamant about it right away. So it's like I was like, okay, well, I'll just wait and give him time and get to know him a little bit. But you wanted to automatically jump in, you know, and start trying to teach people, and you hadn't even been in here really long enough to know what we believed or didn't believe, or what evidence that we had, or what claims we made or didn't make, right? But you were willing to hurry up before you even got in here and align yourself with it. And you said you've been into it for 5 years. There's no like evidence of any communities you've been in. There's no other servers that you're in. There's no like, I'm just so, because when you come in here and you start addressing the new people and you start representing yourself, like, and I am welcoming you into the community. You're very welcome. I don't want you to feel like an outsider. However, when you address the new people who don't know that today is your first day, and you address them like us, as in us all as a whole, as if like, I mean, I really don't know you that well. So maybe just kind of like, just chill for a bit and just let us get to know you some before you start doing that, because look, just call me paranoid. That's fine. You can call me paranoid if you want. But there's like no evidence of any. It's like all of this. So that I don't have to keep prodding you, right? And trying to read you and trying to dig at you and find out stuff. And I can just let you organically reveal yourself to me, right? So just kind of like, maybe since this is your first night and there's no connections that I know of with you at all in any other communities regarding Flat Earth, right? Can you just kind of like just chill for a bit, let us get to know you before you start aligning yourself and representing like yourself as part of the community. That's all.
Or we could take him to Jump Pandas and see how he debates.
Yeah, that'll work. Or but so I can chill, because I don't like to have this feeling like I have to watch and I have to read people. I like to just organically get to know you. Okay, so let's do that.
What's the name of the new guy, so I know?
Kitty Cat, and he's been cool. Like, he's not
Kitty Cat.
Yeah,
Kitty Cat.
Kitty Cat, you're most welcome here, bro.
Yeah,
you're most welcome.
You're very welcome.
Kitty Cat, can I ask you what you think of Eddie Bravo?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Can I ask you what you think of Eddie Bravo?
Well, I think Eddie Bravo is fun, entertaining. He has some crazy ideas. A lot of them are speculation. He's enjoyable. I don't know. I always discern things from empirical science. Is really important to me. So if he says something that you can do and you can test, then I advocate that. I don't know if it's chill. I honestly don't know. But I do know how to discern whether somebody's speculating or somebody's talking empirical science. I know there's a lot of people out there on YouTube, and there's a lot of bad people that are propaganding the opposite side in a subtle way. I know that's a thing, but I just try to be open-minded and discern whether this is a useful empirical or it's just speculation, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, he's more of like an emotional person, non-scientific, right? And
I think scientific.
You said you debated a lot. Do you have any debates that were recorded on YouTube that we can listen to?
No, I never debated on YouTube. I debated on
like
in person. I talked to people. I talked to countless amounts of people, and I've actually managed to persuade a lot of them to question this type of thing. I became really. I kind of know what to say and what to do to not trigger people. That's one of the, and just tell them facts and stuff they can look up themselves.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Answer my questions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything. I've been solo for a long time. I haven't been part of a community or anything like that. I know it sounds silly. I mean, it sounds kind of suspect, but I didn't I didn't mean to.
Well, and it's not just that, but it's how you want to address new people and like represent the community as if you've been here forever, and we barely know you, and you did kind of like slip up and use in reference to people believing in the globe, and you said flat Earth, and it's like twice you slipped up and had to correct yourself. So yeah, just give us time to get to know you is all. That's it.
Okay.
You've been cool.
So let me say this: the problem's not you. It's just we've noticed. Yeah, it's truth. The problem is that we've had a lot of people come in here, and when they can't defeat us in the arguments, what they do is they come in here and try to get a flat Earth roll, and then they go to other servers and they say a bunch of dumb shit on purpose to make flat Earthers look stupid because they can't defeat us in our arguments. So it's not really truth. I was just fucking with her a little bit because I like her. But the thing is, no, you're not paranoid. You're vigilant, right? I like
you're
that.
right, because what's paranoid? Paranoid is unjustifiable. Fears, and it's not a fear, it's a concern, and it's very justifiable. Okay, so it's like there's like 15 red flags going off, is all I'm saying. You know, it's like you're hitting every one of them. If it was The Price is Right and you were playing Plinko, you'd be rich right now. Is all. But you've been cool, like for real.
I understand where you guys are coming from. I really do. I understand where you're coming from because I know there's a lot of trolls and there's a lot of situations that could happen. So I completely understand your concern, and yeah, for sure, I'll chill. I didn't mean to interject. I just wanted to help out the community.
You're cool, and I understand. Like like when you did though, you didn't really like say anything drastically wrong. But you know, if someone were going to, they wouldn't, like right in the beginning, right? They'd get everybody relaxed with them, and like, but you know, so just yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to go through the whole tactics to use, methods or whatever. It's just yeah, you're cool. Because I don't like beating around the bush, and so I'm pretty straightforward. I'll get right straight. I don't want to keep poking and prodding at you, and make you feel like I'm picking on you, without you knowing why. So, there you go.
So let me ask some questions, bro. What is the best evidence for the flat Earth?
Oh, well, there's a numerous amount, but I mean, for me, curvature is a good one. You know, weather balloons. You could use the mirror example is a great one. You know, I saw that done on YouTube with a mirror in a frozen lake, 10 miles out, and you could do that with objects in the sea, and that's one. I know there's tests.
Go back to curvature.
Air pressure.
You said curvature. Go back to curvature.
Wait, don't interrupt him. Come on, finish your sentence, bro. Go ahead.
So the curvature is one really big one, and that's one that really intrigued me. Just distance and how things aren't supposed to appear when they do appear. That's one, and just I've seen so many videos on NASA just faking their stuff on space, International Space Station, shenanigans going on with blue screens or green screens or whatever. What else? There's just so much. Just the ways.
Well, how about you? Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
I'm from California, San Diego.
Okay, I could detect a little bit of Latino in you, right? So, is it normal in your culture to just kind of jump right in and fit in with the people, like hacky sack? Like you don't really have to introduce yourself in Southern California. You just see people playing hacky sack and you just jump right in. Is it a cultural thing?
Yeah, I never been to a live stream, so I don't. Maybe I just didn't know what to do. I thought it was just a thing that we could just talk and just be ourselves.
You're good, bro.
You didn't do anything wrong. There's no foul on your part as of yet, right?
Yeah, you have to understand we're sensitive because people LARP as us. They you know what LARPing is, right?
No, I don't know what that is.
They pretend to be us, right? And then they get the flat Earth tag and they go other places and make us look stupid. So we're just trying to figure out if you're a real flat earther or not. That's all. That's it, bro.
Yeah, and I'm open. I am completely open. You can ask me anything. I never joined a community. I don't know. I just never have, and I've been active in the sense of just going debating, obviously, and but local places like my family, for example, or like my friend's house or parties. I'm really passionate about the subject, and I really understand where you guys are coming from. I don't know by experience the Discord situation, but I'm pretty sure trolls come in here and opposite sides, and I know there's a lot of shady stuff going on. So I completely understand that. In fact, I was actually pretty pleased by having to go through a VC checkup, because I actually told my friend about it, because that filters out like all the trash and all the people with bad intentions. I actually like that. So whatever you guys want me to do, I'll do. If I would never speak about something I don't or can't back up in general, and I wouldn't speak about speculation as truth. I'm very careful with that. But is there something I said specifically that maybe made?
Yeah, I want to hear what that is, the specific part of what you actually did. I want to hear that.
Are you
hey, Sirica, bienvenido, okay? Bienvenido a la comunidad. Flat Earth, bro.
Thank you. Thank you very
for real,
much.
bro. For real. You're welcome here. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Hey, don't pedal back. Just give us everything you got, everything you know. Go ahead. Just bring it all out if you want. Don't hold yourself back for anything.
Yeah, I try. Like I said, I'm gonna chill a little bit so I could just relax a little bit. I guess Hill is right. I come from a culture where I'm just really expressive, I guess, and I guess I jumped the gun. I didn't mean to jump the gun. But if there's anything specifically I said, please correct me, because I want to learn. Maybe I said something wrong.
No, look.
That's what I want to know.
Okay, well, Jimsy, if you want me to tell you right here, I mean, I can say it again in the live stream, or you and I can go into another room and I can explain it to you again, because I don't want him to feel like he's wrong. I explained to him that he didn't do anything wrong, right? It's just that.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I'll go over it with you though here again if you want me to.
No, not necessary at all. He's good. Everything is good.
No. I don't. I don't mean to.
He's pretty pleasant.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say. I understand. I really do understand where you're coming from, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on, especially nowadays with this culture of censorship and things we can't say. And I really understand your concern. So I really understand you. And I know that there's certain things we can't say. So I understand why you're checking me out, because you don't know me, and I understand that. And I just want to let you know that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go through some litmus tests with you, bro. What do you think happened on 9/11?
It's a true question.
Do 2021.
Do you believe the mainstream narrative of 9/11, or what do you think actually happened or didn't happen?
I believe personally it's just police speculation, but I believe it was an inside job. And I believe that, I mean, there's so many things that happened that were kind of sus in the sense of Tower 7 going down. But that's just my belief. I don't know.
Okay. Were there any other buildings that fell that day besides the two?
Yeah, Tower 7 fell from a random fire that was caused from the debris, supposedly.
Right. Do you think there's
the explosions?
What do you think about the planes? Do you think there were planes or no?
This is gonna sound crazy, but I don't think there was planes involved. I know it sounds crazy, but that's just what I think.
Yeah, no planes.
That doesn't sound crazy, bro. Show me a plane at the Pentagon. Oh wait.
There's absolutely no evidence, no plane parts, and the whole footage of a plane hitting the towers is kind of, I don't know. There was a lot of weird stuff going on with that. So I don't believe there was anything.
Well, what I saw personally, I was flipping pizzas at my job when I was watching the TV, and I watched it live, and I saw the second plane come in and actually hit the tower, like everyone should have seen. But what I noticed and what I screamed is I saw the plane go through the building.
Yeah.
Intact.
Pinocchio's nose.
And then right after that, it went to a black screen.
Like an aluminum
that's very
plane
weird.
going through a reinforced
and it was
concrete
nothing
building.
damaged too. No nose was damaged at all.
I remember seeing that nose going through the building, and I definitely questioned that. When I was younger, in the background of my mind, I was like, that doesn't add up in my mind.
That's kind of like getting punched by Mike Tyson. That's kind of like getting punched by Mike Tyson in his prime, right in the nose. And then, like, the nose doesn't bleed, the screen goes black, and it, like, comes back, like, a few minutes later, and, like, your nose isn't broken or anything. But, like, his hand is broken.
Or the screen comes back on and you're not even there.
If I don't respond quick, sorry, I'm doing DoorDash while I'm talking, so please have patience with me.
You take care of business. You jump in whenever you can. If you want to answer and make comments, it's all good. You're welcome, bro. You're welcome. Do your DoorDash.
Yeah, I'm delivering too. I'm just not with DoorDash. With another company. I've been thinking about trying it though.
Did you guys ask him how old he was?
No. Old enough to do DoorDash.
How do you? What does that matter?
Old enough to deliver alcohol.
Well, it's because sometimes people sound really old, or they sound a certain way, and then they go, "Oh yeah, I'm 16 in high school." It's like, oh okay, some of what you said earlier makes more sense. Not that it matters or anything. I was 16 when 9/11 happened, and I was screaming at the TV, "Why the hell are they falling? Why are they falling?"
I don't even know what the Twin Towers was. I was 18. I don't even know what they were.
They asked the engineers if they would fall, and the engineers told them they would not fall.
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't, because I'm not from New York or nothing, so I didn't.
It's like the Twin Towers. I was like, what is that? What's the Twin Towers?
Yeah, no same clue. Here.
And instantly, it's like, why the hell are they falling? Like when it was live, it made no sense whatsoever. The towers were falling.
So a little update. A few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska, they did the study, 4-year study, and this is the structural engineering college. This is like, the bee's knees of colleges, right, for structural engineer. And they said that it was basically debunking NIST in the report on Building 7 about how it was supposed to be like, because of fire, a progressive collapse, right, is what a fire would do, right, because fire spreads, and as it spreads, different parts of the building are at different burn rates. And what they basically said was that it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the support columns and a near free fall speed. No pancake. They were debunking the official story.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. So anybody who wants to know about Building 7, Fairbanks, Alaska, it's a really good tool for waking up people. Because I've been saying it for years, except for I said free fall speed, because I'm an idiot. And I said simultaneous collapse, because I'm an idiot. But now that I know it's near simultaneous collapse, because you can't prove simultaneous collapse, and you can't really prove the free fall speed thing.
Yeah.
It was clearly to make a building crumble like that takes very specific charges. You can't just randomly stick some bombs or fly a plane into a tower and it collapses like that. Like, you have to know what you're doing to make a building fall in its own footprint that way.
I don't know if it's still available, but Larry Silverstein, the guy that owned the World Trade Centers, was admitting, like, we made the decision, now this is kind of like quote unquote, we made the decision to pull the building.
Yep, pull it.
Yeah, pull it. And he was talking about, allegedly, he was talking about the firefighters to pull them back.
Allegedly.
Demolish the building, right.
But
So
then
it
there's
depends
also
on what.
a video of, like, them getting people out of the area, like, get out of the building's going to collapse. We got to pull the building. With it. Like, there's actual footage of police and fire telling people to get away from the area because they were making the decision to pull the building. Like, there's footage of it from that day that I'm sure has been memory hold, but
oh yeah,
yeah, they had a string attached to the building, and they had to pull it. They had to take everybody out before pulling that string.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
It's a total coincidence with the insurance claim or the insurance policies he took out and all that.
yeah, it's tough.
That's lucky Larry.
If you can't see through that, it's really tough.
Come
And
on,
his
you
name was
guys are gonna
Silverstein?
tell me. You guys are gonna try to tell me you never asked anyone to pull it for you?
His name was Silverstein, and the judge's name was Hellerstein. I wonder if they're related somehow.
Well, I have 2 kids, so I can't answer that question.
Imagine being one of the witnesses there at the scene and knowing that you didn't see any planes and that you heard an explosion. And then they just try to, and people that actually died. I don't know. Like, I mean, could you imagine being one of those people where you see it on the news and they're telling you that it happened a different way? You were right there.
Well, they covered in so much patriotism, right? That even those people that experienced what they experienced were probably so overshadowed by the patriotism that they didn't even want to speak out about the videos. I mean, there was videos of firefighters basically saying, we heard the explosions in the basement. We heard the doon, 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 the explosions as the building was coming down,
Yeah.
and they gave them such a hero. I mean, they were selling FDNY and NYPD merchandise across the whole entire United States, and those people were painted as the heroes of that day, and that makes them so much less likely to come out and speak about what actually took place because of how much patriotism was painted on that day. I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but it's the only way I can explain it.
That was a great way to explain it. Just like the hero nurses and etc. today.
Yep.
We all explain it a different
people.
way too, but it's all making sense. It always does.
Yeah, that's the thing about the truth, man. It just resonates with people. You know what I'm saying? Like when that guy said, this is going to sound weird, but I didn't see any planes. And I was automatically like, yep, I know what you're talking about, bro. Like, it does sound weird. But
That's
what
what
I
we're
say,
all waiting on. Is planes or no planes.
Well, we know that the Pentagon, there wasn't much evidence for a plane, right?
Or in Pennsylvania. Or in New York.
Shanksville, the plane disintegrated and just basically the earth swallowed the whole entire plane and all the remnants. Like,
at the Pentagon, we didn't have enough cameras and good angles. The cameras back then didn't have the good capabilities to.
Right. One of the most heavily guarded and video surveillanced buildings in our whole entire country somehow couldn't manifest one video at all.
of a plane hitting the building.
Because
That's the only
wait, sorry, wrong line.
refraction. Category error. So I'd like to point out that this dichotomy is true as far as I can tell. Either A, the government likes conspiracy theorists, and a plane did hit the Pentagon, and they're just promoting our narrative by not showing it. Or B, the government doesn't like conspiracy theorists, and a plane didn't hit the Pentagon, and they could disprove us all, but they can't because they don't have a plane.
But the news channels have not one but both planes going into both buildings, perfectly angled shot.
Yeah, somehow the only footage from the Pentagon came from a Shell station that had a video captured like snapshots every 5 seconds or some shit like that. Like,
Wait, was that the only gas station near it? Because I thought I heard a report of there being a gas station of some kind across the highway that the FBI showed up and confiscated the footage from minutes after the alleged plane hit the Pentagon.
We can release.
Is there more than one gas station?
We can release the footage from the Shell station, but it's a matter of national security that we can't release any of the Pentagon's footage of the plane hitting the building. Like who? I don't know.
Well, it just goes to show that you wouldn't need to rely on the government to produce that footage. You'd have to rely on a gas station to produce it.
Right. Just like when it's convenient that body cam footage is lost, right?
Well, there shouldn't be body cameras on cops.
The battery died. The battery died in the body cam thing. It's not my fault, Cap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, all the batteries should die all the time.
Like in the Waco thing, the central evidence was the door being shot through, and they got rid of the entire door. It disappeared. They literally just got rid of the evidence. And the two guys with the infrared technology that could, in the footage, they had new infrared technology that could show thousands of bullets, hundreds of bullets. They both wound up suiciding themselves before they could testify. It's like, I guess that's a coincidence.
So picture this in your mind: a world where cops have body cameras on, and just picture a scenario where a cop with a body camera on, and as part of his job is he has to have it on. He catches someone doing something illegal, but not morally wrong. You know, like say smoking weed or something in a state where it's still illegal. And if he wanted to do the right thing morally, he could look the other way and just, do some kind of slap on the wrist, but not do any paperwork that really messes someone's life up. But the problem is, if he's in a world where he's required to record it all the time, he doesn't have that option. See? This presents a moral hazard if the law is unjust.
Check out what I posted. That should be a gem for some of you guys. Especially you, Jimsy.
You know what pisses me off? When 9/11 happened, I figured this is going to be a significant event. So I popped in Wyatt Earp, VHS, and everything I had and recorded all day long. And someone jacked that shit from me. They took it. Pissed me off. They had them talking about the bombs on the Washington Bridge, all that.
Did you tell people you had it? Did people know you had it?
No one knew I had it.
But they got jacked.
Yeah. But they stole some other shit that I had too.
Did you hear it before the buildings went down? There was an explosion in the parking lot, and a guy came out of the elevator that was basically on fire, and his skin fell off. It was so hot. You know that story? Before the buildings came down, the explosion in the parking lot under the building, and the guy came through the elevator with skin falling off because of that heat from those explosions. I haven't heard that story since that day.
I remember them saying that it was like a foundry underneath there for a week or two afterwards or something like that. There was so much heat. And the psychological aspect is you could see reporters walking up to people who were near the area where it was like dusty, like near the towers in New York, and they would walk up to them. They're like, "Yeah, crazy explosions, the building's falling, da da da," and the reporter would tell them that it was an airplane. And then in live action, you could see their story change into airplane. Like they injected that thought into their minds. Nobody said airplane until it was told to them. They would say something like, "Yeah, on the TV it showed an airplane." They're like, "Airplane?"
Ruh-roh.
They injected that thought into people's minds that were even there. And now, to this day, they'll swear on their life that they saw an airplane.
It's like one of the only news broadcasts of footage right before or right after the buildings fell was of a guy who actually worked at the station. Like he was a news operative, but he was basically posing as a guy on the street. And he's like, well, the buildings came down at near free fall speed because obviously office fires caused the heat to bend the steel to blah, blah, blah. And he goes through this whole entire thing. And it's basically the official narrative that eventually, quote unquote, came out. But it was all laid out day of by this guy. And when they cut back to the studio footage or to the studio, one of the news anchors is like, I know that guy. He's a cameraman for us, blah, 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 blah. And basically blew the cover of the guy who was posing as just a random guy on the street who was laying out the whole entire narrative of the buildings falling at free fall speed because of office fires, mainly due to structural failure because of office fires. Like, he was so matter of fact in the script that he was reading, like,
I've seen that.
You know what I'm talking about?
It's like regular people do not talk that way.
Right. Like, he literally had the script that he was reading that was going to eventually be the 9/11 Commission report, and he was laying it out on the street that day, immediately after it took place.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of evil son of a bitch you got to be to do that, right? Because I have the official 9/11 Commission report book at my house. It's sitting right next to my fireplace right now. And it's like, when you read that shit, you're like, okay, let me get this straight. A couple of guys with, like, box cutters took out an IDF soldier.
Yes, box cutters. Mm-hmm.
Like a guy who's highly trained in Krav Maga.
Exactly, yes. Mm-hmm. And probably a black belt, too.
And a box cutter is only half of a razor blade. It's not even a full razor blade.
Come on, Hank. Man, why would they lie?
And of course, not to forget, they found their passports, all of them.
Why would they not? I'm sussing the plot. I picked up the change that they all forgot.
Couldn't find none of the, couldn't find the building. Like, the building was completely just, vanished, right? Dustified. But they found that was the only thing that they could find. Was their passport.
And then they pulled a maneuver that a trained pilot could not do.
They couldn't recover the black boxes, but they could recover the passports.
Yeah, wasn't there videos of firefighters saying there was a bomb in the building as well? I mean,
oh yeah,
lots,
sure.
Tons of firefighters saying explosions happened.
Yeah, and I don't think they were giving their opinion on that. I think it was based on their training, detecting bomb detonations and stuff like that.
Yep.
And you can see it visually. You can see charges going off on the different floors.
Yeah, like little puffs of smoke coming out before it even gets to that level. Yeah, it's crazy. For me, it was an obvious demolition, controlled demolition.
That's one of those, like I was talking about earlier, the will breaking things.
There was reports of
where they piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. You're like, I experienced stationary Earth and a sun that moves. They're like, no, you don't. You don't see that, and break your will. That's what 9/11 was like. It's like you have to submit your will entirely to not see that was a demolition.
Well, you're not patriotic if you don't believe the official narrative.
You see when they came in and told Bush exactly when it happened. You know, like the time he just sits there.
He had to pretend to be.
And the whole class is talking about plane and bomb,
plane,
and
steel,
and
steel,
fuel, and steel.
Kite.
Yeah.
Didn't he have like a look on his face that was that made you like it was one
It
of
was
those
a
looks
snicker.
like I can't believe they actually did it.
It was a snicker, and it was like, it happened. Yeah.
I don't want to remember hearing that there was people that worked in the buildings that said that there was construction going on between floors.
Yeah, that was the thing. A lot of interviews, people saying that there was construction going on. They couldn't go to certain floors, like a hollow area in the building. It was crazy.
Working the elevators and all that.
And don't
art
forget,
students, of course, who were posing.
Don't forget the art students that made the video, right? Where they had the helicopter taking videos of people waving out the windows, right? Pretty easy to Photoshop or manipulate video of all these people jumping out of buildings when you've already spent months videotaping that exact thing.
Yep. And
they did that shit on Home Alone.
Bomb expert, and he's posing in front of countless boxes of fuse holders for explosives. Israeli guy.
So they were slicing the support beams before the demolition.
They were either that or setting up charges, right? Like, if you have free reign of a building for a month and a half to be able to set all the charges, like.
Yep, and there was vans coming in and out of the underground parking that weren't like labeled at all. They were just construction vans.
And let's not forget to mention about George W. Bush's expression when he heard about the Twin Towers collapsing.
And then
that'd be funny if they actually didn't tell him. Like, he's just one of the useful idiots that they didn't tell it what they were doing, and he was actually surprised. That'd be funny.
Maybe it was part of an agenda that he already read, but he didn't know the exact date or something. And the days.
That was bullshit.
It was a Yale prank. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
That was bullshit because when it happened, they went to the president, George Bush. He happened to be reading to school children. Like, that's what he would normally be doing. That's how I know it was bullshit. That was a setup. Reading to school children at the same time the buildings are coming down. Like, what are the chances?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, they could send him to do that just to set it up. He probably did know, but I'm just saying it'd be funny if he's just
He's reading to our school kids. That's his job. Oh, look, he's doing his job. Oh, look, the buildings are coming down.
Look at the background of the Twin Towers. So, like, who owned it, who operated in it, and who regulated it.
Yeah,
And then
I don't even know if
that's the juice.
Yeah, but if you actually do, you can find out that they had problems with it. There was major problems with like asbestos and people getting sick and stuff because it was an old building. It needed to come down, and there was only one way: a terrorist attack.
It was built to be demolished.
It was built to be demolished and withstand planes hitting it. It was literally said to withstand a jumbo jet plane.
To me, like, 9/11 and the moon landing are on the same level as, like, if you haven't figured these two things out yet, or one or the other, there might not be any hope for you figuring out what's truly going on in this world, right? Like if you can't put the puzzle pieces together from 9/11 or the moon landing, is there hope left for those people?
Well, it depends if they've never heard it before, right? If they've somehow been living under a rock, right? And it's like, okay, I haven't done my research yet. Let me go check it out. And it's like they come back like 4 months later and they run into you on the street or something. They're like, oh man, Larry, oh, you were right. That building 7, man, come on. Dang. And that magic bullet, yeah, you got it. You're right, bro.
But to me, it's like we're 20 years in now just on like 9/11, right? Like I remember 9/11 vividly. I was 21 years old. We're 20 years into that. And if you haven't taken the time to dig into 9/11 outside of just the surface level, what the media told you.
Yeah, I mean, look at the moon landing. The moon landing is one of the most controversial hoaxes out there, and I think like 60% of the people don't believe outside the U.S. It's. I think I always use that as the first thing to introduce flat Earth, because introducing flat Earth from scratch is kind of hard for people to grasp.
Yeah, it's definitely hard if people haven't taken a good deep dive into the moon landing, right? And that whole story, it's definitely hard for them to comprehend because they're still stuck on, well, we went to the moon, right? Like if they haven't dug into that, it is tough. It's not necessarily that you can't show people the truth that haven't figured out the moon landing, but it's definitely a good prerequisite to being able to have a better conversation with somebody for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And that's one of the things that I use as my method is just warming them up. Like if they don't know about the moon landing, that's very important because it shows that government could lie. And if they believe that the government could lie, then it warms it up for the flat Earth situation. Well, if they lie about flat Earth, about the moon landing, then they could probably lie about a lot of stuff. So that's one of the barriers that I use. One of the methods that I use to warm people up to flat Earth, the moon landing. It's a very silly one too. It's really funny once you really look into it, how ridiculous the notion of going to the moon in 1969 or at all in general, but it's ridiculous.
Even Globers don't believe in the moon landings.
True.
What are you guys telling me they didn't? Oh man! Now you're gonna tell me there's no rover on too. What the?
Yeah.
Well, with all of these topics,
you can find it on Devon Island. They have the exact same rover there. So yeah.
Well, with all of these topics, the hardest hurdle for most people is the government lying, right? Like you either think that the government can lie or you don't. And that's one of the largest hurdles for most of these topics, right? Is understanding that the government will lie to people. For a lot of people, that's a very hard pill to swallow, is that the government would lie to them.
That's easy. You show them when you swear to tell the whole truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's 3 ways you can lie. The truth, right, which is the lie. And then there's the whole truth, which is a half lie. And then nothing but the truth, which is lie by addition. So when you do the FOIA request, right, and you get back like all this redacted stuff. Now I get it. Like there has to be some redacted stuff, right? But sometimes they fuck up, right? And they redact something, and then you find the original. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. They didn't need to redact this. Like this isn't fucking top secret bullshit right here. Why did they redact this? And then you go find out, like, oh, it has to do with something over this, with this over here, and that's why they did it. Like that's lying. that's lying by omission.
Right. But even for a lot of people, it's hard for them to even look into that. Like they're so blinded by whatever the media, the flashing screen in their living room, right? It's a lot of people that we deal with on a daily basis are that I deal with on a daily basis have a hard time even comprehending that there could be lies coming from the government. Now, what's currently taking place is certainly opening a lot of people's eyes to the fact that maybe everything that comes from quote unquote authoritative sources might not necessarily be the full truth. So what's currently taking place is a curse and a blessing kind of all wrapped into one. But prior to, 2000, 2020, it was hard for a lot of people to even grasp that the government would lie to them in some way, shape, or form. At least that I've found on like a day-to-day interaction with people in real life, right? Out in the public.
I think
Go ahead.
I think you're right, especially the implications and ramifications it has when you get into this stuff. There's some sense like you're becoming an outcast, and a lot of people have trouble with losing their social status because anybody that defends truth, it's going to be an outcast. It's one of the consequences of this. So I think that's a big factor.
Yeah, well, they've created the narrative of a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, right? So that's a very easy box for the average person to place you in should you question any type of narrative that is outside of the mainstream, right? So when you question a narrative that comes from the mainstream, it's very easy for them to place you in the tinfoil hat conspiracy box and put up that mental wall and not deal with the actual things that are coming out of your mouth because they've already had this preconceived notion that anybody that questions X, Y, and Z, 9/11 moon landing, any of that is tinfoil hat conspiracy. I can immediately place that person into my mental box of conspiracy theorist. Now I've turned off my brain to even comprehend anything that's coming out of this person's mouth, right? Like, they've done a very good job of placing into the ethos that box, that conspiracy theorist, that nut job, tinfoil hat person, that they can immediately hand wave dismiss anything that comes out of their mouth.
Well, that's when you call them closed-minded, right? Because people don't like to be reminded of the closed-mindedness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like I said earlier, truth is never popular. And any point in history, truth has always been the minority.
On his story, but
you see what happened to Jesus.
There is a higher truth than that. That's always been true, and always will be.
They would have rather set a murderer free than to fully comprehend the truth and send Jesus.
Martin Luther King, Gandhi, JFK.
What'd you say, Godric?
Jesus, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, JFK.
I don't know if they're all on the same level, but they were.
The truth is not popular.
Yeah, they were certainly martyred, for sure. I wouldn't put all those people on the same level, but yes, the truth is definitely sacrificed, for sure.
Well, if I ever die in a car accident or anything like that, just know that it's been an honor, gentlemen, serving with you. No, I'm just joking. I'm not going to die in a car accident. No, I'm just joking. I can dodge. I can dodge, man. Like, I've dodged a lot of accidents in my day. The only ones I can't dodge is when I get rear-ended.
Yeah. If I ever kill myself with 2 bullets to the back of the head, it's been real.
Not funny.
Oh, the suicide.
a long ride. Make it to the end, boys. Make it to the end.
There's a long ride, and there's gonna be bullying. There's gonna be ridicule. Do you want to go through that path? Because that's what we go through. At least I'm speaking for myself. I went through a lot of ridicule, a lot of bullying, and I guess I got used to it. But it's what people are not gonna get used to, or not used to in the beginning, at least.
You're just being built up, dude. That's all.
Don't forget to put in writing. Don't forget to put in writing somewhere that you leave all your worldly possessions to Flatman Can.
I know I'm never going to get used to it, because every time I watch a damn movie, I'm going to articulate it every single time, and it kind of sucks when your whole life you've lived in a globe, and now you've found out reality is just fake, you know.
That is reality.
It's going to be very, very tough. I probably will never get the hang of it, because everything is surrounding it.
One crayon muncher I used to talk to was so mad at the idea that he couldn't go to any of these other planets or anywhere else. He's so angry.
It destroys dreams, and it's not supposed to be, a happy, time. This is sad. This is very, very sad, because of the fact that these people are so evil. They do this to their own kind.
I don't know what you mean by kind, but I'm thinking the people that are doing to this, they're not our kind at all.
Not our kind. Yeah, no, I get you there. I'm just saying, when it first came about, that those people weren't us. That was not us. Something is controlling them, and it's an evil source.
But our kind has been deceived, and
yeah,
the path is narrow, and that's been foretold, right? The path is narrow. Not everybody is going to see the deception. And that's just, unfortunately, the way that it is. And it's going to be people that are close to you, people that are very dear to you, that are just never going to see or understand the deception that's been pulled. And unfortunately, that just is what it is, right? We all have to deal with that in the way that we, in the best way that we can. Understanding that the information or the truth is just, I guess, not for everybody. And we try our hardest and our best to open people's eyes. And that's all that we can do.
Yeah, the thing about conspiracy theories, the ones that are based on events like 9/11 or whatever, is that there's only so much evidence, there's only so much things you can do, but you can never prove it empirically. And the thing about flat Earth that I love is that it's something you can prove. It's something you can do actively. It's something that's going on right now. And you would assume that it's easier to just tell people, hey, look, just do this. But it's mind-boggling to me that people are still stubborn and going oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to know the truth. So yeah, the truth is scary for so many people, I think.
Well, it puts a responsibility on you, right? If you're living a good little slave life as a 14th Amendment citizen, daddy government's going to take care of you. But if you stop accepting all these benefits and privileges and you start railing against the government, you start telling the truth, right? Then it's up to you. You're on your own. Sink or swim. Learn to swim.
Can do it, boy.
Yep.
Right. You're exactly right, Hank. It puts the responsibility on people, and people don't want to take a responsibility for their actions. They don't want to take responsibility for their lives. They want to have the scapegoat. They want to be able to point the finger somewhere else, right? It's always somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's oppression of them. It's always somebody else's hatred towards them or somebody else that's put them in the situation that they're in. And
it's somebody else's science, somebody else's research, somebody else's everything.
Right.
They just appeal all over the place. They can't do anything by themselves.
You guys see where Russ Dizdar died? You guys know who he was? Russ Dizdar.
No idea, man.
I don't know who that is.
He was an investigator for satanic ritual abuse and sort of looked into a lot of the stuff that was going on with kidnappings and missing kids. And
well, then it's no wonder he was
they get him. They
taken out.
finally
Then
got him.
Yeah, if you just look it up, he was big into it. And I listened to a guy named Doug Hagman. He's got a podcast, and he played a lot of stuff with Russ Dizdar.
I used to listen to Hagman, bro. I'm familiar with Dizdar. Dizdar is like OG champ of the pedogate thing. Like he's been talking about kids in cages for a long time.
That's a wonder he lasted as long as he did, ain't it?
Yeah, for sure. I used to watch that Hagman like religiously, bro. Like religiously, like just consuming copious amounts of that shit.
I listened to too much Alex Jones at first. I'm not gonna lie about that. Way too much.
Yeah, I
Some people watch anime. Hank watched Pedal Gate.
Hey, Jamesy, we can barely hear you.
Yeah, you want to rephrase that, bro?
Yes. Also rephrase it, bro.
Hank watched all the episodes of the Pedal Gate.
Well, sure. You gotta know about those creepy fucks. Why they gotta die. I mean, what?
Do you think Alex Jones is really banned?
Huh?
Do you think Alex Jones is really banned by all the platforms, or
fuck no, dude? It's all part of it. It's all part of it.
It's total theater.
What?
Anyone who's ever theater
Isn't he supposed to be someone else too? Like he came out of the woodworks as one person, and then that person suddenly like disappeared, and now he's Alex Jones.
Talking about Bill Hicks.
Come on, man! Isn't that like a story?
No, the original Alex Jones was like a young buff dude in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then he eventually like became like the fat guy who looks like Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
With the same teeth.
That's it.
And he plays his role to a T. He's definitely a
guys,
actor.
You know about cloning, right? You guys know about Donald Marshall
and
and all
of course, there's always the story about cloning. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But, there's only one guy really talking about it other than a couple other celebrities. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's a really compelling story, but, I don't know. It smells...
B.O.B. talks about it.
Because he's out there. No, well, because if they really didn't want it to come out, it wouldn't be out. So, and I think he's a plant. I think Donald Marshall was a plant to cover up what's really going on and make people go, holy shit, that's crazy. I never imagined something that crazy. Well, it's probably even crazier than that, and he's just a gatekeeper, dude. That's how I feel.
Well, we know Jones is a gatekeeper.
Oh, man.
If anybody's listened to Matt from Quantum of Conscious, like I take what he says with a grain of salt, right? But he does have a good analogy of what he calls graduated animal farms, right? Meaning there's gatekeepers as you go down the truth rabbit hole. There's a gatekeeper every step of the way, and you're just kept in a cage, right? And they just hope that you stay in the first cage that you stumble upon, which might be Alex Jones, right? And then once you get out of Alex Jones, there might be somebody else that might keep you just a little bit further away from fully understanding it, right? So he calls it graduated animal farms, kind of a throwback to the book Animal Farm, but makes a lot of sense to me the way that he explains that, even though I disagree with a lot of things that he says. His analogy of the gatekeepers and the controlled opposition is pretty spot on, in my opinion.
Well, I like to deploy a certain philosophy with Alex Jones is listen to the opposite of what they say. So if you know someone is like a gatekeeper, right, and they say 9 things that are true, well, that's how you make poison. It's 90% food and 10% lies or poison, right? So listen to the opposite of what he says. So when Alex Jones is like, 9/11 was an inside job and this, that, and the other, and the big three, and the Boston bombing, but the no planers, they're crazy. Oh, really? The no planers are crazy. Okay, no planes, 9/11. Oh,
that is his go-to too.
You guys ever listen to Brian Stavely?
Sometimes, not really anymore.
So, Mr. Anderson, you mentioned Eddie Bravo, and there's a couple of flat Earth YouTubers out there. Is there any information? Like, are they chills? Because I don't really know this stuff. Who's like Eric Dubai and D Marble and all these flat earthers? Is there a list of people that you should take with a grain of salt?
We try to avoid the shill thing here, unless it's like really obvious.
I didn't say Eddie Bravo. I didn't mention.
Dude, it's
Eddie
your
Bravo.
own journey, man.
I'm sorry. I didn't
grab it up.
Yeah.
Listen, if something resonates, grab it up. But like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you who to listen to and who not to listen to. That's retarded. You go do your own research, do your own stuff.
I don't like to do the whole point at people and make a list of shills and stuff like that.
Right.
Mathematically, it's obvious that with something like so-called flat Earth, you're gonna have infiltration. Period. I can guarantee you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, we have Freemasons in this movement. But that being said, you need to have some solid evidence before you go around shouting everybody's a shill. Just mathematically, we have shills.
It doesn't matter.
It's a guarantee.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't matter. What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Exactly.
The point is the truth. Focus on the truth. Shill be shilling. Who gives a fuck? They're pathetic and they know it.
I've been hearing that there's at least one cool dude in the movement. They call him Flatman Can.
I like him, man. I like what he says.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
Well, I have found that my journey has just been an exercise in discernment, right? Like trying to sharpen your discernment, chew the meat, spit out the bones.
For sure.
Because there's a lot of truth hidden in even somebody you might call a shill, right? There's truth that's being told even from those people. And it's just being able to chew the meat and spit out the bones,
Exactly.
Take the good information, throw away the bad. Don't get caught up in the celebrity of somebody or the persona of people, because really all that matters is the information, right?
Yeah, just like Hill was saying about 90% food, 10% poison. That's absolutely what I think too. Like, there's a lot of good information, but just basing yourself on empirical science, I always go back to that because it's the safest route, and you could actually discern what's being said that's legit and what's being said that's fake.
And it doesn't require faith or mental gymnastics. I agree.
And trying to figure out who is the shill and focus on that, and speaking about somebody may or may not be an agent, that's just distracting you and wasting your time from time that could be better spent on something else, whether that's you're studying religion or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just wasting your time trying to even figure that out, right?
And if somebody says too much poison, I just simply don't watch them anymore. I don't go and rail on them hella hard and troll their chat or anything like that. If I don't like if I'm not picking up what when someone's putting down, I'll just leave. I just stop watching.
Well, and after a while, we've become so good at smelling all different kinds, flavors, and consistencies of bullshit that you can listen to anybody who's either claimed a truther, is a real truther, or whatever the hell. It doesn't matter. If you can spot the truth, that's what's going on. That's what needs to be focused on. It doesn't matter who's saying it, right? Messenger doesn't matter. You have to be able to discern, like the man said, what is truth and what is not.
And you have to have the intellectual honesty to admit when someone that you don't even agree with, or somebody who's just like a actor like Trump or something, if he says something true, then say it's true. If he says something false, say it's false.
Exactly.
You don't need to throw baby out with the bathwater, and it makes you look intellectually dishonest when you do that. Just like
exactly.
Caught up in the cult of personality, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Glatflobe the other day, he said something kind of jokingly around, and I kind of cleared it up for the stream. I was like, "Nah, bro, we don't do the auto hoaxing, right?" So instead of wondering, like, is Glapflobe like some sort of shill or anything, which obviously I love you, bro. Of course you're not. But the thing is just to correct the information. Just like, no, we don't do the no, we don't do that. So it's like, if you were to wonder, is everybody a shill or not? No, just fucking attack the evidence. Attack the thing that they're saying that's wrong. Because I used to call out flat earthers for saying stupid shit on purpose. So I thought it was, like, obviously incorrect. And it's like, we have to do that. We have to be able to call each other out. And it's not that we're saying you're a shill. It's just like, bro, I don't think you're right about that information. Kind of like QE does. Ether, what's that? What the fuck is Ether? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you one thing, Hank Hill. That's the last fucking time you call me shill, Roger.
Just call me Hank Shill, man. I don't care.
If I'm a shill, I'm having way too much fun to be getting paid, folks. Shit.
You're chilling.
And if I'm watching your so-called truther channel and you start preaching to me about which president to vote for, I might stop watching it.
Yeah, man. Anything. If you're a truther and you don't talk about truth, that's obvious. But if you're a flat earther and you don't really even talk about flat Earth, that's completely obvious. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm probably guilty of that one. You got me.
No. I'm saying, like, it was a good point, Hank, because what I did was I assumed, right? I made a sloppy ass assumption. So yeah.
Just like what Jesus Christ said about, you could tell a good tree from a bad tree by their fruit. It's pretty much that.
Yeah, I used to be a fan of John LeBon in the early days. He was a kind of an anti-flat earther, but he wasn't really a bad one. He wasn't like some of the rest. And John LeBon would just auto hoax. Now, it turned out that the shooting that happened in New Zealand was one of those weird things, but I don't like the auto hoaxing thing, right? Because if you do your diligent research for like 3 months after the event and then you come out with a video, that's like respectable. But just to like, oh, this has happened, I'm going to fire up my YouTube channel, get a whole bunch of likes, right? And I'm going to talk about this is probably a fucking false flag. Like, no, that's not how we roll. Like, we can't do it this way. It's too sloppy. It's ruining the truth movement. So I agree with a lot of stuff John LeBon said. Like, back in the day, I was like, oh yeah, we can learn from people we disagree with. Like, that's right, dude, John. And he kind of said some of the same stuff that I was saying, but I wasn't down with auto hoaxing, unsubbed.
Yeah, too many people have found that doing such a thing can garner them a lot of followers and also generate a lot of revenue. And yeah,
money talks, man. That's the thing though about flat Earth is it all comes back to what you can prove. I cannot prove human cloning, and you know what? I wouldn't want to, because flat Earth is easy to see. You just have to go out into the physical reality around you and do a couple things. It's not hard to understand. Things like all the other conspiracies that we really talk about, even if we feel like we know, down to a T what really might have happened, like, it doesn't get it more empirical than the flat Earth disproving the globe math at the very least.
Yeah, and a lot of those
Exactly, because at least with the flat Earth, you can move yourself backwards. Okay, you've proved that the Earth is flat. Then you can go yourself. You could walk in reverse, and that could. But looking at these conspiracy theories individually that you can't prove empirically, it makes it difficult.
Right. Well, and those auto hoaxers are the ones that come out and they'll start to like put information out there that's so sloppy and just so premature,
right?
That it.
Well, it's fear mongering, man. It's
right.
Unfortunately, like there is the truth in there, and there's the poison, and it's fear mongering. They got to do it. That there's that narrative of fear that has to be continually peppered throughout everything that people experience and absorb from mainstream culture. And unfortunately, a lot of the truth movement now is quote unquote mainstream culture. You've got truth channels with 350,000 subscribers. Get out of here, dude. Come on. Right? To me, that smells like fish. They only censor the truest of the truth, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I still think that every time you get, showed and they take down your channel or suspend you, like, that's what you're supposed to be getting done. Like, I think that's supposed to be happening. I think we're supposed to go through like different IP addresses and different, whatever we have to do. Maybe we should do those USB drives, like, and what are they? You put all like the information on a USB drive, and you like put it in your Square, and it's like all the information that people can just plug up their phone to it and download all the shit, and it's like, here's all this information about all the stuff that we can prove that they're doing.
Yeah, I'm always leery of those people that are talking more about how they're being banned or shadow banned or how they're being censored. They're talking more about that than actual content, right?
Right.
Like, those are the people I'm leery of.
Yeah, man, it's smelly. If they don't stay on topic, it's fucking smelly. That's all. You keep it simple. Stay on topic. That's all. Do what you do. And if you want to put ads in your fucking videos, I guess whatever. But like I said, if you're super popular, I don't think you're doing a service to the actual truth.
Like with me, if I'm busy with work and doing other things, I don't try to go make a video just for the sake of making a video. So I'll go months on end without even doing a video. I'm not just gonna create something out of nothing. I like to spend time on what I put out,
Yeah, there's always those truthers that want to be the first ones to get out there with the quote unquote truth of a event that takes place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watch this one channel. This guy, every video, he says something like, "This is the most important video I will ever post." It's like every video.
And you're lucky you found it because of the shadow banning that's taking place on my channel.
Yeah, you're lucky you found it on 2 or 3 different channels, my backup channels, and backup channels. That's something too. I will tell you, I got hard drives full of shit over the last almost 10, 12 years now. I've got tons. I've got like 4 or 5 over terabyte hard drives just full of shit. And I don't know what to do with that eventually, because if they pull the plug on this electricity thing, computers don't fucking matter anymore. And won't be able to get in the hard drives, but I'm keeping them just in case. There's a lot of good stuff on these.
Well, I would beg you to put them on World Truth videos.
I want to start my video clips with, if you're hearing this, you're part of the resistance.
Yeah. I would make a YouTube channel, but I don't know. Maybe I will. Just post all this shit. But that's the thing, I gotta get permission for a lot of these.
So this is my theory on YouTube channels. Like, first, if somebody posts something true, it attracts people. Eventually there's going to be a point where you get popular, and you have to make that choice. Do I want to stick to truth, or do I want more views? And I think a lot of people fall in that trap, and they're like, well, if I say certain things that are not true, I might get more followers. I think that's a big thing, especially now on YouTube.
Yep.
Well, we've had to adapt. We've had to get, all these different other services where we can hey, you want to hear the rest of it? Come over here. I'm just, this is the front door. Come on in. Give me $1 a month, and everything I got's all yours. We've had to adapt.
Rockfin. There's a lot of people on that Rockfin now, and it's not bad. You can go on there for free. You don't have to pay the $10.
Right.
I don't like
there's going to be renegade sites, which is fine, which is what we need.
I don't like how that Rockfin operates, but it's not as user friendly as YouTube. But it's still that's where everybody's at.
We need to start.
Okay.
We need to start implementing pirate radio again. Just getting out over the airwaves, right?
Yeah. I remember when I first started listening to Alex Jones stuff, I stumbled upon it, I don't know how, from some website, and it opened up Winamp. You guys remember Winamp on PCs?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if anybody remembers that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so it had the great visualizations. So I would love that shit. But anyway, so I was always listening to that, and it was a radio station that you could also pick up with like a radio signal in your fucking car. Like, it was broadcast all on the internet and on the radio, everything. Prison Planet, right? When all that started. And it was basically an internet radio station, and I don't see the difference if we try to do something again like that, especially with so many people on Discord.
I found Alex Jones on a hacked PSP. So I hacked my PSP, and I was like going through all like the different features that I had just done. Like, look at all this stuff. You know, it's like I was like all these different like radio stations and podcasts and streams, and I was like, this motherfucker's talking about 9/11. Like, oh
Right.
shit.
Exactly. Like, wait, me too. I know about this too.
Well, that's like Bill Cooper had a radio show, right? Whether he was controlled opposition, an agent or whatever, he got his message out via basically radio.
He would always tell people
and that was
too
the
on
90s.
how to do it. He would always tell people how to make their own, set up their own rig and stuff to broadcast. But
Yeah, and he was always selling really good shit for preppers, right? He was all selling prepper shit. Like, if he was a shill, he was a damn good one.
He was.
Yeah, he predicted 9/11, and he told the truth about Yisrael.
He was
ISIS, Ra, Elohim.
Day Malay boy. So a lot of people questioned how he was able to have so many people infiltrate the Freemason Lodge and all that stuff. But like you said, he's a damn good one if he was one. He had the number one radio show for a while too.
Right.
Hey, gentlemen, I just wanted to take a minute to say rest in peace, Rob Skiba. I understand that he has passed away, if any of you know him or heard of him.
But yeah, the YouTuber.
Rob was ace. Rob was fucking ace in the hole, man. He was one of the best.
Yep.
Gone but never forgotten.
No, he never will be, too. He's the reason millions have come to this.
Including myself.
Truths. Right. No, he was essential in, like, history, bro. Yeah, he was great.
Rob Skiba didn't bring me to the flat earth, but Rob Skiba brought me back to the scriptures. So I'll forever be indebted to him for that, for sure.
He put in a lot of genuine work.
His whole thing, his whole mission seed, like, he doesn't realize like how important it's going to be, because like his death is going to make his seed like blow up, because he's kind of our first guy who took it for the team, right? He didn't get vaccinated. I'm sorry, did I say that? Right. So he like chose his path, right? And that's what all of us should be willing to do. Like, we're going to choose our own path, and no matter what the consequences are, we're not going to do what we're fucking told. We're going to do whatever we think is right, and fuck the consequences. So, hats off for Rob Skiba. Godspeed, sir.
Yeah, rest in peace. He was a great guy.
Amen, Hank.
Amen. And we all have to choose our hill to die on. And, he put out a lot of truth, and he brought a lot of people to truth, and a lot of people like myself he brought back to scripture, and countless people. Really, he did.
Yeah, countless. I say millions, man. Millions, right? I love it.
Yeah, the Chicago skyline video with the boat. That was one of the things that brought me,
indisputable.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah,
How do you dispute
he actually
that one?
went out there and did things. It's great.
I mean, what do you say? That no, you're not seeing it? No, that's not Chicago? What is it? What is it then? If it's not Chicago, what is it?
That's crazy. I tell you who a guy that I can't stand. I was watching Jeranism, and he had a throwback from where he was talking to that Aaron Ra guy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that
the atheist.
He's one of the worst.
Wow, I couldn't watch the whole thing.
That dude's a Satanist, and he's LARPing as an atheist. It's obvious to me.
He's a nut job.
I agree.
Yep.
And he's obsessed with not being called religious. It's
demons everywhere.
I don't know how anybody could take that guy serious at all.
Yeah, like no, you're obviously an atheist. You're not a Satanist. You're not a Satanist, right? You look like a Satanist. You talk like, but you're not a Satanist. Sure, whatever.
He's got 300
You're a
some
pathetic
subs.
loser. Yeah. Sorry, caught me singing.
And Calvinist guy that I used to talk to, debate and whatnot, and he debated Aaron Ra one time, and Aaron Ra just totally trampled him and talked over him, and was just basically a piece of crap, man. It's like,
when they do that to you, you got to call him a coward. Sir, why are you such a coward? Why are you so afraid? How come you can't let me get my premise across? Why do you keep interrupting me? Why are you such a pussyfoot? You know, you have to keep over and over again when they do that to you. Like, I used to just let them talk over me, right? When I was like, no, I'm not doing that no more. Those days are gone. If people are going to try to talk over me, I'm going to tell everybody in the audience this person's a coward. He won't let me make my argument because he's afraid that if you hear it, you'll think that I won. And he's scared to lose. He's a sore loser. I just say shit like that the whole time they're talking over me.
That's a good tactic, Hank. I never heard that before. That's pretty good. That makes sense too. You know, you're right.
Well, instead of resorting to ad hominem, a guy like him is pretty skilled in basically being assertive about his opinion and not allowing anybody else to talk, right? So he doesn't resort to the ad hominem as much as just being very assertive with his opinion and just over speaking everybody, which is a debate tactic, right? To cover up for his lack of intellect or his lack of argument.
Well, see, for me, it's like, what else am I going to do? Just like be quiet and let the guy like cut me off like mid-sentence, right? Like, I would never let that happen in real life. Like, in real life, like, I would never just back down like, yeah, you're right, you know, I'll be quiet.
Right, he tries to overcompensate for his lack of argument with an assertive nature, I guess is the best way that I can describe that, or at least the way that he operates.
He's full of himself for sure. He's obsessed with the evolution thing too.
Yeah, because I mean, what else am I going to do, right? The guy's sitting there saying that he won the debate after he overtalked me. Like, am I just going to like let the guy overtalk me and then tell everybody that he won the debate? Like, no, I have to call him out for what he's doing. It's a dishonest tactic because he's terrified that I might make my argument and you might hear it. So what else, you know, what else can I do?
Get it out as fast as you can before they talk over you.
I can do the Micro Machine Man. I can tell you about all the things you need to know, all the facts as fast as I can tell. But, you know, it's not going to work if people can't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
And I can only hold up that Micro Machine Man thing for about a minute tops. It's kind of hard.
I think one of his minions does frequent Jim Panda's server. Can't remember the dude's name.
I was wondering where they get all that evil power over there.
Yeah, I popped in there the other day and he was talking about how he was basically part of the Non Sequitur show and had a falling out with, remember Aaron's buddy Kyle? I don't know if anybody remembers him, but there was somebody on Jim Pandas talking about how he had a falling out with Kyle and he was part of the Non Sequitur show.
Does Kyle drink 64-ounce Mountain Dews and call his mom bro?
Kyle was a
you know what I mean? I know the guy's I'm talking about.
Dude, like his co-host on Non Sequitur, the bisexual dude or gay guy or
like
whatever.
he calls his girlfriend bro. Like, it's just I shudder at the generation coming up here.
Or his boyfriend.
Generation coming up is way too much in their feels, man. They're all about their feelings.
It's poor baby city. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
I don't know
can't
what to
wait
do
to
about
use
it.
that.
They're not adults. They're not
I
fucking
can't wait to use
adults.
that. Did you say it's poor baby city?
Poor baby city population Globers.
I'm still on that one, bro.
Have it. Have at it.
It's poor baby city. Tough titty said the kitty.
On the spreadsheet or the Google Doc that they have for modern day debate, they have 3 sections. They got flat versus globe, evolution versus creation, and religion versus atheism. On the globe side, it looks like they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 globers signed up and 1 flat earther.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've gotten to the point now where just listening to any of those people on the other side, it's too cringy. It's just, I don't know. I can't take it. It's ridiculous.
Oh man, the Jim Panda. If he knows you're a flat earther, he won't let you get more than the sentence out, maybe.
I've tried to go to these different after shows and these globe channels and stuff, and it's so toxic and insane. And kind of like Hank was saying earlier, they almost always are promoting mainstream stuff and what some would call leftist stuff. There's a theme there in atheist stuff.
I don't even know why it really has to exist at all. Like, why does? I mean, that's what the mainstream thing is. So why do they have to be like the fight the flat Earth guy?
Well, see, they got to play defense.
You know?
They got to play defense for the home team, right? Because there's no anti-Tooth Fairy people, right? If there's anti-Bigfoot people, I haven't seen them, right?
No,
but I doubt there's whole servers like devoting their time, like Jim Panda, like how much time he's devoted to this. Like he's devoted like a serious amount of time. And I have too, right? I've devoted a little bit of time to this. But if you think about it, like why am I doing it? Because I'm a follower of Christ. And I know that if people see this, they're going to start thinking, maybe I should read my Bible. Maybe even follow it a little bit. Like maybe even the 10 Commandments. Like, that would be weird, but maybe, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm here, right? Plus, I don't like people lying, and I'm good at spotting it out. So,
yeah, it's like they supposedly they already have everybody on their side. So why is it even existed? It's just like you said. I mean, I know they, it's like it needs propped up, but it's I don't know. It's hard to explain. I guess it's just like we're trying to get the truth out. It's like they need extra people just stomping on it. It's like there's already not enough.
I find a lot of them are pseudo intellectuals with large egos, right? So it's easy for them to feed their ego and be pseudo intellectual because they can appeal to the authority and the consensus and not actually have to think for themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like they have no original thought whatsoever. Everything's just repeat and regurgitate.
It's disappointing because they could easily go out and check. Right? Just get out there, guys. Spend like a couple days on it and come back and be like, fuck, sorry. I'm sorry for my attitude. You guys are right. It's flat.
Well, their only tactic is to make fun of flat earthers. Like, no, they will not allow an actual debate on a big platform like CBS or something or anything like that.
Oh, dude, they wouldn't have to perform damage control.
Because they'll get wiped up. So they can only resort to ridicule and stuff. So these people like FTFE and all these people, they cash in on that. Like, this is all there is ridicule of flat earthers. So they just jump in and cash in on it.
Yep, and they wouldn't have to ridicule or perform damage control on something that wasn't damaged. You feel me?
You know, the
They got these dorky ass goofballs who love to troll and act a fool. It's the perfect thing for them.
Exactly.
The one thing that you'll notice, and the one thing that I really enjoy about this community, is that we don't all agree on the same things, right? Like the opposing side all has a consensus and they all agree on everything for the most part. Whereas this community, we have disagreements on a lot of things, but we also like respect other people's opinions, and we can take those opinions and hold those thoughts in our heads and contemplate whether that may or may not be an avenue or a truth or something that we want to investigate further, right? And we can have civil disagreements on a lot of little things without just appealing to the mainstream and patting each other on the back because we all agree on the same shit, right? Like there's so many
I wouldn't be hanging out.
Agree on different things, and we help to.
I wouldn't be hanging out if we all agreed on all the same shit. I'd be like, no, that's sus as fuck. Sorry, not you guys. Maybe a different crew. The fact that we only agree on the flat Earth stuff is again why it's so important to me. It's the easiest thing to prove. If only someone's pride can be trashed, at least for the moment too, right? Suspend your disbelief for just a second. You don't want to go check and see real quick if you're actually right. You just want to bitch at us about how you just think we're wrong instead of demonstrating it. It's horrible. You know, you destroy your own position by not even checking to see if maybe you're wrong. Gosh, just maybe.
I'll give all of us credit, or everybody credit, for being able to agree on the empirical and have good civil debate, or at least open-mindedness on the things that may not be empirical that we talk about on here, right? Like when we do go off into realms of speculation, we can all kind of take some of that in, give our own opinions on it, and disagree on certain things, but we can all agree on the empirical side of it. But we're not all going to just agree on things that aren't empirical. Like, we'll press each other, right? Like, if I say some shit that's very speculative, there's going to be somebody calling me out on it and checking me, right? It's just the way that it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, like Hank did with me the other day. He had to keep bringing it up. You son of a bitch, Hank. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I appealed to. Let's see, and the audience needs to hear this. Any flat earthers need to hear this because this is the thought process.
You appealed to humor, right? And it was funny what you said. It was.
Oh, I don't even. All right, I thought I was like trying to act like I knew something. What do you mean? What was it? What was funny?
Well, the way that you delivered it was funny, and I was laughing while telling you, like, "No, bro, we don't auto hoax around here."
Oh yeah,
but it was like, yeah, it was your delivery. It was funny.
Well, I'm the jester, right? That's why they don't come get me, because they need me.
Oh, now you're sus, man. You're definitely sus.
Bro. Whatever.
The jester's always super close to the king.
I know, man, but there's a reason. There's a reason. No, I'm not. I couldn't be further away from those kinds of people, I think. I don't know.
I'm just giving you shit, bro.
Oh, I'd love for someone, grab my IP address, get my location, do your research on me. You won't find that kind of stuff.
I wouldn't have said anything if we wouldn't have been on air. The only reason I corrected you is because of the stream. Sorry, bro.
Oh, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's good. You should, like I said, correct me. See, we have to admit when we're wrong about stuff. That's the only way to know if you're right about stuff. It's not hard, guys. is there anybody on this server right now that thinks that humans are anywhere near having figured everything out? So much so that you can argue with it with such fervor against us?
No. And humans aren't meant to know everything.
Absolutely not. Yeah. So arrogant, so gullible and sloppy to think that, we've got a name for everything, we've got an opinion about everything, and there we go. Can't prove anything that even happened fucking last year, let alone 100 years ago, but, we're set. We're all set. We don't need anything else. We don't need to learn anything else. We got it. It's good.
Yeah, the moons of Mercury or whatever.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you what, the more I start to understand about things, the more I just realize that I don't understand a lot of stuff. It's very humbling. Really is.
Yeah, sometimes when Craig Villain's talking, I don't know what he's talking about. I just know that dude's smart, and some of you guys do it to me too. But I'll just be like, "You lost me. I don't know what you're talking about no more."
Yeah, there are some brilliant cats running around this server. Shit.
Yeah, I like listening to Crackville, man. That dude can filibuster like nobody else. And it's all just like fucking gravy, 90% of it, man.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny because this is my first day on the server, and I've seen about 3 debates, and I just sense it in these people that come on these channels, and I'm pretty sure they're astonished because they expect something totally different from flat earthers, and just a lot of you guys have some super intelligent answers, and I'm like, wow, these guys don't expect that for sure.
That's why they're not coming in here, dude. We've got this down to, dare I say it, a science.
Well, you learn real quick that actually 95% of the people that come in here to try to debate think they're walking into just a bunch of knuckle-dragging, backwoods, drooling idiots, and then they realize real quick, uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you
not
could see
that.
It's like stepping onto a pile of leaves that you're like, oh, this is good, and there's a pit of vipers underneath it.
Exactly.
Truth vipers. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's really hard to argue with the truth is really powerful, and second, we're using just pure empirical science, and it's really hard for them to deal with that.
Right. They haven't been brought up in a world where it has to be a true thing for it to be true. Right? It's been like, hey man, use your imagination. No, really, you can't prove most of what we're claiming, but that's okay. Just use your imagination, and it's probably true. You're the creator.
Well, a lot of them have never been tested on what they think that they know, right? Like, they take for granted certain things within this world, right, that they've been taught, and they take it for granted, and they've never been pressed on it. And when they do get pressed on it, it starts to expose, like, maybe they haven't looked into, or they've been blinded to some of the assumptions that have been made in what they think they know. And we kind of expose a lot of that, and it's very hard for them to deal with.
Yep. And I remember being that way. I don't know how long it lasted. It lasted more than a few days, probably a few weeks. I didn't want to believe a lot of it. I really didn't want to. Because I was like, man, now I got to relearn all kinds of stuff. I was being lazy about it. I was like, even if it is true, really? I gotta relearn all this stuff? And it's actually been a fun journey. I thought it was going to be really like, the only disappointing part is that more people don't want to learn the truth. They're violently against it. That's the only thing that's been disappointing. Everything that I've learned, well,
dude,
I'll say
that's wrong.
Hold on. I'm almost finished.
Okay.
There's some stuff I've learned that I wish I never knew about, and we all know what I'm talking about in this here truther community. But other than that stuff, and even that stuff, I mean, It nothing motivates me more than knowing the truth. Nothing.
Likewise.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't know how many, objective observers stumble into the, YouTubes, right? And, are listening and like, well, fuck, I got to go do some research, right? And, we may get one or two people on the stream a day that come in and we talk to, but how do we know there isn't like 15 a day in the YouTube listening going, why are these flat earthers making sense? That doesn't make sense that they're making sense. Something's wrong here. I have to investigate.
Yeah, it reminds me of this this thing I imagine happening. Glober lays down in bed, at the end of the night, is looking up the ceiling, but go to sleep, saying, God, dummy flat earthers, you got to be kidding me. And then they finish their laugh, and they're still staring at the ceiling, and they go, yeah, wait, how do you have gas pressure without a container? You know what I mean? They're like, fucking shit.
Well, I'll tell you what, going down this path, I've learned more about science than I ever did in my whole entire academic life, right? And it's of my own volition. Like, I've always been, and I think a lot of us on here have always been kind of more autodidactic, right? Like, we've done more study on our own and learned better in that way than maybe the formal academic way of learning. And I find that, like, going down this path and going into this subject, it's like people think that we just watch a YouTube video and then we believe the YouTube video and repeat everything that we say. But I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are like me, where it's like, I will pause something and then I'll go research into something for a few hours and learn and really start to understand things on my own path of research and then come back to something, right? Like, I've done more of that going down the path of the topic of flat earth, and I've learned more. And I don't want to say learn, but I understand more scientifically going down this path than I ever gained from anything within the realm of academics throughout my whole entire life.
Yeah, Nate.
Yeah, dude, this 6 years that I've spent learning from everybody, like, I've learned so much information that I didn't write down and that I forgot that I should have, like, kept a list. But it's hard to carry a pen and paper everywhere you go. But, like, if I would have been, like, listening to everything and actually, like, putting everything into action, like, I would probably be, like, so much better off than I am right now. But I'm still learning, and I know one thing. I know that it's really not that important to be part of the system as I thought it was. Like, I have to figure out a way to get, like, out of the system, because the system is nothing more than the Matrix. It's like, you see the Matrix when you go to church and when you pay your tithes and when you pay your taxes. It's like, oh, that's what that means. And it's like, okay, I just got to figure out how to not occur attacks.
It's the beast system, and it's being, the difference between being in the world or of the world, right? That's kind of the way I look at it.
Exactly what I'm saying. You got it.
Yeah, like, exactly right. Once you deconstruct, I guess I just saw that word in the chat, but once you head down this path, you can definitely get rid of a lot of baggage that other people are carrying around, i.e. expectations on how to act, what to believe, what to say. But yeah, it's fuck, dude. 75+% of the people that I had in my life that I thought I could be honest with about these things and be honest about the truth proved so that I have to keep them at arm's length at best, if even talk to them. So, but there's always that group of people that's out there, maybe talking to you about it, but then there's also the people that you don't know that you've affected, right? And that's almost the most interesting one. It's like Hank said, people coming through the YouTube and thinking critically, right? And they're not saying anything. They're not going to say anything, maybe for a little bit or if ever, but they go out and they find out. You know, that is valuable shit right there. Who cares about the server? That's valuable shit in reality. That's like, you know, humanity bettering shit.
And hey, bro,
think about this. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say I'm a perfect example of that because I got on Discord maybe I don't even know when I joined, 4 or 5, 6 months ago. Up until then, I didn't participate in. I don't even have a YouTube account to sign in and actually post comments. I didn't participate in any Flat Earth groups. I wasn't involved in anything. And I've been in this topic since like 2014 or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's so many people. There's what? You say that's sus?
That is so.
Sorry. But I took in all the information, right? Like I internalized a lot of it. And there's so many people out there that are probably like me that don't really participate in the comments or the Discord chats or any of that, but are taking in all of what's being said, right? I guarantee you there's millions of people out there that were like me before I ever got onto Discord. Like legit, I didn't even get onto Discord until after like I had the Masquerade tour or Clown World tour or whatever stay at my house, and like I still wasn't even on like any of that. Like I just happened to message Nathan Thompson on Instagram because I followed him on Instagram and said, hey, my house is available if you guys are coming through Florida, right? Like I never participated in anything online and I never put myself out there. And I guarantee you there's millions and millions and millions of people just like me that are out there that we don't see, that are taking in the information and are being affected and are either doing things within their own lives, right? With their friends and their family and spreading the information that way that we don't even see online as far as a presence. Because I was that person up until like 6 months ago before I decided to just jump on Discord.
I mean, think about it like this. Sorry, just real fast. Say someone, and you know, this is crazy hypothetical clown world, right? Say someone really important. I'm not going to drop any names, but just whoever you want to fill in the blank: politician, actor, mover, shaker, Supreme Court, whatever, right? They come in here and they listen to this shit and they're like, what the actual fuck? Like, seriously? Like, wait a minute. Like, this is like, wow. And then somewhere in the future, like, they do something for us that, like, we needed. And, you know, think about it, like Eddie Bravo. Like, he's semi-famous, right? Some people know who he is, right? He was like, just look into it, right? He looked into it by listening to us. Maybe not us, like, in here, but us, like Eric Dubay or Glowbusters or Ballbusters, right? Shout out to QE, right? And then he's like on this other server, like Joe Rogan's like a total thumb, right? A total dick, right? He's not going to really talk about it openly, or he got paid off or told to shut up or whatever. He's got kids. But then Joe Rogan lets Eddie Bravo on, and his entire fucking audience hears like semi-coherent, pretty coherent, you know, arguments. And then it goes out to like millions because Eddie Bravo fucking snuck in the YouTube channels and heard our shit.
Yeah, I could relate to that. I could relate to what Napalm was saying because I was the same way. I just joined yesterday, and for 5 years I did research and I worked obviously on and off. But yes, I would talk to family members and friends and go to bars and argue, but I never been involved, not actively like other people here. And it's just, I guess, a passive philosophy, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you don't always see the people that you're affecting, right? Like, I never interacted with Rob Skiba, right? Rob Skiba passed away, and Rob Skiba will never know the impact that Rob Skiba had on my life, right? On bringing me to the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? Like, just by him putting out information and not necessarily knowing everybody that was going to reach.
And he did such wonderful work on his biblical stuff that he said the words flat earth on a fucking YouTube video, and I didn't like automatically shut down into cognitive spiral. Right? Like, I respected that guy so much that I was like, okay, all right, I respect this dude. He's done really good work over here. Let's see, what is he talking about? Flat earth? Are you serious? Like, yes, he's serious. Like, okay, I'll listen.
And that's crazy, Hank, because it's like the scripture side of what your understanding was through Rob Skiba brought you to the flat earth, right? And for me, it was the opposite. It was like my understanding and things that I had researched on the flat earth that when I found Rob Skiba brought me to the scripture, brought me back to scripture. You know what I'm saying? It's like...
So it doesn't matter if it's an orange seed or an apple seed. Like, either way, that dude's got seeds.
Exactly.
Because his work on Genesis 6 and the stuff that I was studying at the time, like super weapons and human weapons and genetically modified, soldiers and super soldiers and Ubermensch, and what I was studying at the time is like the fallen angels, the Nephilim, the Phoenicians, and Enoch, and all these extra biblical texts. And it's like I had so much respect for the guy after following him, and then he was down on the vaccine thing too. I saw that video not that long ago. I was like, yeah, I remember watching that. Like, I watched that. And it was like, oops, I said it again. Damn. But yeah, like, everything Rob Skiba was doing, and then it's like he had a flat Earth video. I was like, what is this? Like, okay, I'm gonna check it out. And it was like, you don't trust your government? I was like, no, sure don't. Especially in those days. And I was like, you don't really trust NASA because they faked the moon landings. Like, the Earth is flat. What the fuck? Like, his delivery was so good. I was dumbfounded. Had no words.
Yeah, I actually remember when Rob, I forgot his last name, sorry. Rob was getting into the flat earth. I remember an interview he had. Just his open-mindedness to it. He was asking questions, he wasn't like a traditional, normal round earther being, he was just really sincere and open, and I like that about it, Rob. He's a really cool guy, very good energy.
So I forget the exact parable. It might be from Luke or Mark. But right, the parable of throwing your seeds, right, and some of them falling on soil that's too hard and they don't root, and some that falls onto...
Matthew.
Is that Matthew? Okay.
I think so.
But that's a perfect analogy of kind of what Rob Skiba did, right? Like, he's spreading those seeds, and not all of those seeds fell on the right soil to root, right? But he was still putting the seeds out there in a very honest, truthful way. Yeah.
I think we can learn a lot from that in this server, in the sense that seeds don't normally just die. Sometimes they lay dormant for years, and then the right ground, the right terrain happens, and then they bloom. So I think we got to be kind to the normies. You can rough up a ball tart all day. That's what they're for. But I think we need to be kind to the normies.
I agree. But man, Some of them are so caught up in their feels, it's tough. It's tough. Because no matter what you say, they seem to be offended these days.
Predicted in the Bible, in the last days they will be offended. I remember me and my brother, we were like looking at each other, we were like, offended? Like, that is so today. Like, today's, like, this generation, it should be called offended. Generation offended.
Yep. I think we had one of those in earlier today. She found a way to be offended, some way, shape, or form. When her argument wasn't good enough, she found a way to be offended.
You know, I recently came across, you know, the idea of the germ and the terrain theory could both be true. And so often we get a 6 on the ground and we're arguing over, is it a 6? No, it's a 9. Look at me, you asshole. Look me in the face. It's a 6. Look down. You know, no, it's a 9. You know, it's like we don't realize that it's not a dichotomy. Right? And it's like you think about like the terrain theory and it's like it makes a lot of sense. But then if it's like bacteria or something that, you know, we can verify, and it's like, that also makes a lot of sense. And it's like, well, what do you do when you're farming, right? You make the soil and the environment for the plant like exactly like it likes it. And then it grows. And you put the germ down, which is the seed, and then it grows. So I kind of think the interview process has to change a little bit in here. I think if we can do like a little bit better job of like categorizing people into groups, like this one's like an open-minded normie, right? And we give them like a badge or something. I don't know. Like, it's like, okay, I don't know how to explain it. Like this one's a moon landing denier, right? So take it easy on this one.
I agree, but I also disagree because it's those boxes sometimes that can really screw up, I don't know, your perspective on people. Because I feel like those boxes are used against us sometimes, but yeah, that could be helpful. Because there are people that come in here that are maybe sincerely wanting to learn, but they get jumped on quick. But it's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, I mean, I completely feel the thing. I completely understand, like, fuck your feelings, we're dealing with facts. You know, put your feelings aside. Kind of like the guys earlier, like, whoa, you're being, like, really aggressive, bro. Like, is he shoving a pull stick up your ass? What are you talking about? He's not being aggressive. He's just talking loud so he can be heard. You know, so those guys were, like, way too sensitive. Right? They've been rubbing way too much, like, Vagisil on their nipples or something. I don't know. But other than, like, people like that, like, you know, that are way too sensitive. I don't know if you guys were here for that. Sorry.
Vagisil's not for nipples, dude.
Tell that to those guys that were in here. Like, he was just talking to them.
Well, there's also different personalities that can deal with that, right? Like, Hank, you're really good at like being able to kind of meet people at their level and really kind of bring people down and get them away from their ego a little bit. And that's needed. And it's very effective. And I always, like, my rule of thumb is when Hank is interacting with somebody, I shut up and I listen, because you're artful in the way that you can, you know, formulate a debate. And sometimes there's tactics that are needed that are different than yours, right? That are effective on other people. but it's hard to determine who needs those tactics, and it's hard
That's
for
why
people that
I let people talk when they jump in. Like if Mike jumps in, like I know that my technique isn't going to solve it. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, no, there's just different tacts, right? To how everybody approaches things, and sometimes it's like the problem is the more passive ways of argumentation. Sometimes those people are less likely to speak up and interrupt somebody that's being too aggressive to somebody, right? To interject and be like, yeah, let me take the reins on this one because I might be able to reel it in, right? Because sometimes there's people that can get too aggressive with somebody that might be open to the information. Should it be presented differently? But then there's also other people that it's like, if you're not aggressive enough, they're just going to gish gallop all over the place.
Exactly. Yes. The cog disto is real there. It's real.
Yeah, that's why when someone else jumps in and they like, I just let it go. Like I'm not even offended. I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge or I'm lacking in style or whatever. And when someone takes over, I'm just like, yeah, I probably wasn't getting anywhere, and they saw it before I did.
I say maybe sometimes, but to be honest with you, Hank, I feel like you're getting there in a more effective way sometimes than people that might step on your toes. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we all get the prana mentality sometimes. Sometimes we just, sometimes we want to see a little blood in a fight,
Yep, I agree. And lots of times it's needed because there's going to be people that just aren't sincere and open to the information. And that's where you need the aggressive, combative type person to come in,
I agree.
I will hurt feelings for the sake of truth. I'll do it.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. I completely agree.
Don't you dare skin my cat. That's my business.
I have a cat named Business. That's funny.
You do?
That's crazy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Mr. Business.
Well, I'm going to go to bed. I just wanted to.
Mr. Business. Yeah.
I just want to tell you guys.
Awesome.
I love you so much. I even love you guys in the YouTube.
Yep.
Worthless people. I love you. I don't like you, but I love you. And I hope you wake up sometime. Okay, I'm going to go to sleep.
Don't have a good night. Have a great night.
Yeah, peace, bro.
Exactly. Oh, and if I don't see you. All right, good night, guys.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good
evening and
That's
good
right.
night.
Yeah, I'm following you too, Glatt. Y'all take care, man. Have a good night, peeps.
Yep.
So Mr. Business is a black cat, but when you pet him backwards, he's white underneath. So his fur is like dyed black, sort of. So if you pet him the normal way, he's all black. But you pet him backwards, it's like white everywhere you touched him. So it's a business suit, in case you didn't get it. And yes, that's a Native American name. Because that's his attributes. So I think it took me like a year to realize that when I'm getting bad signal, it's during like the peak times I get throttled. So like,
yeah, that makes sense.
Church, people get out of church, I'm getting throttled. So I think I kind of figured out how to quit roboting so much.
Make sure other things are off as well. Like,
oh yeah, I'm all about that. I love Android because I can manipulate all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, if it wasn't for Rob Skiba, I might be on the other side, guys. I
know.
might be on the other side.
ODD changed it for me, man. He just pushed me. Just pushed me over the edge. I just couldn't handle it anymore. Seeing his videos pop up on my stream, so I had to watch them. Because if I didn't, then I wasn't actually doing the work. Man, that was so long ago.
So I remember when ODD kind of came on the scene, or when I started to recognize him. I'm like, damn, this dude's going to be like really good for the young people, right? Because the way that he flows with his music and the way that he thinks and makes his arguments, I was like, this dude is like exactly what we need like right now. Because at the time it was like Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes and Mark Sargent, and it was like ODD. What is this new hotness?
And then he got on the live news, and I think that it tore him down. That newscaster, man, was a bitch. Preloaded questions and everything, and then he wouldn't even let him answer the questions. Plus, he didn't broadcast like the whole interview. He only broadcasted what he wanted to.
Yeah, you got a contract. That's one of the things I learned, right? Is you got to contract your agreements, right? So you say, okay, we're going to have an uncut thing aired in writing. I get equal speaking time, right? If you don't do it, then it's a no deal, right? And I learned this from, what's that Norwegian guy, Dr. Dino? Shit, I don't remember his name. How do I?
All right, guys. Good night. Take care.
Kitty Cat, you still on there?
I'm just door dashing.
Figures I'd step away and lose the good conversation that was going on earlier.
Yeah, I agree. The debates are great. The responses were on point, and it's really cool. I feel like I said in the text, I really feel blessed finding the server. It's been a great experience so far.
Hey, you never know, bro. We might be blessed to have you. You thought about that? Huh?
Yeah, we're all here to learn stuff. 'Cause I tell you what, it's just a hot mess of, I don't even know what you call it out there with these other supposed science websites or channels or whatever. It's just there's no discernment with the truth now. I guess you have to kind of choose what you're, I guess. I mean, like Jaron says, he says, you have to go look for it yourself, but sometimes that's hard. I mean, it's, if you don't really know what to look for, you can look for the wrong things. Like the Flat Earth Society makes sure of that,
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think there's a filter system that you have to go through. I went through it. I went through the Flat Earth Society. I went through the forums that they had. I went through a lot of fake YouTube misleading information websites, and for a long time I was insecure about the whole thing because I didn't have a good source until I learned about critical thinking. I learned about thinking for yourself and you being able to have the tools to find out what's true and what's not.
I know the one last hang up for me was I kept thinking of 24-hour sun, like in Antarctica or down in the southern latitudes. And it took me a while to get the answers, once I found that there was only 2 or 3 actual videos of it. And it turns out that they're, pretty much fake. And then I talked to some actual people from Australia and they, and then I heard some, I think it was on, what's his name? On Flat Earth Debate. He had a guy on from, that was a plumber down there in Australia or in Antarctica. Had him on his channel for a couple of hours. He said that it would get light part of the time, but he said they would never see the sun for 24 hours. And I think he was there for 2.5 years. And that kind of shed a lot of light on the subject there. It was interesting, A lot of the other stuff he said too. He said they drilled down so far in the ice. And he said it was pretty much like a pretty much like we used to have outhouses, and they would just crap and pee, and they would just move to another spot. So if they're so worried about the environmental aspect of it, why are they just dumping pee and poop in a big icicle? I thought that was kind of funny. Gonna thaw out one of these days and be a big crap icicle.
The Antarctica one was a big one for me, just like you. For a long time, I was stupefied. I didn't know how to respond to 24-hour Antarctic, the whole situation. I was like, how does that work in the flat earth? It cannot work. And for a long time, I was stuck there until, like you said, you see the videos edited and there's only like 3 videos and there's the secret, like, wait a minute. There's not a lot of videos on Antarctica's Solis's. And that was a big deal. It's like, wow, these videos are edited. Or at least one of them was. And then you realize, that's when I really realized, wow, they're really trying to hide this. They're really trying.
Yeah, it's like it's the anti-movement that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb too for me. There's such a big anti-flat Earth movement. It's, you know, like Hank said, there's nothing else that's got a big, you know, there's no anti-Bigfoot, there's no anti-alien. You know, there might be some 9/11 stuff, but whatever. But man, there's so much anti-flat Earth stuff. It's insane.
Yeah, that's a very big one for me too. It's like, what? There's so much money and resources going into preventing people from finding out the truth, censoring, and a whole bunch of shenanigans going on. That's when you realize, wait a minute, what are they doing all this for? Why are they hiding all this stuff? Okay, there's something here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something. And then you see like the timelines of, you know, of discovery of Antarctica, and then, you know, the different projects that the military had down there. And I mean, Admiral Byrd, he might be a Freemason himself, but I think maybe he did let a little bit of information out, maybe a little bit too much. And how long was it after that TV show he did? He was gone. But yeah, I think that's a big key to it, down there. And then one of the weirdest things was a few years ago, like there was, I don't know how many people actually it was, but I know Kerry, and I think the Pope went down there, and I don't know if Hillary went, but there were several people that went down there. And then you hear stories about how Buzz went down and got sick, and you know, there's some stuff. There's a lot of stuff I think that they're not telling us. Then you hear the stories about blue ice. Did you ever run into that?
No, I haven't run into blue ice. I know about Captain Byrd and their project in Antarctica.
I can't remember where I heard that there was supposedly somebody that was they were stationed down there, and he said during the slow times he would get to talk to some of the scientists that were doing, you know, experiments. And he said once they got to get a couple of beers in them, and, you know, in the common areas, and I guess this guy told, I mean, this is pure anecdotal evidence, of course, you know, but he said that they said there's some kind of ice, they called it blue ice, and it wouldn't melt, it was just evaporate. And they were trying to figure out, you know, they were probably trying to figure out how to get through it. He didn't really say that, but that's what I think, you know, but they were probably trying to figure out what it was and what they could do and how to get out of it, I imagine. I don't know. It's interesting, though. I wish I could remember where that was. And I don't know if it was on DI, you know, David Weiss's channel. It's Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, DITRH.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know that channel. Maybe I do. I just have a whole bunch. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to check out David Weiss in the DITRH. He's the one that's got the Flat Earth app. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's so much we don't know, especially about Antarctica. I'm not that educated when it comes to the history of it, but I do know that Admiral Byrd went over there, and the whole Operation Fishbowl and Operation Freeze or whatever it's called. And they had, there's like a whole thing with the Nazis too, that they had a base there. It's all speculation. I don't really know that much about it, but I do know that there was a lot of scientists that went over there to Antarctica because they found something there. Something was going on there. And just the fact that Antarctica is owned by the United Nations and the flag has a flat Earth map, which is funny.
That's crazy. That's crazy, isn't it?
Like they like to point things in your face sometimes. They like to have that. It's a thing.
Yeah, I keep forgetting the phrase. It's what is it? When they have to tell you what they're going to do beforehand. I can't remember what it is, but it's just two words. It's
revelation of the method.
There you go. I can always forget that. Yeah, I think they do have to tell you. It's just like getting the clot shot. You got to sign that paper before you get it, boy. You know, they're not going to force it on anybody, but it's just like anything else.
Yeah, because if there's no evidence, they can't take the credit, so they have to, it's a whole thing to it. But yeah, Antarctica, I looked up Antarctica. It was one of my favorite subjects on the flat earth for a long time. It was just very interesting what Admiral Byrd said, and a couple of slip ups, and the whole scientist thing over there was like, okay, Antarctica, and to go there, it's a whole ordeal. It's insane. You have to do all this stuff to go there. Because I looked it up. I actually wanted to go over there, and I don't know if this was a thing back, I don't know, 3 years ago, where they were gonna make a cruise with all the flat earthers, and they're gonna go to Antarctica or something. I don't know if that was real or not, but I was like, if that was real, I was like, okay, I gotta go. I gotta do this.
Yeah, that'd be cool to be able to go down, but I don't know what the minimum is. Probably in the several thousands, I imagine, to be able to take some kind of cruise. But yeah, Nathan Oakley had a guy on his channel. It was probably an older video where he interviews this guy that was a plumber down there. It's probably like a 2 or 3 hour podcast with this guy. I'm pretty sure it's probably still on YouTube. I'll look on YouTube and see if I can post it on here.
Yeah, that would be great. I like hearing those type of videos. It's a cruise ship, or obviously, in my opinion, right? If there was a cruise to Antarctica, it shouldn't be public anyways, because a lot of things could happen if it was public. It should be some kind of like secret thing, because if not, it would get shut down for sure. Also on the flight paths, there's so much to the flight paths passing the southern hemisphere that I actually considered one time just renting out some type of plane and doing some experiments, because I haven't seen that on YouTube. I'm not saying they're not there, I just haven't seen one. It's very interesting to me.
He's got so many videos on here. I can't have two things open at once. I just got to push the talk on my phone here. I was trying to play. He's got thousands of videos, it looks like. But I think if you go in there and just Google, I think it was Blue Ice, that there might be some stuff on there that pops up, but I'm sure they're not going to let the whole cat out of the bag. But and you think too about like the way things are in the southern latitudes, the way that the Earth's supposed to tilt, right? It's supposed to be hitting, the sun's supposed to be hitting in the south. We're supposed to be closer, and it's going to be hitting harder down there, in their summer, right? That's what they tell us. And there's no evidence for that. Like you have Antarctica, with the coldest place in the world, and it's usually colder down there. And you hear some other things. I heard 14 of the 15 hottest temperatures ever recorded were above the equator up on this side. You think if the sun's hitting it so hard down there, why is the climate the way it is? That's another kind of weird oddity. We're supposed to be however many Earth widths closer to the sun during their summer, right? And the way it's tilted and everything. Well, it ought to be hotter than heck down there, right? And the climate ought to be different everywhere down there, but it's not. It's cold.
Also, at different latitudes, at similar latitudes, you would expect similar climates, but it's very different between, like, I think they measured like New Zealand compared to the UK. It's like very different climates. I might be wrong about that. I'm reaching back to like books that I was consuming in like 2015.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the things. It's hard to remember everything, but yeah, I think, or even like you said, how the North Pole, a lot of the times it does get liquefied. It never gets liquefied down there, as far as we know. Of course, that's just speculation, I guess, if anybody has been down there. But yeah, there's a lot of things that don't pan out. The other thing down there was like the sailboat races. They say that them sailboats can go, they give the average specs on them sailboats, 30, 40 knots. And then, the person who wins it's averaging 4 knots. Now, how does that figure up? Why wouldn't somebody that has a similar boat just go 6 knots and win the world record? It's weird. There's a lot more space down there, I think they're telling us.
Oh yeah, there's so many holes to the round Earth. There's so many holes, and like I said, like everyone, I think I can relate to everyone on this. People can relate to me. I mean, everybody wanted to prove it wrong, like flat Earth. Screw this! I'm going to debate people. I'm going to figure it out, prove it, and debate flat Earthers. But there's so much that you can't just ignore it. There's so much out there that doesn't make sense on the round Earth, and it's kind of hard once you really look into it. It's really hard to not believe in flat Earth, and that's what happened to me.
Yeah, and the way they demonize flat Earths, well, they want to clown it, I guess is another word. But yeah, and then actually once you look into it, just like you said a little while ago, there's some smart people on here. There's a lot more smart people than. I think that most of them guys you see on TV, like Neil deGrasse and all them, they call themselves science communicators. And actually, somebody that has a little bit of brains. They know what's up. I think a lot of them people. They know what's going on. They just don't want to say it. Somebody that has a degree, they know what's going on. But then they have to have fakers out there on TV to communicate the lie.
So Neil deGrasse, he has a very interesting way of making everything vague. Like he's kind of like saying, "Yes, I know it. You just can't understand it." I think there was this episode or podcast where they asked him about gravity, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's complicated." I don't know what he said exactly, but it's like he does that. He has this way of just like pushing things off. And being okay with it, and he's very effective.
He's kind of condescending too. He's condescending, and he's a little bit narcissistic too, I think. But that's one of the tactics, is to be condescending and talk down, until they figure out that there's some smart folks that's figured out a lot of the lies,
The expansion of this community too, it's amazing how big it's gotten. It's hard to hide truth. It's really hard, especially empirical truth. You can only hide it so much.
Yeah, I mean, you just take like simple laws of physics and measurements. It's pretty simple when you look at it that way. Yeah. Yep.
Although YouTube's doing a really good job, and so it's Twitter and Facebook. I don't have social media. I don't have Twitter or Facebook, but I have YouTube, and they do a really good job in burying these things now more than ever, because 5 years ago, you could still put flat Earth, and you're going to get a couple of good videos. Now you put flat Earth, and the first 20 videos are NASA. It's insane how much resources they're putting into hiding this. I don't think I pressed the talk button. But yeah, it's insane how much they're censoring this on YouTube and social media, and putting false information. Very, very intelligent way of doing it. Very subtle, like what Hank was saying about the 90% food and 10% poison. It's really effective. Like Alex Jones, for example, he's a very effective person in doing this. And a lot of other people.
Alex Jones always has a big glow behind him too, spinning. That's when I quit watching him. I kind of figured that out. I mean, it didn't take much to figure it out, but once you realize he's promoting the globe right there behind him all the time,
Yeah, exactly. And he's very popular. And one time he went on Joe Rogan with a NASA shirt with Eddie Bravo. That was really funny. Yeah, he's very entertaining. I'm not gonna lie, but
oh yeah. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I used to think that he meant well, but I think a lot of it's, I don't know. I mean, it's cliche to say that it's fear porn or fear mongering. I mean, even like Doug Hagman, guy like that. I mean, it's always like, you know, we have to, you know, it's always the same thing. It's like, you know, it's almost like beating a dead horse lately. I think you kind of get tired of hearing it. You know, I know something does need to change, but yeah, I don't know what to do. You know, it's like one of the things. It's frustrating, you know, because we know what's going on, but more people need to know what's going on. And I think that if people would come to the realization that they've been lied to us about what we're standing on, and then people would get the bigger picture, you know.
Yeah, I dedicated a lot of time in how to talk to people without hitting these points in their brain of rejection, and I just try to perfect the art because that's very important. And
yeah, I can't say flat Earth.
No, you can't. You can't say flat Earth. You can't say conspiracy theory. You can't say you're wrong. You can't get mad. There's so many variables very important factors to consider when you're debating. You can't get passionate. You have to have kind of like Hank. Hank has a very nice way of speaking. He lets a person talk, let them talk, and then, okay, let's see what we can do here.
Yeah, there's some trigger words. I think that's, you know, I mean, conspiracy theories. That was, I remember seeing it was a communication. I think it was back in the 60s or 70s. It was like a communication between the CIA and somebody, and it was to promote conspiracy theory, you know, type of attitudes, and you know, it was sort of like the beginning of the demonization of the conspiracy theorist, I guess. I don't know. And I think that's how it was born, you know, instead of just being a skeptic or, you know, but then you have the skeptics on the other side where, you know, what's his name? No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's the thing about flat Earth that I really enjoy. It's not like a controversial subject like abortion or some other subject like that. It's a subject that there is a truth and there's a way to do it. And that's what gives me a lot of hope when it comes to flat Earth, because there's things you can do to get absolute truth. And that's very attractive to me. It's just a matter of, okay, let's see how we can do this the most effective way.
If you're trying to be as efficient as possible, one of the best ways I've found is to knock out two birds with one stone. Right? You know, reveal the lies and then start teaching the truth about like how people can help themselves, and then they get this hobby where it's a good thing instead of just a hobby.
Yeah. There's a lot of methods that I tried. Like one time I was trying a method where I would pretend I wasn't a flat earther. I'll be like, yeah, flat earth was weird. But they do have some good points though. Like, have you thought about this? And then like, since you're in a common ground, it actually is quite effective because they relate. They're like, yeah, it is weird, but that is weird. How does water always find level or whatever it may be? I tried other methods like just not telling them about flat earth at all and just putting some facts on the table. Hey, check this out. That's kind of weird, right? And just slowly working them up, because there's a lot of pride. There's a lot of intellectual pride that it's like playing chess.
Yeah, especially with people that's been indoctrinated in the 60s, you know, or in the 50s when space was huge. You know, I mean, it was everywhere. I mean, look at the cars back then. You know, they had fins and bombs on them. You know, people grew up with that stuff. And, whatever they heard on the radio or the TV, that was the God's honest truth to them, and nothing else.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I mean, space is cool. I'm not gonna lie. Star Wars, Star Trek, space is a cool idea. Going out there and doing, I don't know, whatever you do. So yeah, a lot of people don't want to give up that idea. It's like, wait, space is real, So that's a big factor too, I think.
Yeah, just like you said, what do they do? Like they're on the they're supposed to be on the space station, and you never hear anything important coming from it really. Lately, especially, it's them. It's them tap dancing for us. That's what they're doing. And you can tell by their demeanor that they think it's a joke. That it's just, I mean, can you imagine if you're living in a tube, 200-300 miles up, and all it takes is a little crack in that thing, and you're going to get sucked out like you're a spaghetti strainer. I would be so paranoid. And they just act like it's just a walk in the park, and it's obvious. I mean, sure, I think they have to train on those wire things that they use. I think there is a lot of training for that.
Yeah.
You watch.
Anybody that watches those videos on the ISS, for example, about the wire thing, and it's so obvious that when you see it, when you understand what's going on, you can't unsee it. And it's frustrating when I show other people and they're like, what's weird about that? And it's frustrating for me. It's like, don't you see the strings? Don't you see the shenanigans going on? It's not consistent. So there's a lot of information out there that people just reject completely.
Yeah, you see the flies, you see the moths, you see them dropping stuff. The goofy hair, it's ridiculous. But most people just eat it up.
Yeah, the goofy hair is a big one. I mean, there's two versions of doing that method. One is the plain method, where they can create zero gravity for like 20 seconds. And they have this method to make it. But it didn't work because in interviews, you can't have 20-second clips. So in interviews, they had to like fake the hair. And you can see the difference between the hair on the interviews and the hair on the International Space Station plain method. It's a whole different thing, and it's just crazy. There's just so much out there that it's like I feel guilty. Like, how did I not find this out before?
Yeah, you're right. I'm getting close to 50, and I never, and just the last, within the last few years, I've been kind of looking into a lot better. But back in 2015, I kind of gave it a go around, and I watched a lot of air tube based stuff, and I kind of set it down for a while, and I don't know what happened. I think maybe I was trying to bring it up to some people I was close with, and it was almost like embarrassing, But then Level come out, the movie Level. I don't know if you watched that.
I know I haven't.
I mean, it's sort of like it's sort of like a documentary. It was a collaboration with a bunch of people. It's pretty good. And when it come out, I watched it again. I was like, it kind of sparked my interest again, and I was like, man, that's and then with the with the CV and all that, I was there were still a few little things. I seen Hatfield on Rogan, and he seemed pretty honest on there, and I thought, well, maybe maybe he really was up there, but nah. I don't know. Did you see where Hatfield posted on his Twitter where they have supposedly got a hole in the ISS, and he posted a picture of it, and then it's the same picture that was on an album cover, I guess. I'm sure there's probably a meme somewhere, but it's that's mocking the street there. It's just mockery. That's another thing that kind of gets you. Is there's so much mockery.
Or that video, I don't know if it's real, but there's this video of George Bush, the first one, being pulled in a wheelchair around the NASA station or the NASA department building, and on the side you could actually see a green screen and some guy doing some weird things on the International Space Station supposedly, and that's crazy. There's so many leaks out there, and NASA just ignores it. They don't even try to debate it. They just ignore it completely.
Yeah, I think they leave Easter eggs for people to find. I really believe that, because most people aren't going to see that, But yeah, I think they leave little Easter eggs, like the moths and stuff and the fly, and then on Mars there was what Mike said the other day. It wasn't a mouse, but it was some kind of little varmint. You could see it plain as day.
Yeah, or like little air bubbles or water bubbles or whatever. There's just so much.
Bumblebees, man, that's a big one for me. I seen the bumblebee. That's supposed to be out. They're supposed to be outside the space station. It's around one of the, I don't know. It's like some kind of a tower or something. And you can see the bumblebee. It's buzzing around, and you could tell that's a bumblebee, 100%.
That's funny. I haven't seen that one. That's funny.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a bumblebee, dude. You can see it plain as day.
Have you seen the one on Red Bull? Like, this is Red Bull video where this guy is skydiving. I mean, free falling from space or something. And in the whole footage, and even the narrator talks about it, like, oh, you can see the curvature of the Earth. But when he opens the door from the shuttle, like, you see it plain. You see it's straight. And I always use that video when I'm talking to people about flat Earth, because it's so effective. It's not our video; it's a video out there, and it shows like very strong evidence or proof that Earth is flat. It's crazy.
Yeah, they show the main video. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like Planet New Mexico. It's just so round. And then, like you said, yeah, they open up that flat as a pancake. Yeah, I think that was a big one too. And then the Southern Flights was another thing. There's a book out there. It's 16 emergency landings that proves flat Earth. There's a PDF, and you can look that up. And man, that really opens up your eyes.
Yeah, like that time about that pregnant lady. She was pregnant on the flight path, and they had to stop to somewhere that wasn't even close to where they were traveling supposedly. And there's a lot of little things there. And the flight path is a very interesting one because you could actually replicate it. I just don't have enough money to get a jet or something. But it's very interesting once you look into it.
Yeah, I think they have all the money in the world. I think this year was $62 or $64 million a day. Next year it's going to be even more, probably. The year after that, this is going to keep going up and going up, while the rest of us are out here struggling. Just to survive. I'm a janitor. I'm right now. I'm working at a place. Being a janitor. It's just I got money to live. That's it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm living day by day, door dashing. I'm not rich by any means, but these things have been on my mind. Testing these things out, organizing something and testing them out. But they did some interviews with some pilots on YouTube. It's funny, and they're asking these pilots whether Earth is round or flat. And it's funny to me because obviously a pilot's not going to risk his career and say it's flat. Even though I really believe they don't know, but even if they did know, they're not going to risk their whole thing for flat Earth. They're just not.
Yeah, I think there was a lady, I think she was from Australia, come out a few years back, and she talked about it openly. She got shit canned, lady pilot. I can't remember her name, but yeah, I seen some of the ones on YouTube. And there was even a Russian astronaut, or was he Ukrainian or something, that come out in an interview. He was a known guy, but I kept thinking
You're kind of cutting out. Maybe it's me.
Nah, it's probably me. I'm on my phone here. I was trying to work here and talk at the same time. Did you see the story about the DoorDash? I was going to ask you. You said you work for DoorDash. I seen there was a story where DoorDash delivery guy showed up at that lady's house at 1 a.m. in the morning, knocking on the door. She didn't order any food, I guess. Got all freaked out about it. She's that story or not.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting off again. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So there's a DoorDasher that went to a lady's place, but there was no request, something like that.
Yeah, she said that but it was supposed to be no contact, and I guess this guy shows up in the middle of the night, dropped off an order that she didn't order, and was getting a little I guess she was getting a little chummy with the people. You know, they thought it was strange.
Yeah, there's a lot of details that people put on their DoorDash. You could put specific instructions. I try to read it. Sometimes I forget, but there's very picky people out there that will tell you a specific thing, like, oh, could you go to the back? Could you put it on this weird chair? And so sometimes that happens. And a lot of mistakes happens, especially with new DoorDashers.
Yeah, I think maybe she thought that the guy was stalking her or something, that maybe he just thought he was going to bring her some free food, and maybe she just looked into it, looked at it the wrong way and thought that it was creepy or something. Maybe I mean, she was married, but, I don't know, maybe the guy was honest and really thought he was going to do her a favor, but she totally flipped it the wrong way, and probably he was going to call the cops on the guy to get him fired, or whatever, get him banned or whatever. Yeah, I just seen that today, actually.
Yeah, that happens. I think with every rideshare, there's always these stories, weird stories. Here in San Diego, some Uber driver killed one of their clients or two of their clients. So it happens. It's just there's always bad people, and bad people could do Uber or DoorDash, I guess. But yeah,
I'd be scared. Like, I don't know, when I was a good while ago, there was them young girls. I think it was in Baltimore, DC, where they jumped in the guy's car. I don't know if it was Uber Eats. They jumped in the car, and I think the guy died, and one of the guys died. I think he wrecked his car. I don't think he got shot, but there was a lot of that going on, where they were, these people were ordering and just jumping in the car and jacking the car and everything, jacking the guy's money. And be scary to be one of them drivers out there.
I mean, there's a risk. There's always a risk. I did Uber for about 3 years, 3-4 years, and yeah, there's always crazy clients. There's always crazy adventures. A lot of people that are drugged out or high, and so there's a risk involved. That's why a lot of female drivers, sometimes they'll tell me, hey, is it worth it to drive for Uber? It's like, well, it's just a little bit dangerous, but yeah, it's worth it. Just you have to have a dash cam, and it could be dangerous.
Yeah, dash cam would be a must.
Especially in these times where people are really delicate, when there's a lot of limits on what we can say, and it's really delicate right now. So yeah, dashcam could save you from a potential lawsuit or something.
Yeah, everybody's pretty sensitive. Yeah, it's hard to joke around anymore and be sarcastic with people. Even used to be able to be sarcastic and joke around with just strangers somewhere or whatever. But yeah, nowadays you got to watch. People might flip out, or people might try to get you fired, or it's yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got to be really careful with your words. And it's harder for us flat earthers, to persuade people, especially in these times because of that. It's a hindrance for sure, I think. People are so polarized right now, and they put themselves in little boxes, and they fall in love with these ideas because the idea includes a society, and they know if they reject that idea, they lose a society. So people really fall in love with these things, and that really makes it hard for debate to happen, for reasonable philosophical discussion. And it turns more like I see these debates on YouTube where it looks like a football game. Like people are cheering, chanting. It's insane. It's like, what happened to the intellectual learning opportunity debates should be?
Yeah, that's like the CV thing. You can't even say the word because I know we're on YouTube here. I mean, I like talking about that. I like talking about the facts stuff. I like trying to open people up. Getting people to open up their eyes to that. But there's only so many places you could talk about it. Because some people are real sensitive to it, like you said, and people just don't even want to hear the facts. Like they don't even want to hear the VAERS facts. Like I don't even think we could even talk about it on here that much anymore.
Yeah, because people are based on emotions and not logic. Like it's a very emotional era where feelings are important, and I'm not saying they're not important, but I believe it's based on the individual. Whether how you take things. But right now we live in an era where if I feel bad, that means it must not be true. And it's crazy.
Yeah, that's silly.
Yeah, it's a big thing right now. It's really hard to do anything. It's very polarizing. You do anything and they put you in this box and you're that. So
I don't care. They can put me in a box. I'm not gonna risk my family, me or my family, for anybody else. I don't care. They could do whatever they want to do. People need to live and let live again. And like you said, they want to put labels on people, granny killer or whatever. No, I don't care. I live my life. You live your life. The old they used to cry it all the time. My body, my choice. Whatever happened to
that? Yeah, exactly.
We probably shouldn't have gone on this subject.
I know we kind of drifted off.
I got kind of scalded on here a couple times for talking about it, or even posting about it a while back. I don't know what I don't know what their view is on it now. I'm sure probably about the same, but yeah, it's a touchy subject. Because it's heavily censored. And especially with the thing with Rob Skiba, I mean, wow. Yeah, it's just,
Yeah, Rob Skiba was an important factor for flat earth, for me at least. And yeah, he was a big influence for sure. He was just very educated, very articulate, really cool guy.
Yeah, and you could almost immediately he just had that trustworthy quality too. You could tell he was a down to earth type of guy. He wasn't some crazy, like we were talking about Aaron Ra earlier. I mean, you look at that guy, and then you look at Rob Skiba. That guy's a nut job. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but he looks like Paul Bearer, or the Undertaker or something. He's a clown.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you could just Google Aaron Ra real quick. You'll see he's got long hair. He's got black hair. He probably dyes it. He wants to look like some kind of a demon. He's probably one of the ones right now that's probably clapping his hands because a guy like Rob Skiba's passed. Because he was a big atheist or whatever.
Is he a flat earther?
No, he's an anti-flat earther. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If the guy dresses, just his looks alone just tells you everything about him.
Yeah, you could tell sometimes whether someone's sincere and honest versus somebody that's just trying to push an agenda or just trying to get views and there's a way you can tell.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuts. I mean, a lot of the guys I like to watch, like Jaron and Dave Weiss. Them guys, they all seem like they're pretty down to earth. The guys from Globebusters, they all seem like regular people. And then you got like the other side, like some of them guys, they're just paid. They're like paid actors, and it shows. It shows.
Yeah, the mainstream information about flat Earth, or there's a lot of videos out there right now that mislead people big time.
Yeah, there's what's his name, Professor Dave or whoever, and then there's the other guy. There's several. You could tell that they're phony baloney. Bob from Globebusters, he seems like he's like one of them guys too. Like you could just tell he's just so down to earth. He's just a regular guy. He's just out there trying to get the truth out. But they made that goofy movie about him there a couple of years ago. That didn't turn out too good. The way they put a spin on it, it was horrible. I'm glad he come back on here and defended himself, but. Yeah, did you ever watch Globebusters on here? Or
Globebusters, yeah, I'm familiar with Globebusters.
Yeah, that's pretty good. They get a little technical. The Moore guy, I like that guy. The Moore guy. I mean, some of them guys they might miss. They're not Hollywood quality actors or entertainers or whatever you want to. It's just getting information, just like on here.
So some of the people I used to follow was Eric Dubay. Has pretty good information for the most part. Like I haven't seen all his videos, just in general. And D Marble, I find him pretty interesting, sincere. But like I said, I don't know. It's just my observation. But there's a couple of guys out there that just seem sincere and just want to promote the truth. And yeah, there's a couple of guys out there. Like Globebusters is pretty cool too.
Yeah, and Witsit. Sometimes I'll be in the mood to watch Witsit, like out on the street, arguing with people. But sometimes it's cringy.
Yeah, there's D Marble actually had debates in the street of New York or Chicago or something with people, and he put his little poster, and it's really it must be really tough to do that. I mean, I debate people. I debated my family. I debated my friends. I debated in public places, and it could be frustrating. But I can't imagine just being on the street and just debating people on the street. It's you're gonna get a lot of hate.
Yeah, because you always get people. I always run into, haven't you ever been in an airplane? I get that all the time, and it's sort of like, well, no, I really haven't, but I lived on Lake Erie for a while. I know what I could see. You could see almost clear to Canada sometimes,
Yeah, it could be extreme too. Like one time, I almost got into a violent confrontation because this guy got really offended. He's like, "How could you be so stupid and believe the Earth is flat?" But then I was like, "Okay, it's okay. Just give me something I can do to prove that the Earth is round." And that's where they always struggle. I keep it really simple when I debate or try to persuade somebody. I just keep it simple. Say, "Okay, please, I'm ignorant. Tell me, like, what could I do empirically that could prove that the Earth is round, and they get stuck there. They'll just talk about space or they'll talk about NASA, and I was like, well, that's not empirical science. We're going back to the same thing.
Yeah, pictures.
Yeah, they have pictures. That's a big one.
Yeah, those pictures are fake, and they admit that they're fake. That's the whole thing. And people are like, "Oh no." Yeah, pictures and space and satellites. The Hemawari, but the Hemawari's, it's just like the other thing. It's made up of, it's just made of data too. They put data together.
Yeah, it's the new religion. And there's two types of people. Like, I put people in two categories when it comes to globe earthers. There's the ones that are sincere and really curious. It's like, what's going on here? And there's the other ones that just want to debate. And the people that just want to debate, it's really hard to get through them because it's a one-up challenge. They just want to compete. They want to prove their point, and they don't want to be wrong. And discerning that, it's very important, I think.
Yeah, it's like lately, you talk about the curvature, and they come up with all kind of different reasons, which is all. I mean, I guess that's what they could do. They could just come up with, they could just make something up.
Yeah, like gravity bending light. I was like, there's no way they're using that. I can't believe they're using that.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's yeah. There's various things that happen, optically, but it's like the Lake Pontchartrain pictures and videos. I guess evidently that's the only place in America that has curvature. They just beat that one to death. I guess I forget who it was that posted some pictures, but yeah, they beat that one to death. And then you bring up like the Black Swan, like, oh, there's bendy cranes. Well, that doesn't, it doesn't matter what's there. That's just a marker, there could be a Chevy van out there. It doesn't make any difference. It's the mileage marker. That's what it's all about. I've been wanting to get my mom. I've been trying to work on her a little bit, right? She's in her 70s.
Yeah, it's really hard. I tried to get to my dad. It's really hard. The ideas are really rooted in there. They're really ingrained. It's just, I'm really patient and,
You gotta let them get out what they, when they were a kid. Like I said the other night, like she said she saw Sputnik when she was in grade school or whatever it was, and they truly believe that, and they believe that there was people here with, with telescopes watching the moon landing. Like she honestly believes that. She says that people could see it. I mean, how do you argue with that?
So it's funny how the science community, or like the globers, there's a lot of contradiction. Like, I'm a 90s kid, and I remember watching these videos, but I like Bill Nye or these other videos that used to show a way to tell there's curvature on the Earth. Like the boats disappear because they go over the horizon, right? They go over the curvature. And as time evolved and technology got better, you don't hear the science community saying that anymore. You don't hear them saying, "Hey, grab a camera and you could see for yourself that there is curvature." They don't say that because they know that's a way to find out that it's flat. And Stephen Hawking's, in his voice, there's a video out there by Discovery, I think. He advocates his experiment, and he's actually narrating an experiment that's going on. A laser experiment. He's saying, a laser could actually measure the curvature of the Earth, right? If Stephen Hawking, which is allegedly the smartest man on Earth, right, advocates something like that, then why is the science community saying that gravity could bend light? They're saying that Stephen Hawking lied about that experiment. There's a lot of contradictions that it makes it really hard for me to go like, yeah, Earth is round. It's so hard for me to believe Earth is round when you see these holes and contradictions and things that NASA is really poor at explaining or answering these questions. Like there's this NASA video, 10 proofs that the world is round, and the first is so, like they treat you like a little kid. The first one was like, I have
fall off the edge.
Astronauts. What's up?
No, I was going to say that, you still hear, oh, you're going to fall off the edge. That's the most ridiculous, childish thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, they don't have the correct information, and one of the 10 proofs that it was round was that, well, the moon and the sun are round, the earth must be round, and stuff like, are you serious? NASA is giving me this information. Are you serious right now? And it's like, wow, people buy this. Like people buy this stuff. Or they'll show like an old experiment that happened like 400 or 1,000 years ago. Oh yeah, this Greek philosopher did this, and he proved that it was round. Why are you guys going back 1,000 years? Why can't you just replicate this with current time and just put the nail on the coffin and shut these flat earthers up? Because you can't, because it's not flat. I mean, round. It's not round, and there's so many contradictions. The round earth has a lot of holes. There's a lot of things that cannot happen. And it's just insane. It's very clear. Like once you really look into flat earth, it's clear.
Yeah, when you look into all their experiments, the Aries failure and all the gyroscope stuff, the Michelson-Morley thing, they all contradict their own model until they have to add things, like what was the one with the balls and the man? I can't think right now. But yeah, it's like a lot of their things contradict themselves.
Yeah, there was this debate going on earlier. I don't know if you were there with this guy that was arguing against flat Earth, and there was just life is very simple. I think sometimes if like we don't feel like we're moving, we don't feel like there's a curve anywhere. We can't really see it, and all these things that are like gravity and Earth is round, and all these things are add-ons to our proper experience. They're add-ons to things that we see for ourselves that people don't see that sometimes. It's really hard for people to see that. Wait a minute. This is an add-on which has no evidence whatsoever, and we buy it. And that's like a type of religion, in my opinion.
I was thinking the Cavendish experiment, but yeah, like the Michelson-Morley thing. They had to invent, a phenomena, to see it to where it fit their narrative, which it's just totally ridiculous. They can invent anything, black matter, dark matter, and black holes, They can just make it up as they go. Let's keep going. Like you said, empirical old-time science, that's what proves it.
Yeah, empirical science. And I really get to people when I'm debating. I really get to them when I say, okay, so you're saying you have faith in these scientists that tell you all these things, which you have no proof whatsoever. So you have faith, right? And they start questioning that. Like, wait a minute, I do have faith. Isn't that like religion? And there's a lot of experiments out there, like the compression tanks or vacuums, self-made vacuums. There's a lot of experiments out there, and that people are conducting and finding this out. Like, there's no gravity. There's no Earth is not spinning, and we live in a flat plane. It's crazy. How more empirical do you need to get to convince these people that Earth is not round? I mean, it's empirical is the only way to find something out for yourself, making it true knowledge. It's the only way.
Yeah, I think some of the things with space that they want people to believe, I think they wish they could take back some of the facts, like the vacuum, and no air. If you think about how's a rocket supposed to work, I've seen the experiments with the vacuum chamber. I forget who did that. Oh, that was that flat fellow on YouTube. He had a little vacuum chamber that he tried to light gunpowder and just paper, and he had a fan in there with a feather, and it really showed that once there's a vacuum, there's nothing that goes on, and
Yeah, you can't do anything in a vacuum. Yeah, I saw that video. Several videos with a vacuum chamber, a little vacuum chamber like a fish tank, and yeah, a fly couldn't fly, a drone couldn't. You couldn't light a match. But yeah, like the moon landing, for example, the little thing that was flying towards the moon, the little shuttle thing, had little spray things that came out of the shuttle, and it started moving and guiding toward the moon. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, how could that work in a vacuum? That's that's clearly impossible. Yet, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I guess I see it, and it's really frustrating when other people don't see it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like it's like they expect us to believe that that older lady that went up with Bezos, and and William Shatner, he's 90 years old or whatever, 89 or whatever it was. They're supposed to be going out 23,000 miles an hour. Really? I mean, how many G's is that?
Yeah, I agree. One of the examples I always use is like, I have bad service with my cell phone. Sometimes I lose complete connection when I'm like a mile away from a certain area. And we're in 2021, but 1969, they had a video call from 230,000 miles away in space with supposedly radiation and all these things going on. There's no way on Earth that all that was real. There's no way. The moon landing, like I said before, it's a great vehicle to introduce somebody to flat Earth. Baby steps.
Yeah, that's like that. That's kind of what did it for me too. That originally was that Bart Sibrel movie. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. But that guy's a gatekeeper, because they want you to think that they're actually in low Earth orbit. And you really gotta when I first seen it, I got to thinking, well, they're supposed to be halfway, right? But they're faking. They're faking it in low Earth orbit. Well, if they really weren't in low Earth orbit, whatever they're seeing out the window, it would have looked different, and it looked like it was almost an entire globe.
Yeah,
I think that was. Yeah, and how did he just get that one clip at Bart Sibrel?
I think you're cutting off.
I'm sorry. I probably ought to try to get some.
Hi everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice. Where do you come from? Bonjour de la France.
Wow, wow.
Hello.
Oh, wow, wow. Hold up.
Shut up. Nice and quiet.
Yes, Iggs, brother. Is it my G?
What's going on, bro?
Oh, it's all good, mate. It's all good. The other day when I needed some advice from you, like, and something ended up happening that was like the exact perfect thing that could have happened in that situation. So I had a load of stress like released from me. So I'm good, brother, right now.
When I spoke to you, I told you to leave it, and it would just work out sometimes.
It has. That's why it's worked itself out somehow, like to the extent. Yeah, bro. Like
that's why I didn't want to continue the conversation, because that is the question of faith. It's not a question of religion. It's a question of faith. When you leave it and you ask for the help and you get it, and that's what it is. I had a feeling it was going to work out. I didn't want to give any momentum to it. That's why, Well, my internet cut out too, which was...
would have been a positive feedback.
Internet cut out too.
If I did the shit that I was talking about, it would have just caused more problems because it would have been a positive feedback loop. You know what I mean? Like, 100%.
Positively charging a negative thing,
Mm-hmm.
Which might sound counterintuitive, but that's the way it is.
It really is, mate. Obviously, everyone else here probably thinks we're talking gibberish, but obviously it's only relevant to what we know we're talking about. So,
exactly.
But yeah, you're right there, bro.
But yeah, it was kind of like a thing from another place where we spoke, and it was like, "Oh, come over there, we'll talk about it a bit more." And I was like, "All right." I watched the thing, and I actually got pissed off, and I'm like, I shouldn't fucking feed this because da-da-da-da-da. And then the internet went out, and I was like, okay, there we go. There's mine. That's what it's meant to be. I should have kept to that original thought.
I managed to get some advice from someone else, and I come to a conclusion of what I should do, and then that ended up actually happening, but not through me, through someone else, which was the better person. You know what I mean? Like, my cousin ended up the very thing that I said I was going to do the night before, and I prayed that would be what would happen and how the outcome would be. The outcome ended up being that my cousin did the exact thing that I wanted to and had planned to do and prayed to come to fruition. So it was just like madness. It was really good. You right there?
So you're trying to tell me that my advice is shit now, that it's worth nothing. Fuck.
No.
Just kidding, bro.
No, because it made me stop. Do you know what I mean? Because I was like, right, I'm not, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I had to just stop myself, like, from doing.
Yeah, you have to stop thinking, evaluate what's going on.
Yeah, because like otherwise, like, if I don't speak about the problem or air it out or get someone else's opinion on it, but it might have been the wrong person to speak to. Would be you, because if I told you what exactly had happened, you may have like actually been someone that would have, because you're my brother and that, you might have been like, nah, do this. Do you know what I mean? Like, you may have given me the advice that would have been wrong. Because of you, because I needed to speak to someone that would be like non-emotionally affected by what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And I don't think that would be you, because you know what I mean. You've got love for me, so I'm not saying the person who gave me advice doesn't have love for me, but I mean, like, on a certain level. You know what I mean?
Oh, listen, bro. I was pissed off. I knew what you meant by all of that, and the thing was, out of love, I don't want to make your life more difficult, even though I'm burning inside.
Yeah,
that's the thing where you need to separate what the desire of thought and actual love. What is good for whoever you're speaking about, or
what you saw. So, exactly, but like what you saw was like
just a show of the type of person that we're talking about and dealing with, yeah? And then that person went and apparently had done something and extremely bad, unrelated to that video, but sort of related to it in ideological senses, you know what I mean? Toward my family. Do you know what I mean?
It was me. I know what.
Bro, you can imagine the stuff that was going through my head, like, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said what I wanted to say, because we have a tendency of similar thoughts. So that's why I was saying that.
Exactly. It's better if you just pretty much say nothing, because you'd be like, yeah, just go do this. You know, kneecap him. Yeah, that's the sort of like, yeah, I know. It's probably a good thing I didn't want to cut out and that, because it would have been like a positive feedback loop, like, you know. I'm like, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? And you probably be like, yeah, fucking right, do that. You know.
Bro, I wanted to do that, so I thought to myself, listen, this, and I'm like, why would I want to perpetrate a brother, you know, huffing up out of just pure emotion when, you know, the guy is obviously something's wrong with him, and you know, you're feeding the so-called beast.
Yeah,
and there's other ways around it. You know what I mean?
Luckily, part of the story of what was told that he apparently did was also a lie. So there was embellishment involved in what I believed he had done wrong. Does that make sense? So that embellishment being removed makes it much easier to sort of to not to have to be a very extreme reaction. You know what I mean? And he's willing to do everything he can in order to set it straight, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
he's already apologized to a couple of people in person, so and like, yeah, that's all I really need. I'll explain it to you in private at some point, fully, like what happened. Anyway, I don't really want to, you know, people in my town listen to me on here, so people, you know, me talking about it on here could be a fucking positive feedback loop, even.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of a problem when you have it. If you should have another person to bounce an idea off, otherwise you're just fucking feeding into your own fucking narcissistic tendencies.
Exactly.
But yeah, I couldn't give out, you know, I couldn't say to you, hey, you know, do this, and, you know, I know that it's not about that.
It's just too nuanced as well, isn't it? It's like a nuanced problem. And
especially now.
Nuanced solutions as well, you know. But then the ends up just being just trusting the creator and trust that things will happen how they're meant to happen, you know. And that's what I ended up doing. I was just like, right, I'll just leave it for a little bit, and then I made a plan of what I was going to do, and then boom, the plan that I had planned out actually happened. It just happened with someone else. You know what I mean? So I didn't even have to take the part of the protagonist or, you know, anything. It was all dealt with for me.
Vengeance is mine, said the Lord.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you don't need to deliver the punishment. Somebody else will.
You're a Satanist. You're a Satanist. Coming out with shit like that, and you're a Satanist.
Put me on the fucking strap me up to the fucking wooden, you know.
Yeah, man, I know.
Throw fire at me. Or burn me at the stake. Okay.
Burn me at the stake. You'd be like Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego in the fire. Nebuchadnezzar put them in the fire, in the furnace, and when they opened it, they were fine. It didn't touch them. Were they witches or were they protected by Yah? Who knows? Obviously, we know they were protected by Yah, bro. They were protected by Yah. No one gets put in a fire and survives it. Unless it's ordained by a higher power that they don't get touched or burned.
This
bro,
place
literally,
works.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I was starving and I started making some food, and then I nearly burnt like the only like couple of bits of bread that I had, mate. And I was like, literally, like I raced to it, mate, and I caught it just in time where I could scrape off the black. And I've got just enough food to sort of like see me through. You know what I mean? Like, I've got just enough. I've got a kiwi and a quarter. It's like literally like not like a New Zealander and then a leg of a New Zealander chopped off in the corner of the room. I mean, I've actually got a real kiwi fruit and a quarter of one.
I think me and you are the only ones that get that one, but it's all right. Don't you love when that happens? You're like, all right, I'm gonna make food, and you get like, you know, you got your tomato, you got a bit of, you know, meat, this, that, da. You prepare it, and then all you need to do is just slap the 2 pieces of bread, yeah. And you look in the pantry, there's no fucking bread.
Yeah, you got everything but the bread, and then I've got no bread, and then I look in the cupboard, and there's a white roll in there, and I'm like, yes. I'm like, I've got everything. I've got a couple of eggs, right? The eggs are meant to be gone off. I put them in a water bath, and they sunk to the bottom. And I was like, right, that means they're not gone off, even though it says on the label that they are meant to be gone off, but they are not.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The 2 things you need to look for. It's the
Can I make that for you, please? Because I'm so hungry, and it's just going to be easier. Because I had a... Sorry, bro, about that.
Oh, you're right.
And then like I went to cook the eggs, mate, in the wok, right? And the wok's just covered in like bacon fat, and I'm like way too tired and like not energized enough to even clean that out. So then I'm like, all right, how am I going to cook them? I'm like, all right, I'm going to cook them in a cup in the microwave. They come out like poached eggs. I just got butter and rubbed it on the inside of the cup, right?
Yeah, you can
That's
do
what I
that,
usually
bro.
do. Yeah, they come out like poached eggs.
Yeah,
mate.
yeah, you can do that. Steaks, yeah. What was I going to say?
Comes out nice.
Back overseas, they've got this thing where you take the beef fat, and you actually cook it in pig lard. So you got these big chunks of like fatty stuff, and you're only meant to eat it in like.
Oh, I would have just cooked my eggs in there. I would have cooked my eggs in there, but I'm not eating pork or anything. You know what I mean, so.
I'm just saying that's what they did like overseas. You know, it's you prepare that for winter time, so because it's cold and shit, and you can't cook, and you know all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm. But you know, like bear fat and bear grease, right? Right, so in Alaska, basically, right, they use bear fat, right? So obviously they shoot a bear. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, bear fat or seal fat, yeah, one or the other.
Yeah, right. So they get a bear, they'll kill a bear, right? And then they'll kill the bear, and then they'll render all the fat off of it, right? And they'll save it up in these jars, and it basically like they put it into the root cellar or whatever, right? At a lower pressure point, and it basically just stays like fine for like literally like it can stay alright for a couple of years, right?
Oh yeah.
And it's pretty amazing when you think about it, because they use it not only for like, you know, cooking like pastry with and all that sort of stuff, right? They literally use it for what's it called? Like waterproofing all the like, leather, and yeah, preserving like the wood in the house. They like oil everything up with it, right? And obviously it's bear fat, so like it has the propensity of like bears will eat bear fat, obviously, right? But like that's if it's just in a big load, I imagine. But I imagine if your house is like in Alaska and you've coated like your doors and stuff with bear fat and stuff, I bet that puts them off a bit, like thinking, this is probably already a bear's house. Do you know what I mean? Like it stinks of a bear.
Yeah. Well,
like everything, your clothing, everything, your shoes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be, like what's it called? I don't put it, something that's something that's not true. It's actually plausible because the bear can actually smell another bear, and usually they don't,
Exactly.
if with each other. So
exactly, and if you've spread it everywhere, that scent, like we're talking, like it's on everything. Like they even put it on the wooden rifles. You know what I mean? Like I've heard of them, like even on like guns that have like like bolt action rifles that use polymer stocks instead of wood. Yeah, I've heard of them like using it for like the bolt mechanism and everything like that, like using bear fat to keep the gun like greased up and stuff, and stop it from rusting and all that. And I'm like, bloody hell, this bear fat can be used for like everything. Pie crust could be used for oiling up your guns, everything basically. Yep. Like, that's pretty awesome.
Well,
but it's the leather, mate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, people back in the days just were a bit more in tune with nature and, took what they needed.
Exactly.
Learn how to, maneuver like that. Even just like, what is it? You take vinegar and salt and just, preserve the vegetables.
Yeah. Yeah, like pickling stuff.
You make pickling stuff. Yeah, exactly. You can leave that shit. If you do it properly, you can leave it for
forever, pretty much.
Fucking decades, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The same as like honey. That's why honey's so amazing. Honey never goes off, does it? So, but like Manuka honey, right? Obviously, is true. Like the bees, if you can make it to where, like, this where you get the plus and the minor, like the pluses. Sorry, you get like 50 plus and stuff like that. That's due to how much Manuka the bees use to produce the honey. So if you like put bees in an isolated area, basically, right, and you make it so that the only thing they can get is from the Manuka flowers, right? So the only nectar they get is from the Manuka flower. It's a highly, highly concentrated form of Manuka honey, right? And well, but I'm thinking like, what you could do that with other things, right? Like so, like to preserve like medicines or whatever, right? If it doesn't go off, it's probably because of its viscosity, right? And how viscous it is. There's no how does oxygenation happen to something that creates a crystalline structure on the top surface that does oxidate, right? So that's just like basically creating like a crystal wall, it's almost like you can leave the top, like you can leave the top of off of a lid of honey, and then you'll get a crystalline form structure at the top, right? So I was thinking about basically how like you could put fruit inside of honey, for instance, right? Like get some kiwis, for instance, right? Not kiwi men chopped up, not body parts, people. So you get some kiwis, you get some slices of banana. I wonder how long it would last if you was to sink it into a big jar of honey. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, I wonder if that would preserve it or not. Like, it might just meld into it or something and merge. I don't know. Who knows? I really don't know what the effect would be. Do you know what I mean? I can't say.
I think if you alchemize it, it will sink in and just kind of it should find its own equilibrium with the honey, and then it should stay, because they do that stuff overseas with tea. So you'll have viscous honey, like you were talking about, and they'll put chamomile tea or what's it called? The other one, good for lungs. Crap! I forgot what it's called.
Eucalyptus.
Yeah, you can put eucalyptus. The other, I can't remember what the other one was called. Marshmallow. the root of marshmallow. It's good for bronchitis. So you shove that into the honey. You alchemize it. You like drain it, drain all the liquid from it, and you put it inside. So it's got all the nutrients of it, and you don't lose it. Then if you want, you can even powderize the rest of the plant and put it inside.
See, I was thinking about how, like, with honey, for instance, right, yeah? I was sort of, like, thinking about how, you know, you can have it, like, semi-viscous, and then you can make it set, right? So, if I was to have, like, very viscous honey that's, like, just about to set, right? That's what I was sort of thinking, because obviously the fructoses and sugars and the kiwi and stuff might, like, melt into the liquid that's in the honey, right? So I was thinking if I had like viscous honey that's about to set, and then I put the fruits inside of it, right? Like then like some strawberries, some berries, whatever it is, right? It's got its own skin there, yeah, which would stop it from releasing straight away, right? And then the honey's about to set into its crystalline form. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like have it so it's like so viscous that it's like, you know, just it's like honey that's like 3/4 set, right? And then basically keep it at the right temperature to keep it at that level where it's basically so viscous that it can't really absorb. It's not really a real moisture or a liquid, you know what I mean? It's nearly set to like a hard thing, but it isn't set to a hard thing. And then there would be no penetration of oxygen or any penetration of even bacteria or whatever. I just wonder what it would do. I wonder if the fruit contains the stuff in it that would allow it to degrade or not. Like, you know, it's just something I want to try out.
Yeah, no, you can give that a go. Well, one of the most important things is if you don't condense it enough, alchemize it, or whatever you want to call the process that you're doing, if you can't do it like, let's say perfect or really, really good, is there, and then your product, whatever it is, has to sit between certain temperatures, you know, room level or this level or whatever, and that will keep it in perpetuity.
But that's what I was sort of thinking about root cellar, yeah. Like if you manage to get it to homogenize and stays at a certain viscosity, the honey itself at that temperature, and it's like at that point of just before setting, and you can get it to like, you know, warm it up in there and make it a bit warm, then cool it down really rapidly, right? Because I've done this with honey before, like I've turned runny honey into set honey before, right? Like pretty quickly just by using like hot water baths, like put the jar in a hot water bath and then quickly put it in the freezer, you know what I mean? And like before I put it in the freezer, I'll like whip a little bit of oxygen into it, and then put it in the fridge. And then like all of the oxygen that you whipped into it, I think somehow comes out as it like, I don't know, like quickly cools down. And then because obviously it's cooler there, and then it's like, you know, the oxygen you whipped into it, like for some reason it wants to come to the surface, right? Well, it's entropy that it's cool. And then you take it back out, and then you just basically put it back in the hot water bath, but like almost like, because it's viscous, it all stays there. So you just turn it upside down quickly and put it in boiling hot water, like the lid, quickly. And don't let any of it, like, you know, fall or run upside down. And then then reopen the jar and then close it, and then all the oxygen comes back out, right? So just by doing that, I'm thinking I could preserve stuff inside the honey after I've done that, because there's like no oxygen in it at all. Now I've got a honey that's like set, but like not fully set. Does that make sense? Like it's still like liquid enough that I could put stuff in it, so it's not a solid barrier where I'd destroy the fruit putting it in. It would slowly sink into it over a few seconds or whatever. You know what I mean? And then, but it's not liquid enough to absorb any of the fructoses out of like the fruit or whatever. I'm probably chatting shit and it probably wouldn't work, but you know.
No, you need to try. That's how everything and how we move forward in life is, you know, what you just described, the experiment. You have a hypothesis and you fucking test it. You don't sit there and think about it and tell everybody it's fucking true. You do it. You know, when you have
shit, but you never know.
Yeah, no. It's not shit. It's a valid fucking thought process.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, you look at the properties of so-called air or ether, or whatever you want to call it. You know, it gives and it takes. You know, if it oxidizes, then you know the food's bad. But it's also the oxygen feeds the thing, which is very weird. You know what I mean? Everything needs air, but then air can damage
at a certain point. It doesn't anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So everything here on this, level of existence is neutral. Everything's neutral. It's just people tend to make something good or bad or whatever. You use it for, a good reason or a bad reason. You know.
It's like the same with
people understand. Yeah.
I was going to say, it was the same with what do you call it again? Right, so like when you pickle stuff, right?
Yep.
I'm imagining the pickling process. That's surely got to be like that. It's like removing any oxygen that's in the thing, or changing its state, or. I know the pickle stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about the process.
Yeah, I do too.
What's really going on?
Well, I used to do it with my grandparents overseas. Before winter, you'd pickle up like all your vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, everything. Broccolis and everything. You can pickle anything, and you just put them in these big containers. You put your salt, sodium, vinegar, and all the rest of it inside, and put the stuff in there, and it's good. Because you're not going to be picking, vegetables in winter when it, fucking overseas when it's fucking snowing. You got like snow past your eyeballs.
Exactly. To be fair, that did hit the spot a little bit. Like, I could eat more though. Like, I'm just right. What? I've got some. I've got some curry.
Could eat more. It's like when in Rome.
Right, so I've got some whole grain rice with quinoa, right, microwavable, and I've got a couple of eggs left. So if I make that and mix some eggs with it, this is the thing. It's because it was Sabbath today, so I haven't been shopping, and I didn't go shopping on Friday or anything. And then, so I've just ended up and then I fell asleep. Because I was knackered, and I woke up basically at 2-3 in the morning. No shops open, no, you know what I mean, no to get any food, and I'm running low on milk. And I'm literally I've got no juice in my house, nothing, so I've just been drinking water. But then I realised I had loads of milk, so I made I've made a massive jug full of whole milk, unpasteurized whole milk, and put in a load of coffee in with it, right? And then some ice cubes, and then I've got this extract stuff, right? And it's the stuff they use for vaping, right? What they use for vaping, the stuff that's got the flavonoids and that in it, right? It's from place called Vaporable, right? Industrial place in Southport, right? Southport, where's Southport? Is that in it? Wait there. Let me look at that a minute. Gravel
That's
Lane.
fucking near you, bro. Southport.
No, it's not. It's bottled in. It says bottled in the UK, right? Listen, it says bottled in the UK, Vaporable Limited, Unit 19, Dowell Industrial Estate, Gravel Lane. Yeah. Bank Southport. No, yeah, that's here. It says PR9.
I thought that you should know your terrain.
Well, that's fucking far away from me, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's
Made
what I was like,
in the
wait a second, that's
UK.
in England, bro.
All it is, yeah.
Southport, you've got Newport, Southport.
Yeah, it could be. That's what I mean. That's what I was thinking. Look, listen to this. So, like, all it is PG, right? So, sorry, VG, vegetable glycerol, yeah, right?
Yep.
And natural and artificial flavors, some artificial flavors, and it's butter and cookie flavor, right? And I went on the website because it's for making vape juices, right? Like a really strong extract. So you like use like a tiny bit of this and mix it with like but you would mix like 5 ml of that with like 100 ml of PG, 100 ml of VG, and then you can and then add nicotine to it, and that will be like a good vape juice. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how they make these vape juices. Do you know what I mean? They have these like extracts that they use, right? But I looked at it on the website, and it's food grade. Yeah. So you can use it for food and cooking, right? It's how they make flavored foods and shit. So I'm like, wait, so I can make myself like an iced caramel, but it's butter cookie flavor, right? So I've made myself a massive thing of iced coffee and just put literally like about 1 ml of that stuff in it, yeah? And I'm on about literally 1 ml. And the whole thing tastes like a McDonald's caramel iced frappe, like, but instead of it being like caramel iced frappe, like a caramel flavor, it's more like a butter cookie butterscotch flavor. You know what I mean? It's fucking lovely. It tastes so nice, mate. And it's like literally these bottles. Paid like £6 for that bottle, right? And it's like 1 ml, and I've made like 2 liters of that coffee out of it. And there's 100 ml in that bottle, so I could probably make like 200 liters of iced coffee.
You're set for life, bro. Yeah, you're sweet. You're set for life. You're sweet now.
That's what I mean. Like literally, like that 100 ml bottle literally would last me forever. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna have to buy like a couple of liters of it, mate, because it's the sort of thing that, like, you could change, like literally, like you could put that with coffee and just water. You wouldn't even need to use milk. You know what I mean? Like, or you could use like milk powder or something like that, right? Like, so you could just use water, milk powder, which will never go off, and then that shit there never goes off, right? So I could get like, and then you could basically have like caramel or iced caramel or salted caramel. They do every flavor, mate, basically, right? And then get like a good couple of liters of that shit, right? Get a few different flavors, and then you've got like, you can also get like strawberry flavor. You can get like every flavor under the sun, like lemonade flavor. Like I'm on about every flavor under the sun from this website, right? And it's like for 100 ml, it's like about £5. For a liter, you know, we're talking it's like 20 quid. But a liter would literally make thousands of.
Can you send me it, please?
The website, yeah.
Let's. I just sent you DM. Have a look at that. You're talking about oxide, you know, and it's from an old. It's from the conference in England, Great Britain, of the Board of Scientists, and it's got, you know, nitric oxide ether, not nitric oxygen, whatever. They actually use the
We
word
need to
ether.
look into this COP26.
I've been saying this for ages, bro. People don't get it. It's like it's written everywhere that people, you know, have a scientific mind, and these people are spiritual too, because they say the spirit of the ether. It actually, have a look at it. You'll read it if you want. You can read it out loud. My stuttering is starting to kick in now, so if I start to read, it'll sound just like fucking crap. Yeah.
No, I hear it. You don't even know if to explain it or not, man. I know what it's about. Same shit happens to me when I get the hypertension kicks in the back, mate, as well.
Yeah.
So, I've managed to learn how to do a couple of things now. I've learned a couple of tricks, mate, that have sort of stopped it, you know what I mean? Like my own stutteriness, if that makes sense. But you know what I mean? It's not like something that always is going to work for me either. Like some days I'm too bad to even like come on here and speak at all. You know what I mean? Like I can still do shit, but like I can't really talk, you know? Like
Yeah, it usually it's. I need to actually test this, but it's usually correlated with your blood pressure. As you said, hypertension, as soon as your blood pressure goes past a certain point, your body reacts to it.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to do your normal interaction, but the blood pressure, just like gas pressure with the container, you have pressure in your body, and it hasn't found a way to
release,
dissipate, or yeah, exactly.
Have you tried agitating it further? Because like I know a lot of people think that like like acid reflux, or like when you've got gas.
Yeah, I've got that too.
I had really bad acid reflux the other day, right? And like I was like, right, so this acid reflux is going to be here no matter what, right? So I'm just going to agitate it, right? So I've got apple cider vinegar, right? Yeah, and I agitated it, and I obviously accelerated the process, so it just made whatever was happening continue to happen, yeah. And then it forced me to go through the effects of what I was going through like quicker, basically. So I could because I knew it would be like maybe a 5 or 6 hour thing that was going to happen to me, right? And I just drank enough apple cider vinegar with the mother in it that it basically it got a little bit more intense, but it was 10 minutes and then it was gone. Instead of it being 4 hours, 5 hours of me having like trapped wind and fucking acid reflux. Like your microbiome, right? So like chewing gum, why it makes you feel hungry, that enzyme gets released, right? The enzyme gets released in your saliva, goes down into your stomach, starts to make you think that your body starts preparing itself for food, right? So your gut starts rumbling, right? Yep. That sort of shit. I think a lot of the time it's not so much the pH level of your stomach, because your stomach pretty much keeps a pH balance of like pH like 2 or 2.5 all the time, like battery acid, right? It maintains this level, right? I think it's more information that we put in. So like you eat something, right? That thing has enzymes in it. Those enzymes react with your microbiome in your gut, and I think it's more an information issue based upon like. So if you get hiccups, do you know one of the best way to get rid of hiccups in the world?
Punch in the throat. No, okay.
Well, the best way is to add some new information to the esophagus, because it's the esophagus doing spasmodic function, hypertension. Yep. So add new information, right? What information? How can I add information to it? Well, the information I could add could be by consuming something. So some people try and quell hiccups by drinking water. That sometimes works, but that doesn't really absorb and doesn't change something in your stomach too much that it makes it make a reset. So drink a teaspoon of vinegar or a tablespoon of vinegar, and it will get rid of your hiccups instantly. Like, and I implore anyone to try it. Every person that I've ever given that advice to. Bit of apple cider vinegar or normal vinegar, whatever vinegar you can get, vinegar you put on your fish and chips, whatever it is, just take a little capful of it, a little swig of it, and it will get rid of hiccups like straight away. Because like I used to suffer badly like with hiccups and like but like I've always known this trick. So like every time I start hiccuping, you know what I mean, bruv? Like every time I'd start fucking hiccuping, it would, it wouldn't stop for ages, right? But I would stop it in its tracks straight away with that trick. It really did work. It really does work. And I met a guy that hadn't stopped hiccuping for 2 years, bro. Yeah, he had something wrong with his muscle and his diaphragm. Yeah, listen, he was a steroid head, right? He was actually like Mr. Southwest and all that, right? Like where I live, my county, like he was a bodybuilder. But now he was like, in his 40s and that, and he's, been in and out of prison, done terms for fucking cocaine dealing and all that shit, right? And he's fucked himself up doing too much sniff and too many steroids, right? So he ends up with a muscle imbalance from the lifting mixed with, the bad stomach and all that shit, right? And he ends up in this state where his esophagus keeps malfunctioning, right? And he keeps hiccuping all the time, yeah? And he'd never heard of drinking vinegar. And he said it was the only thing that stopped him from killing himself was me teaching him that vinegar trick. Because he would just like literally be drinking vinegar all the time. And in the end, he was drinking apple cider vinegar, the one with the mother in it, yeah? And I told him, like, don't overuse it because you can't drink too much of this shit. Do you know what I mean? You can't just keep drinking it all the time. But like you're going to have hiccups. Like, you've had hiccups for 2 years, right? Until you sort out whatever problem it is that's causing this to happen, like, this might be something that might help, you know? And effectively, it did help him. So, like, he would drink a bit of the vinegar and he would get, like, a 2 or 3 hour gap where he wouldn't be hiccuping. You know what I mean? And then he'd hiccup for another couple hours, then he would drink some vinegar again. And then he said, he was like, mate, he said, you know, he's like, he was close to suicide, you know, after dealing with it for 2 years, you know, hiccuping. Like, I can't imagine having hiccups for 2 years, you know? He's, you know, the pain, he was in pain every single time he hiccuped because of his muscles all getting so tight and, like, taut, you know? And, you know, to watch a man who's like 25 stone of muscle, just like literally there, like basically crying because he's hiccuping. It's a bit of a weird fucking thing to experience, actually.
Yeah, people don't get, if they're listening to us, they might not think that a hiccup is serious, that it can do much pain, but any muscle or any organ that keeps on getting used all the time will lose its strength, and because you haven't given it rest, it fucking hurts. It's simple.
Oh mate, he was in agony. He couldn't sleep, bro. You know, every time he lied flat, when he would hiccup, he would get like a shooting pain from his esophagus all the way down to his belly button, right? And you could see it in his chest. You could see it in his chest and that. What?
Bro, I need to check the flight routes because flight routes. Fuck me, dude. Because there's fucking planes and helicopters just going fucking absolutely retarded every fucking hour. You can fucking hear
everywhere. It could be where you live at the minute. Like, Jason was saying that he caught it all on video. Them chemtrailing where we live in England. Right, I sort of contest the idea of chemtrails a little bit in some ways because I'm a skeptic of all things, even conspiracy theories, right? But in England, there's no conspiracy with chemtrails, you know what I mean? They admit it. They admit that they do it. You know what I mean? Like we get charged an emissions tax for our cars dependent on the size of the engine, right? And the emissions that the car puts out, yeah? And there's like a ratio on it. So like if you've got like a V8, right, and it's got a 5-litre engine, yeah, and you've got like 500 brake horsepower, and you live in London, especially, the city adds like a ratio to it as well. They increase your emissions tax and they add that onto your vehicle insurance, yeah, and your vehicle tax. So the emissions tax thing, if you've got a car that's like under 1.6 litres, then they don't charge you for it, right? But when you look into what, like, they can't just make a tax up for no reason unless they're using the money for something, right? You know, they have to have a route where the money goes, right? So you look into the emissions tax of the United Kingdom and look into where it goes into, and it talks about climate, not climate change, but it talks about what is it called? What would be the correct term? Like not climate adjustment,
weather modification.
Not even weather modification. They don't say it like that. They say it in a much better way that sounds better to the public's ear. You know, they say it maintenance, weather maintenance. They say it like that, like weather maintenance.
Yeah, maybe later on they did.
You know?
I was just going to say the first contract ever done, and this is how stupid this is. The first contract ever done for weather modification is between the US, so not the USA, the US, and Victoria, the state of Victoria. In 1966, and that is fucking documented. So 1966, the territory of Columbia contracted with the territory of Victoria, or the state of Victoria. I don't know how a piece of land can fucking make a contract. it still fucking boggles my mind that.
Oh yeah, that makes no sense at all.
A fictional thing can a fictional thing can make a contract with another fictional thing, and they've been doing this shit since 1966. How you get big? How are you, bro?
Get got.
Good, thank you. I just woke up. I was hearing you in my sleep, and I woke up listening.
Right, so I'll finish that point, and then so I traced it though, Iggs, yeah. So I went and looked into where they're spending the money from this emissions tax, right? Yeah, and they don't tell you exactly, right? But guess where the first contract lays to? The first contract from the emissions tax that was ever done in Parliament. Guess who it went to? The contract went to a municipality of the government, right? I'm like, right, a municipality of the government, not a private company. I said, that actually makes me feel a bit more comfortable. And then I was like, wait, let me dig a bit deeper. Carry on looking. Oh, what's the municipality? It's the fucking Naval Air Force. So it's the cross of the Navy and the Air Force, right? Which isn't even a real thing, right? So it's a corporation created, but it was a municipality based on two different municipalities. So I'm like, so naval and aeronautical. So I'm like, wait, so it's aeronautical. So I'm like, okay, so then that means that these are planes and potentially boats. And then like I start looking into like obviously like new boats that were sort of bought around that time. And then the boats that were bought were like cloud seed boats, like the boats that can go along the sea at quite high speeds, and they gather in all the moisture, right? Yeah, and I think it basically uses like a form of electrolysis as well, and basically it creates clouds. Do you see what I mean? Like they literally create clouds, right? Yep. So you've got boats creating clouds. These are like some of the new boats that were purchased at the time, and then the planes that were purchased were VAT planes. So, and then I started finding pictures of the planes, and you can see all the insides of them, right? And it's even, you know, and you look into it, and it's like the planes are basically the types of planes that can, you know, cloud seed, yeah? Cloud seeding planes, like airframes that are used for cloud seeding that have gone back a long time since Vietnam, you know, they were doing this. And these are the best airframes so those municipalities, after this tax thing, and this, you know, emissions tax has been around for a while in the UK, but I'm on about when they bumped it up and they added this new ratio, right, for like cars in London, and they started adding different ratios to the size of the engines, yeah, and they passed that through Parliament, and then all the new money they get from it, and I'm like, right, so they give contracts to people based on that money, and it goes straight to the Navy and to the Air Force. And the Air Force then happened to, you know, publish that they've bought these certain types of frigates and tugboats, and all of these tugboats are like the best platforms for cloud creation. In terms of like the amount of deck space that it's got to have the stuff on it to basically be able to put these machines on it. And then there's another company that is like a corporate company that's private. And then they're basically they're buying stuff directly from them, and it's the machinery needed for the cloud seeding, you know, and all the big tubs and vats and everything like that. And it's like it's so in your face, and they just basically admit it. And it's like it's not like they don't admit it; they even say it. Like it was on the news, like one of the guys that's like a general. Or American equivalent of a general, right? Okay. So he's effectively what he is you know, he's basically like an admiral, right, of the Navy, right? And he's talking about how, because obviously the Navy and the Air Force they intertwine a little bit because of aircraft carriers, right? Anyway, this guy has worked both in the Navy and he's also worked in the Air Force, right? And he's talking on behalf of it, and he's talking about weather maintenance. And the way they're saying it is like so funny. I'm like, so what? Yeah, like you're changing the climate, basically. Like, and it's like, you know, and the way that he's talking, it's just like, and it's so like acceptable. Like the reporter's like, yeah, like, you know, it's a really good thing that you guys are doing this, and you know, that you're helping to maintain a healthy weather system. We've got the, you know, we're very far north. You know, we are a big emitter of emissions, and you know, we create a lot of greenhouse gas, and we could be effectively, just because of our location in England, you know, we could really be affecting the melting of the ice caps in the North Pole, right? And all this shit. And he's like, well, you know, yeah, that's why we've got the weather maintenance program. And I'm like, you know, the weather maintenance program, like, and like this comes out of this guy's mouth, and like it's like not even like a word that people worry about. Like, you're talking about climate change, and then you've got a guy stood there who's in control of all of these boats, right? And these boats that have airplanes on them, and he's talking about climate change, climate change and maintenance of the climate. And you're talking about climate change and climate change reform. And it's like, how could you not be worried about all of this untested forms of maintenance? Like, why isn't this sparking off in loads of people's heads like a worry? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. It's just fucking weird.
1966 first contract, and there was a guy that actually put into the so-called everything's military controlled. Like, you look at every country's got a governor general. Why is, you know, or attorney general? Why is everything with a general? Why is an attorney a general? You know what I mean? Like, and they asked the dudes here for the contract.
Commanders of the local municipalities. They have to put them in that sort of admiralty. It's admiralty law. We know that. Like, it's that.
Oh, but it's all admiralty law because the planes they travel at nautical miles, so everything is fluid. This is a point where people get
the language even connects.
So admiralty law, or whatever law of the sea, whatever you want to call it, is the actual law of this plane existence, because everything flows, everything's a current. Doesn't matter where you look, it's all a current. But they denied that they had this contract. This lawyer, he grabbed it from the US government and goes, "You guys are fucking lying. What's going on here? Why are you guys doing this?" And he brought up some other stuff, you know, with the jab and he's going through all these cool things. And it just goes to show, like, how long this has been going on. So 1960s, it's been over 15 years, bro. And they just
imagine in 1966 if we had the broadcasting capability we do now. I think in 1966, I actually think a lot of people, if they all heard like the same stuff that we hear today and we don't bat an eyelid, I think if you was to play some of the shit that news plays now to those people from 1966, that were like young 22, 25, 26, 27, 35-year-old men, that sort of age group, I actually think the fighting age men, right, the real fighting age sort of limitations, between like 18 up to like 35 or whatever, that age group. I think if you was to have the broadcasting of today play to them, they would instantly start a war. I actually think they would instantly start making militias.
I don't doubt that. Bro.
I literally don't. I've said this the other day. I was like, I think people would seriously kick off if you could show them like a excerpt of what's going on in today's media. You know, back to the men of the 1950s or 1940s or 1960s. I swear down, they would be like, because look at the Toxteth riots or the riots in Tottenham and all that sort of stuff, right? Back in the fucking, I think it was in the 70s, and then there was ones in the 90s, and they were over very small things, right? Like comparatively to some of the shit we're hearing now, right? And people just don't do anything, right? No one does a thing. No one even reacts, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, you know, and the reason is because, like, you know, like unions, work unions, right? You know, as well, unionization can sometimes be a bad thing. The government sometimes hate the idea of unions because look at what the mafia did with the concrete unions in New York, for instance. They monopolized the whole thing, right? And they took every ounce of gold and bit of money they could from every person for every contract because they bodged all the contracts. They made sure the contracts went to one of six different companies that were concrete companies, and they owned every single one, right? That's what the commission did, the commission of mafia. The mafia were like a secondary government. You know, they did the numbers game in the community, right? Where they would have people give out raffle tickets, like lottery numbers, and you were more likely to win because the pool was much smaller. And the government outlawed it, made it illegal, right? You know, the mafia started, and then the lottery comes out, and then it's like, wait, so the government just made the lottery that the mafia were doing locally in their own areas illegal, right? These are local men to American men, Italian Americans, doing something similar to the lottery, right? Then it gets made illegal, and then they started buying their fuel directly from the Middle East, yeah? And they started adding a small tax onto their fuel, right? So not a tax even, but just increasing the amount. And then they were bypassing the tax so that they weren't paying for tax, and they would go to the different vendors. You know, Michael Francesi talks about this all the time. He's a reformed gangster. He did like 15 years for his tax evasion. But really, when you listen to what he's really actually saying, what he really did was really import fuel, avoid the American tax on the fuel, and add his own form of tax, and sold it cheaper to the gas stations so that they could sell it cheaper to the people that were buying it, right? Which served the whole area a purpose which was really well and good, and actually made everyone richer in the area and made everyone's lives more rich, yeah? And like, it was like, but the government, no, you better not do that because we don't get our tax from it, right? And it's like, well,
it is a mob, bro. If people haven't realized that the government is
that's the point.
Mob, then we can't go anywhere.
That's why the Italian mafia was such a big thing. That's why it was blown up so much. That's why Rudolph Giuliani, right, the leader of the FBI at the time, you know, and why Rudolph Giuliani is like, you know, he was like the mob against the mob, right? He was the don of the dons of the policing world and law enforcement in America, right? And he comes, you know, and really and truthfully, like, look at who he is still to this day, right? He's still involved. He's still there. He's still involved in the revolving door of government, right? He basically just sided with the mafia that was like the most legitimate, apparently, right? The elected ones, yeah? But like, really and truthfully, if you have a country with a constitution, you look at what the constitution is: freedom of pursuit of happiness and all this sort of stuff, and the right to, you know, work on your own land and to own your own land and to sell your own produce and all this sort of stuff. And it's kind of like, well, what the mafia were doing when people get shot and stuff like that, right? Well, they weren't allowed to have prisons because that would have been kidnapped, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, they couldn't lock people up for committing crimes against their businesses when they stole fucking £500,000 worth of stuff, right? They couldn't lock anyone up, so they shot them instead, right? And I'm thinking, well, weren't the mafia just effectively like a different form of government? And like, really, constitutionally, they should have been protected under that, because you enter into a contract when you join the mafia, right? Which is that you live by the sword, you die by it. You're not to snitch in court on someone. You're not to prosecute people if you go against the mafia's code. You're to take the punishment of the mafia, right? Which could be they take your business off you. It could be that they seize your assets, right? If they're the ones that put in the money, they funded it, right? Or whatever. I'm like, that's the same shit the government does. It's all the same thing. And it's like the same thing when someone gets shot by the mafia. When someone gets shot for doing something wrong by the mafia, that's the same as imprisoning someone, let's face it, right? You're taking them out of the circulation of civilization. Because the mafia had no way of holding people in cells for a selected amount of time. I bet you if the American government said to the mafia, yeah, when someone does something wrong, you can put them in prison for 20 years instead, right? I bet you the mafia would have done that as well. Because sometimes it's cheaper to put someone in prison for 20 years and feed them slop and have them actually work for you still under lock and key, yeah? Remember, they can still be productive for the mafia while in prison. Do you see what I mean? They could still be doing jobs. They could still be bookkeeping. They could still be building things for them. They could still be doing all sorts for them in jail. And they'd pretty much pay for their own stay, right? But they were probably never afforded the ability or rights to do that because they're the mafia, right? And they're the bad guys. But I don't really see the difference, is my point. You know, like,
they're the same shit, bro. They're the
same fucking people.
Shit. When somebody talks about mafia, I think about government. It's the same thing. It's just that you've accepted this slavery, which is labeled good, and, you know, put in by the so-called people, which you had no vote on that constitution. You're not a signatory to that constitution. It's got nothing to fucking do. So it affords you no
anyone
protection.
born today. Anyone born today is technically not even a co-signer of the Constitution. Like, I never agreed to follow the system of my country. I never agreed to it.
That's exactly right. But people don't get it. This is why I was trying to say this, and I don't think people understand. This is why the so-called Masons and even people, the religious leaders, they have their own constitution. So when you go in there, their constitution supersedes the constitution of the so-called state or whatever, the country or the nation, whatever you want to call it. It supersedes it. Just watch what's it called, the Bonesmen. They're allowed to kill each other. It's in their constitution. They tell you to your face, but if you're fucking stupid or dumb or whatever
look at the for treason. For treason. They kill each other for treason, right? Think about the mafia when they execute someone who does what? Goes against them and does something treasonous, works for the other side. Let's say you go and work for the other mafia, i.e. you become a witness for the government, yeah? They kill you, right? What happens if you go and become a witness for the Russian government and you're an American? Treason.
You get done.
They kill you.
Yeah.
Or they put you away forever.
You can't have two oaths, bro. You can't. That's the whole parable with the thing. You can't have two masters. If you're going to swear an oath or something, you have to you have to keep it. And this is where people swear oaths. It doesn't matter if it's masonry or religion or the government, and they're in two places. They're a part of this group and that group, and it's like, what do you put on top? You put on top whoever's going to do you more harm. That's who you fucking obey. And people don't get it. You have to be a part of the Constitution to be afforded protection by the so-called Constitution.
Yeah, exactly. It's like.
Just one more thing. I was just going to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Constitution is rights for the government. It's not rights for the people. It's for them because they have no rights. A company has no rights. It's not hard. It's not a difficult concept. So when they write the Constitution, they give the people working for that corporation certain rights, because a company, a dead entity, a corporation, a corpse cannot orate. There's no oratory.
Exactly. So there's no rights for
a corpse.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
the corpse doesn't have rights. As soon as you die, you're gone. And a corporation is an entity that's non-human, or an entity that's a group of individual humans that should have rights, the individuals. It's like, I watched this video on the American tax board, bro, right, about the IRS, right? And he's talking to the leader of the American tax board, yeah, like the leader of the IRS, right, yeah? And he says to him, where did you get your authority to reclaim properties at the end of a barrel? When was that ever given to you? And under what part of the Constitution? And what was when were you given that authority? And he could not find a single fucking way of answering it. And I mean, he couldn't find it. And he goes, well, I think I've got the authority. And he goes, so you just think it? And he's like, well, yeah. He goes, because we're allowed to do it. He goes, yeah, but when was it ever decreed, or when was it ever signed as a law that you have the right to seize property from people if they don't pay taxes they never agreed to pay, to put in? And he's like, like, he's literally like that, bro. The guy who made a documentary on this.
I'll tell you the secret. I'll tell you a secret. Yeah, all right. So if you look at anything that's been so-called repossessed, it means not possessed. So they're actually telling you the truth. They haven't taken it. If you look at a house, a car, whatever, when you go into to get the paperwork for said thing or whatever, it will say that it was abandoned. Every single, doesn't matter if it's a house or a car, it said it was abandoned because you acquiesced when they said, we will take this. You said, yes, okay. So it's abandoned, and if it's going to be abandoned, then the state takes over control or whatever, blah, 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 blah. You have to willingly give it over.
Well, that's kind of the other thing. It's like the state have just as much right, as in no right, to take property, right, that they don't own, as I do. So, like, if I find somewhere unkept in the UK and I found this out, and I can prove that it's unkept, right, and no one owns it, and I go and tend for it and look after it, right, technically, under the law, I can own it after a certain amount of years. I can legally lay claim to it, right?
Yeah,
well,
7 years.
It's actually less than 7 in the UK. I think it's less. I think it's less than even than that, right? But so I know of people that have tried to do this, and the thing is you don't want to publish that you're doing it straight away, because people, what they do is they go and get a thing that proves that they started doing it. I'm like, no, just keep it, and prove that you've been there, but just you have to show it after the amount of years is up. Don't do it halfway in. Don't show you started doing it the moment you start doing it, because they'll just come in and start kicking you off the land and start doing it themselves. Do you know what I mean? They'll come up and put up a fence. They'll put a lock on it. You know what I mean? Like, and they'll lock you out of that piece of land, because you've just alerted them to the fact that there's a bit of land that they could take and possess themselves. You know what I mean? But because you don't own it yet, you know what I mean? So until you fully own it, they can't even technically, they could technically come in and start, claiming that they've been looking after it for longer, start trying to supersede your shit. You have to prove it, You have to prove that you've attended a property or had a property locked or a piece of land, put a gate on it, put a lock on it, prove that it's your lock, have the key cut, get the key cut code, right, from the actual key cut code, the person that cuts the key for you. Get all the documentation to prove that that's your lock on that fucking gate, right? Get all the documentation of you putting the lock in, video yourself doing it. Get a newspaper article that proves that was that day. An ID there next to it at the same time. Maybe get something printed out on that day. Like, you have to get quite a few forms of proof. Do you know what I'm trying to say? That you were there on that day. That you set up a perimeter, a lock, and then you tend for the land, and you keep it kept, right? You don't, even if it looks wild and overgrown, as long as you've got a lock on it, and you prove that you're the person that's kept it locked off from anyone else intruding on it for a certain amount of time, you can then lay claim to it, right? And this is where the issue is, though, is that the fact that that's still able to be done in the UK, I think, is only because the UK is the dirty centre of the world, meaning it's the dirty money centre with a dirty everything centre, right? Because Alaska, you can't even do that in Alaska now. So Alaska's the last frontier. Why is it not called the frontier anymore? Well, it's called the last frontier because they changed the laws, didn't they? They changed all the laws, and they made it to where now in Alaska you can't just go and find a piece of land and lay claim to it and build a house on it. Even if it's like in the middle of Kodiak Island, you can't do it. The Brown family found that out. Have you ever watched that show? It's a show about a family that live in the wilderness, right? And they're like wildmen, and they've been brought up in the bush, and they find a lovely little place to build a house. They build a full-on lovely 5-6 bedroom house. In the end, the Alaskan state troopers show up in a helicopter, bro. Land on their piece of their island, and they're like, you can't just live here. And they're like, why? You didn't even find out about us living here for like 5 years, and the only reason you know we're here is because we're doing a Discovery Channel documentary. And they're like, we're really sorry, but like, you can't just live here, And I'm like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, that's just insane. Like, this whole family has just spent, the last 4 or 5 years on that piece of land, tending to it, living in holy matrimony with the bears and with the land, literally not causing anyone any harm. They haven't even killed a single bear. I think they killed maybe 1 or 2 bears since they were there for food and stuff like that, which they have a right to do in a certain season as well. And they did so within the parameters. They've done no wrong to the land. All they've done is and they're living in a place that no one's even willing to live because it's called Kodiak Island. meaning it's got the highest concentration of Kodiak grizzly bears in the world, right? And like, no one's willing to even live there. So like, and you either have to travel there by boat, right, or helicopter to even get there, right? And it's like this whole family, they've got 2 boats so that they're able to, you know, bring the lumber needed for the place so they don't have to cut down all the natural trees there, let them dry out. They've done it all themselves, is what I'm trying to say. They've done everything. And they've waited until they've finished. There's like 4 seasons of them building this house, yeah, on the Discovery Channel. And they literally wait until it's like basically all finished, everything's all set up, and then they come in and they're like, get off the land. And I'm like, I wonder who lives there now. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder who is living in their house that they built, that lovely, like, 6-7 bedroom house that they built, you know, a log cabin, basically. It's beautiful, you know? It really grinds my gears, bro, considering it's the last frontier. I mean, it's Alaska, you know, somewhere that's, like, literally, I don't think people realize how big Alaska is. It's literally the size of, like, you know, Canada and Texas together almost, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. It's a huge place. Massive. Put it this way, anyone should be able to go out to Alaska and lay claim to a piece of land.
Well, by law, by proper law,
they should have perimetered it off with a fence, and they should have.
I forget what it's called.
They should have done a claim on it, but they didn't. That's the problem, because they laid no claim to it, right? And they documented the fact that they were there. You know what I mean? So because they had documented it, and they'd only been there for like 3-4 years, right? And they just finished building their house, the government came in and took over possession. Because they have, the Alaskan State Troopers have jurisdiction over the whole of Alaska, right? So they've got a higher thing in the court of law over them than their 3 years of stay, you know what I mean? They've been a body or an organisation that really has no rights, so I don't see how they can lay claim to property.
Yeah. No, but this is the whole thing with jurisdiction. It's kind of it's a difficult thing, because jurisdiction is again, it's an abstract thing. Like, the state was created apparently to protect the rights of men and blah 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 blah. That's why you would register something, so there's a record of you owning the land. But then these pricks took when you register it and put on the stock market, and hence in a sort of like legalistic bullshit way, take possession of your property because you registered it and all this other crap. It's a whole, you know, like, just say, I know in England or wherever there's a fucking king or queen monarch, the state does not have jurisdiction on the so-called royal land or whatever.
But that's why we've got a constitutional monarchy here, right? So the way it works is like we've got a parliamentary system. The monarch really is it's a good system in a way, because it's kind of like everyone can hate the government and no one gets patriotic over our government leaders. Everyone just hates everyone in our government. So if they do anything wrong, we tell them off for it, right? And then everyone can love the royal family, who really technically have not really got that much power. They have got power, but not so much in the UK. Like, I think they've got more power than people realise, but I mean,
you get what they have to sign off on everything, bro. This is the thing that people don't realise.
They do and they don't.
But no,
I get it. Right, Queen, so this is the Queen does sign off on everything. The law. You are correct.
Exactly.
She does. But when she signs in a new prime minister, right? Yeah. What she does is she signs a piece of paper that suggests that she gives him jurisdiction for the stay of his term. Meaning, if he wants to pass a new law through Parliament, yeah, she's already signed a note that allows for him to do so for the next certain amount of years. So, like, she doesn't have to individually sign every individual law, right? There are certain types of laws that she does have to sign for individually, right? Because obviously she'd just be sat there all day signing shit, do you know what I mean? Like, literally, which at one time she was, you know what I mean? But, like, they come up with this way of dealing with it now, I think, and I could be wrong, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but when you get elected as Prime Minister in England, right, even when there's a close race, which we saw with David Cameron on his second term, I think it was his second term, he went to the Queen and asked her to accept him as the Prime Minister because it looked like he was going to win. And the votes weren't even all counted yet. It was just that the amount of votes to be counted left, there was no way of him losing, right? So he was able to basically go and do it early. And it was during the day, and they wanted to get it all done in one day. So he went and drove up to Buckingham Palace or whatever, right? And he gets her to sort of say, yeah, you're cool, you're all right, you're in. And like, after that, though, she signs some documents, and I think those documents signs over power for them to write the laws for the term of that new recognised government that was elected in, right? That's what I'm saying by a constitutional monarchy. So it's almost like it's almost like you elect this leader, and the leader is signed off by the monarch, and then once he's signed off by the monarch, there's a term of time that means he effectively is now the leader. It's almost like the old royal court system, except now the court, instead of them being just advisors to the Queen for laws, or people that would propose laws to the Queen and she would sign off on them, the royal court, it's now like, it's almost like the other way around, where it's like, we propose to you a system of people that will write laws. Do you sign off on us to do so? And we will do so. Do you see what I mean? It's like switching it around a little. It's just, it's kind of, I think, what's going to happen in America with the Trump family. I actually genuinely believe this as well, that the Trump family, I think Biden's going to fuck up some big way. I think Trump's going to get his chance at being re-elected, or might even be automatically put back in, because there's some bylaw or something that I've heard someone talking about where someone that was a previous prime minister one term before the current, if he was impeached unsuccessfully, right, there's something where he can step back in. And I don't know what exactly what that is, and I might be wrong on it, and I need to be more educated on it, I guess. But
this is the thing. The so-called government only can make bylaws. Like in America, the government can only make bylaws which aren't proper laws. But the Senate can actually make laws, just like in the UK. Yeah. So the Queen can make laws. The other ones are just policy enforcers. So the Queen makes the state, which is a corporation, and gives part of her so-called power to so-called normal people, and they get to make little fucking bylaws. But here's something that you'll find interesting. You can look this up. The Queen and the other territories just say, I can't remember which
land barons, maybe.
No, it's in what's it called? Somewhere in the islands. So when somebody is put up for, just say the death sentence, I'm just going to pluck out up a place, just say it's, what's it called? Any of those islands where she has jurisdiction, she has to sign the death warrant, the death execution warrant. She still signs it to this day. This is the thing.
You wouldn't realise it wasn't that long ago in England that we stopped hanging people. Only when was it we stopped? Look it up quickly. I don't know if you can. Wait there. I'm sure it's less than. It might even be less than 50 years. Like, I'm being serious. Like, I think we were still hanging people in the 60s, or I swear we were. Let me look it up.
Yeah, they hang people like in other places where the so-called Crown has jurisdiction. So the people of that state will say this guy deserves the death penalty, blah, 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 blah. The papers get sent to the Queen and she has to sign off.
1965. 65, right? And then the UK is one of 141 countries that the human rights group Amnesty International, which has been campaigning on the issue since 1977, says has abolished the death sentence in law or practice. Right, the death penalty was scrapped by Parliament in 1969. This came after public anger led to suspensions of executions in 65. So we actually only scrapped the law for death penalties, for hangings, in basically 1969. Which is literally only 4 years before my mum was born, bro. Do you know what I mean? like, that's really not that long ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, that means that my mum's dad could have been potentially hung. You know what I mean? Like, my granddad could have been hung in his lifetime. That's insane. Sorry, I know you were saying something, but with you talking about signing up on death warrants and stuff, like, that made me think about how, like, so 1970, basically, just to round it up, because it was, I think it said October. So basically, in 1970 is when they suspended near enough the death sentence, right? So that was only like, what, 50 years ago now? You know what I mean? Like, that's not that long ago, bro. When you really think about it, right? So when I talk about the mafia, right, in America, and I was saying about the mafia and the numbers game and, you know, the tax evasion, that was like, you know, when they were at the peak of what they were doing, going back 20, 30, 40 years, right? You know, the American government and their death penalty laws, they still are there, remember? They still do the death penalty, right? In a lot of states, some have abolished it, but back then, I don't think a single state had got rid of the death penalty. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's still enforced everywhere. It depends if it's the high crime.
Federal crime versus, yeah. People often get federal crimes mixed up with, people get felonies mixed up with federal crimes. It's like a federal crime can be a felony, and a felony can be a federal crime, but they're not the same thing. Like a felonious assault would be to knock someone unconscious, like, and then kick them in the head while they're unconscious. That would be then felonious, right? That would be a felony, right? As opposed to a normal assault, which wouldn't be a felony. But that doesn't mean that it's a federal crime. Do you see what I'm trying to say? That's still a state felony. You know what I mean? Like, the difference is, like, if you go to a mail facility, which is a federal municipality, and then you boot someone's head in there, then you may have just committed a felony in a federal building. So thus you may have committed a federal felony. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit weird, as in a sense. Like, I feel like America is like a test bed for the New World Order. It's got these 52 different states with slightly different laws, and if you start to merge them all together, all the states, like, that's like a really good test bed for an accelerated version of a New World Order. I think that's what America's been about. It's like, because everything in America seems super sped up. The politics, how quickly, like the LGBT stuff, we're further along in England with the LGBT stuff than America is. But you'd never notice it. It's a slow trickle feed in England, right? We're an older country, but we're still further along on that trail, right? But like in America, it seems like they've done it in a really quick and rapid pace, so that everyone notices it, and then you get the reaction, and it's like a microcosm of a reaction of what you'd get if you did it across the whole world. Do you get what I mean? I think he's cut out. Or maybe I did. Yearbook. Right, so we've got Yearbook of Pharmacy and Transactions of the Brit Farm Confederacy Company. So Yearbook of Pharmacy, perhaps be lessened without disadvantage. The percolation is rather slow. It is somewhat difficult to completely clarify the syrup. Note on aromatic spirit of ammonia by A.C. Abraham, Farm Journal, 3rd series of XIVII. 5. That's 512, by the way, guys. The author's examination of a number of samples of this preparation shows that, although the official process is capable of giving very constant results, such results are not attained by first-class houses from which most of the samples examined had been obtained. Estimation of carbonate and ammonia in spiritus ammoniate aromaticus by means of Allen's nitrometer E.D. Gravel. This is a guy who works again in the farm journal. Anyway, that refers to page 445. For the pure purpose suggested in the title, the nitrometer is filled with mercury. 5 cc's of spiritus. That's really interesting. Ammoniate and aromaticus admitted. Then gradually 5 cc's of hydrochloric acid, and the volume of the carbonic anhydride liberated is measured with the necessary precautions. Spirit of nitrous ether. That's mad. Preparation is recommended to be made from pure nitrous ether. It is to be prepared by the action of nitrous acid gas upon alcohol. Gas prepared by the action of nitrous acid gas upon. The gas is generated from a mixture of sulfuric acid, 2 pounds, arsenious acid in lumps, 2 pounds, and nitric acid, 2 pounds, and is conducted through an empty bottle successively through 2 bottles containing alcohol and a 3rd bottle containing water and sodium bicarbonate. The retention of any free acid into the condensing vessel surrounded by ice, where pure nitrous ether is obtained. This should then be mixed with 3 times its weight of alcohol, in which condition it may be preserved. 1 part of this mixture with 4 parts of alcohol makes spirit of nitrous ether of the pharmacopoeial strength. It's interesting. It's just an excerpt from book 1887. Anyway, get how are you doing this morning? Sounds like you're off for a jog. Keep the conversation going on my own. But so effectively, this book is talking about and like Iggs was saying, and it's in the writing. You know, when we talk about noble gases or even any form of gases, for instance, and where do we get gases from, right? Where do we get these things that always come from the earth, right? They're not just made out of nowhere, right? All of the antecedent and precursory pieces needed in order to create certain things obviously all come from here, the earth itself. So it's interesting that, you know, obviously spirit of nitrous ether itself, right? You know, they admit that these gases, as you know, going back just to 1886, which really isn't that long ago, really. You know, the term ether was one that was widely accepted. You know, it was something that was an accepted term, and it was understood under the vernacular of what things were the ether. And seemingly that would be the atmosphere, for instance, could be considered as the ether. This is the problem that we have when we hear certain people talking about the ether, and they do so in very loose terms, and they don't define anything to the terms of what it is with the ether. So they sort of talk about very obscure, almost coming across as like, you know, mystical sort of things, like, you know, it's just this depth, width and breadth and space and what's contained in between, and this flow of energy, when really you could just break the ether. If you want to name something the ether and really call it the ether and define what the ether is, then start defining it and start building up a definition for the bloody thing, so that people that disagree with the idea of just the word ether on its base value of what this esoteric sort of mystical idea of what it is, instead of doing that, say, well, the ether is the gases that are in the air and how the gases react to the electromagnetic spectrum of the earth, or electromagnetic field of the earth, sorry, how the gases also react in congruency to the spectrum of the light that passes through them and attenuates through them, mixed with, for instance, the various energies put into these gases into the atmosphere via, you know, for instance, the sun or the moon, and how, you know, condensation and precipitation and all of these also these things as well, how they affect gases and how gases are affected by these. And then you start to attribute the effects that occur underneath this, the effects of lightning and what lightning does to different things on the ground and how those things occur. And you have real examples of things like this, like where we get peaches from and all the variations of peaches from lightning hitting trees and making a new gene expression. Thus, we get a different type of fruit, but we still have old forms of peaches because lightning didn't hit every peach tree, right? So, we can start to really show how things aren't necessarily evolved, but are instantaneously changed via the introduction of things that could be considered part of the ether itself. So we start to show the actual Earth as something in that way and in those terms, right? We have to really look at it in that way, But so I think just think it would serve a better purpose for people to start maybe defining what they think the ether is, then start to maybe outline what it is that they're trying to say to something more tangible. I don't know. Who knows? Could be off me aid. New perspective.
What's up, crack villain?
Oh, what's up, Joshua Matthews? Joshua Matthew or Matthews? I don't know.
Matthew. Nothing much. Just making some Armstrong's mixture.
Armstrong's mixture.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd know what it is and know all about it, but you might know it of a different term. It's basically, the back in the day when we were all lads, we would play
when
with
we were allowed to play around with things for real,
red caps, those little red plastic caps. Yeah, that's all it is.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
But you can actually use them to as the primer to reload 22s.
Of course, that's how you make a rimfire 22 round.
Yeah, but I'm
remember this is the only thing I have like an actual real knowledge on is chemistry behind explosives in sense of percussionary devices for explosives.
Well, I'm making some impact explosive pellets.
I wish I could legally do that where I live. I'll just say that right now.
Oh, you just take some matches and soak
I know that.
Soak the wooden matches in water. Makes it a lot easier. And then got to scrape the fucking sulfur. Or the strikers shit. Phosphorus.
Yeah, you got to take out the phosphorus.
Yeah. And then you mix the two of it gingerly. I like to do it wet and leave it wet so it's a slurry. And then I do a little bit of a trick, right? Since isopropyl alcohol is miscible in water,
yeah,
I add a little bit of isopropyl alcohol at a certain phase to help drive off everything from the wood.
Yeah,
and then
you're left basically with a very dry Well, it's not dry necessarily, but you know what I mean. Dry.
Yes, it dries faster. And then I take with a phosphorus. What I do for that is I take that and I soak that in acetone, and it just barely lifts the paint layer off, right?
Mm.
And then when you mix the two, since isopropyl will turn eventually into acetone,
mm-hmm.
if it's oxidized or if you have like platinum or anything like that as a catalyst, it'll do it. But it turns into like a polymer.
Yeah, almost like a plastic,
like a gel. Yeah,
and it's very stable then, isn't it, as well?
Yep, and then you can mix it up fully, and then load your things, and then as long as you keep it like covered, you're good. Keep it airtight.
Yeah, man. Keep it airtight and keep it away from.
Don't let that shit dry out. You let that shit dry out. Oh,
don't let it get too hot. Just keep it in a root cellar, mate, and then seal it with wax. Actually, use a wax seal over the top of a bell jar. You know what I mean? Get your bell jar, and then melt some wax and roll it in the wax. Sometimes is a good way. Obviously, that's why I say put in a bell jar. It's thick enough so that it's not, not very. It's not going to get enough heat.
Container for blood testing strips. Diabetic strips. I guess you're supposed to keep the two powders like separate and then just add it and then gingerly mix it. And I was like, yeah, fuck all that shit. I'm just gonna mix my slurry. But the problem is the pellets I have already have. Well, yeah, I already have like a Triflow coating all over my pellets though, so I'm wondering if it'll still work.
Because
Triflow is a PTFE, like a Teflon. It's like fully dried and
it will work. No way that it will work, but it might not work on its own. So you might have to just cut one of those pellets in half, and then get a new pellet that doesn't have that on it. Cut that in half, and then put that in the placement area. Before, obviously, let's say you're making 2 rim fires. Cut one in half, not like in half, like in half in quarters, like that way. I mean in half, like lengthways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then basically just mix the two together, because the heat point of the one that hasn't got the coating.
I have some 22s, but the rifle I have for it and the pistol I have for it are down at the moment because I can't pressurize the air chamber. They're pumps. Right. But this other one, this 177 one I have, it's a break barrel, spring action.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest with you, mate, like I was saying, you could quite easily still use those pellets, but I imagine you're gonna if they won't go off, right? If they won't go off, just do what I said: cut them in half, and then mix it with something that definitely will go off. Don't cut. I don't mean like in half. Like, let's say you've got a circle, right in front of you. You cut the circle in half, like down the middle, like you're cutting a cake, Think about it more like the cake's cream line in the middle, right? Cut it that way. Do you see what I mean? Not horizontally across, not horizontally down, but transverse across. Do you know what I mean? Versus vertically down. Cut them in half that way, and then have the one that hasn't got the stuff that's coated on it now, have that closest to the have the one that's got the coating on it closest to the rim fire, end, and then the one that hasn't got the coating closest to the actual where the grains are in the actual cartridge, and then it should work fine. If you're using it just for the percussionary part of the 177, so you can still make use of it. Do you know what I mean? Because it will still, once the heat point of that, the bit in front, the sliver in front goes off, the other part, regardless of the coating on it, that heat point will probably be high enough to burn through and probably will still set it off, if that makes sense. Just test it out. See if it works on its own. If it doesn't, then try and test it out by cutting it in half or putting a sliver of one of the other pellets either on top or below it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just try it out so you don't have to waste them all, you know?
Yeah, it's going to take because I don't have any isopropyl alcohol or acetone this time, so it's going to probably take about, if I had acetone, I could just wash the pellets, but probably take me about 2-3 days
acetone,
until they're completely
a good way of getting acetone. Actually right there. No, you can't do it that way. No, you can't do it that way.
I can get it by the quart. I just don't want to go buy it. I mean, shit.
Well, you know how to get acetone. I mean, get a really small amount. Get a really small amount of it. Just go and buy some nail polish remover. Yeah. Like pure nail polish remover. Go to a woman's aisle in a woman's section and get pure nail polish remover, dude. Simple, done. Yeah. And it will cost you like $1, you know what I mean? Comparatively. And then you can do it in seconds then. You know what I mean? And use that to lift it instead. Like, because otherwise you're going to just be fucking around for ages, mate. You know what I mean? It's just going to be like a couple of dollars, and then you've got yourself.
I do got a sharp knife. Oh, I got an idea. There should be some flares around here somewhere.
If you've got flares, then
then I just need some vinegar. Then I can leach the red phosphorus straight out of the flare.
There you go.
Then how am I going to get the acetate out of the red phosphorus? Without anhydrous.
No, yeah, you don't want to do that. Don't fuck around doing that, mate. You'd have to just cut that lengthways down as well and make sure, because you need to know the way that the flare is designed on the inside, because you might accidentally start mixing parts of it together instead of getting all the separate ingredients. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
we should probably stop talking about this, to be honest, because it sounds like we're talking about really bad shit.
No, I was just talking about the striker at the top.
I know you are. I know
the striker at the top's like a bunch of that red shit, but it's like mixed in.
I haven't got to play around with flares much, to be honest, but I know roughly how they work. So I was thinking more about there being a layer of it, maybe like the way, obviously, the way you make a firework, for instance, and the way the layout of a firework is, right? Like if you used to cut a firework open, right? If you did it wrong, you'd end up like crushing all of the coloured powders with the ones that give off the loud bang. You know what I mean? And then you wouldn't have what you wanted.
Do you know what the difference is between white phosphorus, yellow phosphorus, and red phosphorus?
I believe it is simply the way that it's. I don't know if it's in the synthesis of it or not. Just tell me. I'm not going to feign it.
It's like an oxidation state, but it actually changes the shape of the element. Or not
right. So the synthesis of it, basically. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So basically, the pure stuff is white phosphorus, but it gives off gas, and just ultraviolet light alone hitting it will turn it to yellow phosphorus, which is extremely unstable when in the presence of yellow phosphorus. But with more light, what happens is it will turn into red phosphorus, which is then stable, which is the most oxidized form.
This is what we don't get about making even higher forms of it. We should start talking about this.
It's very hydrothermic.
Because we're going to get into talking about, what I can tell, we're about to start talking about things that, we're talking about matchstick heads at the minute, all right, guys?
You have exothermic and endothermic. I like the endothermic reaction best. So like water and urea is a common one, and it actually find it in cold ice packs. It's like you burst a little packet in.
Oh yeah. Where it has the little of course, yeah.
Or
I love that reaction.
Sometimes they can use ammonium nitrate.
Yeah.
And then if you take an acetate, which is like sodium acetate, and how you get that is you take a bunch of vinegar and baking soda, react it.
You can make it another way as well. I think you can make it another way.
Yeah, you heat it up, and it changes it. You drive off the water, and once you drive off the water, then it becomes hot ice. So
that's why you need a bicarbonate soda as well.
Hand warmers, right?
That's sort of a similar reaction to like actually washing up something like crack cocaine, actually, believe it or not. Like driving off the moisture and allowing the oil to constitute together into one crystalline form. You know what I mean?
I've never messed with it.
No, I haven't myself, but I just know about that form of chemistry.
Well, I could talk about acid-base extractions for the extraction of common alkaloid. It's what do they call that? Analytical chemistry.
Analytical chemistry is
like, say there's a plant, like somebody gets busted, right, with a bag of herbs. Well, it gets.
This is what I was saying to someone the other day. I was like saying about how you can do the exact. So, like, obviously, at the end of that, they have the ability for the testing parameters. And I was trying to say to someone, I was like, if you were worried about being caught, then why don't you fucking have the opposite of what the test is in terms of an acid bath?
That's not an acid bath extraction with cannabis. That's like a
not extraction. I'm on about destruction acid bath. I was saying about like how. I'm talking about the opposite. So like the same way they use an acid bath extraction to test it, right? You can just turn up the ratio on that shit and make it a destructionary. Like, you remember, like when they're playing around with the ratios to test that, yeah? They can either end up like, so sometimes people get away with.
You know how simple it is to fry a hard drive if you're in the States.
Well, if you've got a strong magnet, you can do it as well. But another way is a high heat point, like a big grinding wheel.
Well, I'm saying you set up a thing to where if anybody tampers with it or tries to remove the hard drive, the device goes off because you can't remove the hard drive.
Oh yeah, like basically just like a slip pin that would allow it. Yeah, simple. A slip pin.
Done.
Done. Yeah, and you just shoots a hole through the disc. Shatters it.
It'll have like lead backing that's bonded to AR-500 plate cup. That way, like nothing can. It's all self-contained.
Yeah, nothing nothing goes out or anything like that. It literally it's like a ricochet effect. Then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you'd have to have that hard drive separate to your computer in like a little box or something. You know what I mean? And then like,
that's doable. It's all done remotely.
Of course, but I'm saying that's kind of like creating a claymore, though. That's what I mean. That we need to start talking about this now.
Well, that's like solid states. You know how quantum tunneling.
Dude, you know what I mean? We're gonna get in trouble. I'm just saying.
But like quantum tunneling, how that supposedly works for like SSD storage and solid state drives.
Oh yeah.
That's just strange. Like I don't understand how that works completely.
I don't even understand that either. Because like, what is it? So like, I need to get an SSD. Actually, my PlayStation apparently has an SSD that will fit in my laptop, so I need to take it apart. It's just a 2.5-inch solid state drive. So I'm just going to take that out of my PlayStation 4 and put it into my laptop because it's bottling. Like it's getting throttled from spinning the disk all the time. My laptop is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I need to take out the SSD out of one of the PlayStations that I've got and then put that in instead.
Is it an M.2? Is it an M.2 or a SATA?
It's a SATA.
Okay.
But I need to download Windows 10 onto either a USB. I've got a camera card that I think will work, but I need to take all of the pictures off of that camera card, then put them onto a drive or something, put them onto something, and then download maybe the Windows 10 onto that. Cause it's 64 gigabyte. How big is Windows 10? It's not that big, is it? Got a 16 gigabyte card.
I think you could do it with an 8 gig card.
Yeah, I've got a 64 gigabyte and a 16 and a 32. So I've got, right. So if I take all the pictures off of one of the cards and put them onto the other cards, so all of them are on one card. So I've got one clear card, so I can format the card because it's for a camera. Obviously, that card isn't like a normal memory stick. You know what I mean? It might not save the windows correctly, and it might malfunction on the format.
Oh, you're talking an SSD card.
Yeah, so I need to format the SSD card. You might be able to download the Windows.
It won't do it that way. It won't boot that way. Those SSDs aren't bootable. You're gonna have to get a USB stick.
That's what I'm trying to say. The USB stick. The only difference is the format of it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying I think I can format an SSD.
It has to do with the BIOS. The BIOS won't recognize it from boot.
You sure?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I swear I've done it before. I swear I've put Windows 10 onto a fucking SSD once. I just had to format it.
You can do it via network, but that's advanced.
Well, I could just open it. I suppose I could download it. I suppose I could download it to the solid state drive.
Well, you know what I'm going to say. If you're going to have 2 hard drives,
on the PlayStation.
No,
I don't need to. I don't want 2 hard drives. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not having 2 hard drives. I need to get rid of. Right, so I've got one space for one hard drive in this computer, right? Yeah. And it's only got a small amount of space, yeah. But I've got a terabyte SSD in my PlayStation. This laptop's only got one space where that will fit, right?
Okay.
So I'm wanting to get rid of this normal hard drive because it's got a disk in there that's spinning all the time, which uses a load of energy, right? So it's throttling it's throttling it basically. It's making it bottleneck. You know what I mean?
Plus, the vibrations aren't helping the 10-finger problem.
And then I don't know what the 10-finger problem is, but then as well, wait there a sec as well. It's only got 2 gigabyte of RAM. This laptop, 3 gigabyte of RAM. Sorry, but it's a cheap fix for me because at the minute I can't even load up Skypers. I'm going to be on the Nathan Oakley show and stuff like that, and then I've had a load of shit happen this last week and a half, and then I can't load up the master the Skype, and I can't load up the Google Meets. It doesn't work. The computer just crashes, so I've got no way of doing it unless I go in there on Discord. But then, because of the last week that I've had, by the time it's time for the show, which is like 1 or 2 p.m., I've sort of not really been able to get online. So I need to sort of sort it out so that, because I've not got my own phone at the minute, right? So I can stay on Discord, just on Discord like this, right? Yeah. And I'm alright. If I'm using someone else's phone or whatever, right? But I just can't. I'm not signing in on my Google account on someone else's phone or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? I'm just not doing it. Especially whose phone it is that I'm borrowing, because then I'm associated on that device too much. You know what I mean? I've already done enough by signing into fucking Discord on it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I just need to sort out this laptop. I really need to sort it out.
I gotcha. Yeah, I had the same problem with my computer. So I ended up getting a new computer, right? And come to find out with this old one, all I needed to do was just download Linux and boot it to Linux, and then I can do whatever I wanted to with it. But the problem was it was still bottlenecked big time because the issues with it, and the logic port is about the same size as my smartphone.
Wait, so did that have a SATA drive in it, or did that have a normal hard drive?
No, it had no hard drive whatsoever. It had a soldered-on SSD chip, but it had an M.2 slot that was used up by the networking card.
See, the thing is
and there's no Ethernet port.
See, I could just technically, that's what I mean. I can't download Windows 10 to because I could just use the memory cards that I've got, because the hard drive I've got in this, it's always spinning. It's only like 64 gigabyte anyway.
Do yourself a favor, right? Back up all of your information onto that SSD, right? Just back it all up onto the SSD or your.
I still need a USB. I've got a 500 gigabyte Seagate hard drive.
You need some sort of medium to burn it to
mix
so,
it. Yeah, I know.
USB drive is probably one of the best. Just stick that thing in there.
Where can I get a USB thumbstick from? Where can I get one of those from?
I would say Walmart for $10.
Nah, that's the thing, mate. I don't have Walmart here, but like, I mean, I was saying that out loud. Really, I was thinking aloud.
I think you can get a.
Like, who can I ask out of people I know?
Probably a 4 gigabyte one at Poundland.
Yeah, I could probably go. Actually, saying that, I probably could go to Poundland.
But that's only 4.
Yeah, no, I think I could probably get one for about 10 quid. That's like 32 gig or something at Poundland. And where I'm from, I know they sell them there. That's a good idea. We have Poundland here as well.
Well, we don't have Poundland here, but I know about Poundland. It's like our dollar store, but
it's
higher end.
Yeah, a very similar thing.
Like all of our dollar store shit, it's like cheap, and it costs like $9.
Yeah, like it's funny how when you go into a dollar store and then there's like nothing in there for $1.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, what? Or you go into a Poundland and you're like, wait, is there anything actually in here for £1? And they're like, well, there's a couple things in here for 99p. And I'm like, well, that's still not £1. Like, I actually prefer to pay £1 than 99p.
See, what I was talking about the Tin Fingers, I looked it up, and that's actually the name of a band. It's Tin Whiskers, right? Tin Whisker problem. It happens when they changed from the lead-based solder to the tin-based solder. Mm-hmm. And at the time, they had more tin in it than any other alloy, than silver. So what happens is there's a phenomenon with tin where it'll start forming dendrites out of the amalgam, right?
That's going to cause a problem straight away.
Yeah, like a lot of the transistors, the reason why they don't work anymore from the first transistors made is because of that tin dendrite.
No, I don't think any of that's caused the problem in this thing, luckily.
Yeah, no, I'm saying with the vibration, it don't help with that problem. Because it happens with all new electronics.
Snap off and shit like that. It's almost like having like inclusion lines in your steel, and then you drop your knife and it snaps in half when it looked like a good piece of steel.
Yeah. Or there's hidden porosity, and you just have.
That's why I don't want this thing having a spinning hard drive.
A case hardened issue, yeah.
Because listen, it's an old laptop, but it's got a really big screen on it, right? And it's a good laptop, right? And it has.
You just need to update it.
I just need to put an SSD in it, and then I just need to I need to get 2 4 gigabyte RAM. RAM cards.
Are you sure that BIOS is capable of handling that SSD?
Yeah.
So all the IOs are there?
Mate, it's fine. I know it'll work.
Okay.
Because the person who gave it to me used to do it. Used to have one in it.
Because, see, I tried doing this one time with original Xbox hard drive, but I couldn't. It was locked.
Yeah, but that's because it's an Xbox hard drive.
I had to do a hot swap, you know?
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. I know what you're on about, because I tried to do something like that with an Xbox hard drive once, and it doesn't work. Not well. You have to. Well, so let's say I use
Seagate drives the garbage. Sorry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I've got a Seagate drive here. That's not SSD. It's just a hard drive, right? Yeah. Well, it technically is an SSD, I think, but it's like an external hard drive, right? And but I can't seem to fucking get it to work. Like, and I don't know why it won't work. Like, there's no reason why it won't work, right? Because I could just download the Windows 10 to that. You know what I'm saying? I've got it here, right? It's literally got a power port there, right? it's almost like it's only got one cable port, right? So it's like all it needs is one cable. That's it. That's all it needs is one cable, and then it can plug into the laptop. But I think the laptop just needs to be factory reset. We need to back everything up to this, but it's like for some fucking stupid reason, and I don't know what the reason is. I need to find not a micro USB lead. I need to find one of the what do you call it? The pinch neck micro USB thing. You know, the one where it's like more square and blocky, like on the old PlayStation 3 controller. You know that one?
Pinch neck. What?
Well, I'm saying it's like got a neck to it and it pinches in, right? So like I'm not. That's not the name of it.
Is it a USB-C? USB Type C? Like I have a USB Type C for my phone and a.
No, that's for the new phones, right? So right. So it went from micro
USB A, USB B, micro USB A, micro USB.
It might be that because it went from micro USB then to the C one. Now what we've got right now, yeah, right.
Like the Samsung phones?
It's the one before the Samsung phones. It's the one before the old Galaxy S5, 6s.
The Mini A.
Right.
And every company had their own connector at that point.
Right. Listen, I've got some of those leads here, right? Yeah. I've got some leads like that here. I've plugged every single fucking one of them into it. I have got this memory card slot thing here, which has got. No, that doesn't have it. No, I've got like a USB card drive thing that's got a C, it's got a USB 3, and it's got a micro USB. It's quite a neat little thing. It's got like a thing on the USB 3, yeah, right? Where you click it and it folds down and then it turns into a micro USB. And then you click it back up and then it turns back into. Like, it's weird. It's like got a swinging hinge on it. Does that make sense?
Fucking engineers, huh?
I'll take a photo of it in a minute to show you because it sounds fucking.
No, I'm just thinking how the thing was built. Just going, wow, that fucking engineers.
Where did I put all the cables? I need to find the cable quickly. I really do because I just realised that maybe it's just the cables that I have tried. Right, that cable there.
The weird thing with this computer, like, it says, USB Type C, and then on the side it's got a micro SD card for like your cell phones.
Right.
It's either that or because it's got like a small slot, and I can't. It doesn't have anything labeled, and there's nothing with the paperwork game with it. Or it could be a SIM card slot.
Right.
Because I know when I first.
Some of those, what is it? What type of what is it that you? What computer is it?
Asus
like
VisoBook?
Yeah, it could be that it's a SIM card slot because some of them, if it's like a book, like a notebook, they wanted you to be able to have 4G connected capability wherever you go. Oh yes, right. I've just found one. Right there. I've just found one, and it's a short cable, and the shorter the cables are, usually the less likely they are to work.
So are you sure it's like a USB cable and it's not like one of those stupid cables?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah,
like a camera.
I've got it here, mate. I've done it.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not one for like a camera.
You know what I mean, though? It's oh yeah, this will work. What the fuck? It's not gonna. Oh, you little bastard!
Right, let's see if this works. Because if I can do this and I can download the Windows 10 to this, unless someone's got a fucking Windows 10 thing they could send to me later on, but then I wouldn't have the Windows 10 operating system to fucking have it sent to me. Yeah, no, that makes no sense. I need, like you said, I need a medium, don't I? I need something to put it on to myself. It is working. All right, the lights finally come on. Right, so I think I can do it. I've found a cable that fucking finally works.
The thing to do with that, though, is you have to be able to. Well, you're just going to use that to back your information up on, right?
I'm going to put my information on there. I'm going to download a copy of Windows 10 onto it as well. And then I'm going to put in the SSD and then I'm gonna probably remove all the games and shit that I've got on it, which doesn't matter because those games I own on the PlayStation Store. Anyway.
Well, when you install Windows, it's gonna reinitialize and repartition anyway. It might behoove you to separate some partition space and use that partition space as a restoration drive.
3.21, right? Folders, boot. That's got to be it. The N Windows 10 Pro, hasn't it? DVDX, 64-bit.
I can help you out with the Linux, because that's all free, and I suggest Kali.
Wait, can I use Linux instead of Windows?
Completely. Depending on what do you use your computer for?
I just want it for Discord and to be able to go on to a web browser, any web browser, and Skype. So
yeah, you could use Linux for that. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but there's a graphical user interface as well.
Man, I'm already on a I'm already on a learning curve because I haven't been on a PC, like a laptop, like a non-app driven, non-Android driven device in a long fucking time. I think I do need Windows 10 though. Just realized.
And then Kali's, or at least Kali Linux, I know, and Debian Linux, because it's the same distro.
Because I'm going to need an operating system. I'm going to need an operating system. I just don't know where the Windows 10 is.
Huh?
I can't find the individual Windows 10 file. You see what I'm trying to say? This Windows, it says that EN Windows 10 Pro 64. I don't actually do it anymore. Is that Windows? Is that actually Windows 10? Right, so how big is Windows 10? This file is saying that this file here is 3 point something gigabyte. I've got to be honest, I'm just going to fucking order a brand new SSD so that it's easier for me to do that. And I might as well just order a new one, and then I'm not fucking around with all my games and everything on my PlayStation.
And the thing's still populating files.
That's what I'm saying. It's got files and that on it, and then it's all going to get formatted weird, and I bet you it'll break the fucking SSD. I know exactly, it's the way things work with me. If I don't do it right, you know what I mean, it won't work at all.
Because, I had a 32 gig hard drive, or 32 gigabyte storage on that last one.
Yeah.
And I would only had 1 gigabyte open after having everything pruned off of it, baseboard, just running Windows 10. Looks like 24.2 for the Windows file itself, or Windows folder.
How much?
23.
Alright, wait 1 sec. What the fuck are these sticker things? They're just like bigger versions of emojis, right? Weird.
Okay. Release notes. No. Okay, when INI for 16-bit app support, font extensions, MCI extensions, files, mail. MAPI1. No, it's not what I want. System settings. Let's see what that looks like. Okay.
Roll me up.
I bet you this is where it's at. Oh no, that's for Windows Store. Never mind. I was gonna say just search for WS reset, but that's just for the store. Never mind.
I fucking. It's harder to. It's annoying to do because I think I'm just gonna get. I know someone's got one.
WSI, but wait a minute, that's on my Windows system 32 file or folder, but it's
I'm trying to say, try and actually
Microsoft Windows subsystem for Linux launcher.
Windows 10, right? I'm just going to type it in, Windows, right? Windows file, Windows Advanced, Windows old. Like, fucking hell, mate. Like, I think I know which one it is, but I'm not risking that being the Windows 10. I don't know why it's all been named in this way. Got the Windows 10 there, which is pleasing.
Oh, no. Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that. No. If you want to back up the files, right?
Oh, there's nothing on here that I'm really worried about losing.
Take a snapshot.
No, listen. On here,
do a direct snapshot of it instead of moving it.
Listen, there's nothing I'm worried about losing on this PC. I just need to find the Windows 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You snapshot the system.
The whole system.
Yeah, it'll snapshot the hard drive, your image, and it'll write it to another hard drive.
Well, I've got a network there. Network discovery is turned off. I could just put it onto my local network, couldn't I?
Well, because you want to put it on that other hard drive that you got spinning up.
Well, I haven't got an SSD yet anyway, so it's pointless me doing any of it. You know what I mean?
Well,
I know I was going to take it out of the I have out of my PlayStation, but then I've just looked at it, right, and it's 75% full anyway, right? And I've got a fuck ton of games on there, and I'm worried about formatting it all wrong and everything like that. You know what I mean? And I don't remember my sign-in details for the PlayStation network, so I'm like, right, I'll just leave that how it is. Do you know what I mean? I don't really use that anymore.
Yeah, that's when you call your buddy Joshua, right? And I come over with my set of tools and I JTAG the shit. And I go, okay. Now, you take this toothpick, right? Or this cocktail poker. What do you guys call toothpicks there?
Cocktail stick.
Cocktail stick, yeah. And it's like that little reset button. And you just push it in, and don't push it in hard, just real gentle like until it shorts out, and then you release it. And at that point of release, then you can switch to whatever, Anyway.
No, that's not what I'm worried about. No, that's not what I'm worried
data, about. Then it stores the bit, and then you can go on to the next part of the registry, and then execute the code by hitting Control-Enter.
Yeah, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm more worried
about the custom dash.
No, yeah, but I'm not worried about that, Joshua. I'm more worried about fucking. Basically, what I'm worried about is using the SSD with all the games and that on it, right? And then when I do plug it in, it's somehow corrupting the files when I switch it back over to my PlayStation when I get a new SSD. Because it will have Windows on it. And then I've got an operating system on it that's nothing to do with PlayStation's operating system. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute, what the fuck are you trying to do? Are you trying to partition the hard drive so you can still use your PlayStation on it?
Yeah. The point is, it's not worth the amount of time it's going to take me. It's going to cost me about 20 quid to get an SSD. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So I might as well just buy a brand new SSD and use the 20 hours it's going to take me to figure it out.
Or, since Christmas time's coming up, right? Go out behind GameStop, right? And start dumpster diving. You guys got GameStop there?
No.
Any place for like games, electronic stores like that?
We used to. We've got. I tried to buy an SSD the other day in an actual place that sells PCs in PC World, and they don't sell them in there.
'Cause I was gonna say you could sit there at like GameStop and wait till they throw away an old PS.
I tried to purchase tried to purchase wait, is there an SSD in an old PlayStation?
I think so. An old PlayStation 3, I think so. It's either that or a hard drive.
I've got a 500 gigabyte one here.
Because I know my Xbox 360, some of them had hard drives, but I had the SSD. That was like 500 gigabytes. Some shit like that. 512.
But I don't care about just wiping this whole thing on the PlayStation 3. There's literally nothing on it that I want to use it for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that then. I'm taking apart the PS3.
Well, check it out. Does the PS3 have a...
I'm going to go online and see if... Yeah, so I'm going to check out first. I'm going to make sure it has an SSD.
Before you just rip your old PlayStation apart.
Yeah, I'm not going to just rip it all apart. You know what I mean? I'm going to find out first that it's got an SSD in it. But it's a 500 gigabyte one. And that's plenty of space. I don't need any more than that. I just don't want a HDD in my laptop because it uses so much power.
No, they got hard drives. They got hard drives. Yeah.
For fuck's sake. Wait, what ones? On what ones? Because my one's on every type, because you've got the PS3. My one's the one with the sliding disc drawer on the top.
I don't know. That's
one of the newer ones.
The latest ones, yeah.
It's the latest.
As far as I can tell, every single one of the PlayStations, these guys are doing SSD mods.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, there's the slider right there.
Yeah.
The shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, mine's not shiny, but I know what you're on about, yeah. It's the same one. It's a slidey one on the top. They've all got hard drives. I've just looked at it, yeah. They have.
Damn it.
Oh, well. Pipe dreams. Mate, like I said, I'm just going to buy an SSD. I'm just going to order one on Amazon in a minute. It's just the last time I ordered.
Why don't you just get a PS5, man?
Why would I want a PS5?
I don't fucking know.
Fucking PS5. I don't even use my PS4 anymore, mate. I need to open the whole thing up and clean it all out because it doesn't even run. Like, my Xbox stopped working the other day, and I was like, what? Ventilation on it all got fucked up, and I realised how much dust was in it. Like, opened it up, and I was like, shit, no wonder it didn't want to work. Got a Hoover in there, bro. Got all the dust out, and it works fine now.
Oh, wow. So, apparently, doing the SSD swap on an old PS3 increases their graphics quite substantially.
Of course it will. Of course it will, because
and the resolution.
yeah, because it's gonna be a quicker transfer of data. But like, that's why when you take it from the CD, right? So like when you're using an actual disk, right, comparatively to the hard drive to access a game, right? Yeah. You're using a disk and the HDD at the same time on the PS3 now, right? So you're using a disk that's being spooled up, right? And you're using a HDD. So you've got two places it needs to access data from for it to upload it up to the screen, right?
Yeah.
But whereas if you're fucking right, so if you're essentially just using just an SSD and it doesn't have that whole disk spooling thing going on, and it's a much quicker uplink, and it's only from one place than the whole game. Instead of using the disk tray and using the game like that, you have the game downloaded to the SSD, right? So it's only coming from one place of memory. So it's going to be a faster upload. So it's going to lose less in the rendering or whatever you want to call it. I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to this stuff, but I know it on a basic level. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not like an expert when it comes to these electricals and stuff, mate. Like, I'm really not. I know more than the average person on the street. I could probably build a gaming PC like pretty easily, but like the actual downloading of software and fucking all that crap is more annoying than anything. But actually, wait there. Have we got Windows 10 anywhere on a disk? So I've got
usually when you
one sec, Josh. What did you do?
Would you buy Windows 10?
No.
Oh.
All right, sorry. What, online? Yeah, but you need an operating system in order to access that online. So if I wipe my, you know what I mean? I want to get an SSD, right? Yeah. I need to get a thumb drive. I can't download it to an SD card though, because it's got the wrong formatting. You can't download Windows 10 to an SSD card, like a little card. You can download it to a thumb drive. I could write it onto a disk, yeah, but I don't know if that's got a disk rewritable capability on that laptop. Sure, it might be a disk rewriter. We got any disks? Because it needs to be about a 4 GB disk or an 4 to 8 GB disk.
A DVD.
Yeah. You open it? Yeah, I'll open it for you. Why can't you open it?
I don't know. You usually open it.
I can't open it either. I'm just saying that. Well, I can, but I think you've got better nerves than I have.
No, but I've got no polish on them, so they're more rounded. Oh.
Yeah, there's a nip. There you go. Yeah, Josh, when I was talking, and I was talking to someone else at my house, and you were like answering. I was like, no, not you. And then they were like, stop talking. And then you were talking. I was like, no, not you. And I was like, oh, fucking hell, this is circular as fuck. This is like gravity.
Yeah. No, I eventually caught on. I was like, oh.
Yeah. No, not you. No, not you. Not you. And then, like, not being specific. Specificity. Remember, specificity. Talking to myself, obviously. Yeah, I can't wait to be like an American citizen one day, and I can actually play around with all of the things that I enjoy. Is the Alchemist Cookbook still illegal in America?
Oh yeah.
It's so ridiculous, bro. Like that alone.
In fact, somebody came out with like another
variation on it.
and it's bullshit, and you're just like, what the fuck? About like a couple of them might work, but
yeah, it's bullshit basically. Well, the point is that like for them to ban that in America, that revokes the Second Amendment. As far as I'm concerned, the Second Amendment's revoked. The moment you need a Stage 4 license to own a fully automatic weapon, you can't have a well-oiled militia. Like, how are you ever going to get a cone of fire that would keep down heads with one weapon, right? For a platoon of men in a militia to maneuver, to go from one spot to another position without fully automatic fire. Obviously, I know about bump fire. I know about, select fire triggers and all that shit, like getting around the laws on it a little bit. It's still not the same as a fully auto buffer.
I got ideas, but I can't talk about it.
Well, yeah, but we both have. But I'm just saying, like, you know my point, right? Like, if there's no, for the normies out there, right? Let's say if the government turned tyrannical, yeah, right? Like, the people should have the same militaristic capability.
Styrofoam, petrol, a rag, and some beer
I understand. Well, it's not napalm. Shut up! I remember I'm in the United Kingdom. Fucking land of the not so free.
Plenty of orange juice and extra sugar, please.
Yeah. That changes it. It does, yeah. That's all right. Thank you for making that legal, dude.
What about confectionery sugar?
Shut up. You're trying to get me in trouble now.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies.
Good bloody morning.
Morning.
How's you doing, you wee man? Hey, mate. How's it going?
Barely a week.
Barely. Just
with the fairies, and I'm back in the land of Gog.
How weak is you? Is you weight that much? Listen, you don't eat that much. You're still a little bit cold. What? Is your wood showing, or is that, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, I've just woken up then, haven't I?
My ears aren't working properly yet. I have to translate things.
Oh, bro, honestly, like, if I speak to like a couple of Scottish people for like a good like few days, or if I go to Scotland and spend time with my family or whatever, like, family members, and I start like, coming on thick with a Scottish accent, it's really funny because when you go back home, no one can understand what you're saying, especially when you put it on purpose to wind people up,
They're like, what the fuck you saying?
Yeah, the Americans, man. I'm telling you right now, if you was to hear old dude like and Panto talk for real in real life, right? Like I've heard them both speak at the same time, right? And like talking like they're not like changing anything of the way they sound at all to make it easier for anyone to understand, because it's just me and them talking, right? And I can understand them. I could guarantee the Americans would not be able to. Old dude, they might be able to understand you, old dude, but Panto, when Panto's fully in Scots mode, they definitely won't be able to understand that cunt. I'm telling you now.
No way. No way.
No, they couldn't do it, mate. There's no way they could do it, mate.
I think he's originally a Fifer. He's from Fife.
It's all right.
He's got the posh side of the Edinburgh accent.
Yeah.
He's also got the street accent from Edinburgh. And it's just, when we go just normal language, it's deep.
I knew a freaking Scottish guy from Glasgow.
Glaswegian,
His name was what was it? David Simpson. Dude was weird. And then like when he would get drunk and like you couldn't understand a word he was saying.
Oh, going away and didn't he do that, man?
So yeah, you know Dave Simpson, Gimson.
Aye, we Davy Simpson for doing it.
Yeah.
From the tin. Do you know what he just said?
No.
Genius boy.
He said He said the small guy David Simpson from down the town. Just from down.
He's small.
David Simpson might have been down the tent.
Davey with the hair and the eyes. And Davey, he likes to take a walk with his legs. Him, Davey Simpson, aye.
What an important bit.
No, it sounded like he was saying from the YouTube. I was like, yeah, from the YouTubes.
Everyone knows everyone in this country. We're all related.
But are we really related? Or are we just in a Matrix machine, realistically, all of us still watching the film called Trainspotting, and actually the film is yet to end? I once went into like a big rant about how actually everyone in real life is actually watching the film Trainspotting, and it's yet to end in Glasgow. And that they're like, there's not actually really a place called Glasgow, and it's a figment of like I was trolling a Discord server, yeah, and I was like, well, I said, you think Glasgow exists, but it doesn't. I said it's just a hypothetical place that's based on the film Trainspotting. I said, so anything you see about Glasgow is just the extended scenes from Trainspotting that weren't put in Trainspotting. Any news articles, anything. I said, it's kind of like Lord of the Rings. You don't see everything that Tolkien wrote in Lord of the Rings. And I had a couple of them going in the end. Like, you know, the Englishman fallacy? If an Englishman says something, right? And he says it in a smart enough accent, yeah, it starts to become true. So a couple of them started to actually believe what I was saying. And they're like, so basically what you're saying is like, you know, for Trainspotting, it was meant to be more like a big series. And there are books that originated on it. Glasgow isn't actually a real place. It was just made up for that film. And really anything that we see to do with Glasgow, like newspaper articles and stuff like that, is just all shit that they prepared for the potentiality of use in the furtherance of the series. And like any like video footage of people in the street in Glasgow is just like cuts from the scenes that weren't put in the show. And I'm like, yeah, basically, like that's what I was putting across to these people. And like obviously some people are like just thinking I'm mental and like just like but they're not thinking I was a troll. They didn't think I was trolling. They thought I was being serious, and like I just believed this. A couple of them are like, you know, he's just nuts. What are you on about? And a couple of people are like, no, he might be right. They're like, you know, they edited a couple of Wikipedia pages and like changed it to like, you know, Glasgow's not actually a real place. It's just a place that now obviously exists and was put on the map due to the film Trainspotting. And it was then placed on the map after the film Trainspotting. And then I showed them an old map where I like erased Glasgow off the map and showed them the map and said, look, Glasgow didn't exist back then. You know what I mean? Like, I can't remember if it's Glasgow or somewhere else. I can't remember. Wherever Trainspotting is set, that was the place I was pretending didn't exist for real. You know what I mean? Like it was a good troll anyway. It went on for about 3 hours. Like I'm telling you right now, people aren't very inventive trolls out there. There's not many inventive trolls, right? And that's why you've got to be careful with flat Earth memes, because a lot of flat Earth memes, right? Sometimes they're made as jokes, right? And then the jokes become extremely interpersonal between the group of flat Earthers, right? So they become increasingly hard to disseminate between reality and whether or not it's a joke or not. And like I know of people that used to make memes that were like jokes really about the heliocentric model, where they're sort of like this is kind of where like the flat Earth Society thing comes from. Do you know what I mean? Like the floating disc up through space at 9.8 meters per second squared. Like that's more a troll on the idea of like gravity and what the Earth's apparently doing rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Like that's like a troll on that, right? Like, you know, like, but it could be misconstrued as like controlled opposition.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Don't they say that's the measurement of gravity, yet that has something to do with terminal velocity?
Yeah. They say, they say that, it's not necessarily terminal velocity.
You remove the air, terminal velocity doesn't happen, and you continue to speed up. You don't reach that point of no return. Yeah.
Exactly. If there's no wind resistance, if there's absolutely no air resistance, then guess what, motherfucker? You don't have a terminal velocity. So, you know,
some people say like the halo jumpers and all that, like the high altitude, low opening, they actually go faster than terminal velocity would allow.
To be fair, you can go faster than terminal velocity would allow because of wind currents as well. It's like, you know, on wingsuits, yeah, right? You know, when you jump with a wingsuit,
that means there's a flaw in their gravity.
That means that, yeah, of course it does, because you know, people in wingsuits do like 180, sometimes 220 mile an hour, bro. Right?
Well, yeah, they're also slicing. They're also slicing through the air too.
And then there's a guy that was in a wingsuit who ended up doing like 270 mile an hour on accident. He goes down like a ravine, yeah, like a valley, right? And as he cuts around the corner to go into the valley, there's a huge backwind that's blowing down the valley, and he's like pitched forward with his like head down, yeah, and all the wind catches the base of him underneath, right? You know, so he's not in an alpha position like nose up, nose down, instead like a reverse alpha. I don't know a delta, I guess, whatever, a delta position, right? I don't even know what you'd call it, right? Basically, it's just nose down, so head down, right? And this gust of wind hits him behind, and he's got an accelerometer on his shoulder, right? So for his speed, right? And by the end of it, they realised I think he nearly clocked like 300 mile an hour. This guy using a wingsuit, and he nearly killed himself because he goes down the valley. You know that place called Grinding the Crack? Have you seen that? It's called Grinding the Crack. I'll show you a video of it. It's fucking insane. So when you turn around into that valley, right? Usually you want to do it with the wind, sort of. So there was a change in the wind current, right? So when the first run that someone did, the wind was going and heading in towards them, right? So that keeps you aloft. You know what I mean? And it means you can fly incredibly low. And it means that you're going down this valley, and it means that you can pull up if you need to away from the bottom. Well, he turns into the valley literally 10 minutes after the first jump, right? And he does so, but the wind's changed direction, and it hits him up the arse instead of it being against him, right? So he goes from like 170 mile an hour to like well over 200 miles an hour in a matter of seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like, and literally, like, the dude is like, going down, and he's saying in this video, he's like, I'm trying to pull up, right? He said, and when you're trying to pull up, like, you know, like an airplane would, yeah, the airplane would just add extra thrust, wouldn't it? Right? Add extra thrust to overcome the wind that's pushing it down, right? Like, let's say there was a headwind and it was pushing down on the top of an airplane, right? You know, and it was effectively making it lose altitude slowly over time. It would just add some acceleration, some thrust, right? And it would pull its nose up, and its wing flaps would go like that. You've got that same control with your wing flaps, but you've got no thrust. So the guy said he was like fighting against the wind, right? Trying to keep his arms out straight so that he did at least have some positioning to change his nose position so he could pull up. But the wind was like basically just forcing his nose down. So he's like, he said the way the wind was, it was almost like he's in a wingsuit, and it's like the wind is forcing his head to be bent down and to keep going, burying himself lower and lower altitude towards the ground. And he's already very close to the ground because he's flying through like almost like a mountain system. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you're flying low in comparison to the fact, not the floor, but in comparison to like the slope of the actual mountain. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying his hardest to pull up, and he literally can barely do it. And I'll show you the video in a minute of like how close he gets to this precipice, right? And now people do it all the time for fun. Like, literally, they do it for fun. But the first guy to do it shit himself. Do you know what I mean? Obviously. But I think there's certain places that they find that are like the best courses for this wingsuit, this close flying thing. And it's like kind of where the air current is like, there's, when you get to a certain like, you know, altitude where you're extremely low, obviously you've got the wind that's hitting the surface and blowing up, and it gives you a bit of a pocket that allows you to give yourself a bit of lift. Because otherwise you could just get hit by a headwind and just get buried into the side of a cliff. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But, you know, it happens quite often. These wingsuit jumpers do kill themselves all the time. Like, literally, like they die all the time, bro. Like, it's not talked about much, but let me send you a video a sec. I'll send you a video of what I'm on about. You'll find it pretty funny. You see how low he gets anyway as well. Like, obviously they do it on purpose. Like, they purposely want to get really low. But imagine how frightening it would be getting really low, and then when you try to pull back up, you can't because of the way the wind is. Like, because there's just a wind that's blowing from behind you and like on top of you. So you're like so low to the ground, and you're like, "Yep, I'm gonna crash." And then you're like, "All right, I'll pull up," and then you just can't. Yeah.
Well, see, like,
so frightening.
This is just me, you know. If the plane's like shot up and we're going down, yeah, I'll jump out the motherfucker with the parachute. But
yeah,
if the plane's perfectly fine, I'm not gonna pay to jump out of the plane. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm sort of the same as that.
With just a piece of silk, you know. Come on. I know it's not silk anymore, but
have you ever seen the wings through the hole? Have you ever seen Through the Hole?
No.
Oh, mate, Through the Hole is pretty insane. I have to show you that one, and then I'll show you. Watch this one first. The first, I'll send you a couple, right? There's the Batman cave one as well. Graham Dickinson, Insane Wingsuit Flight. Is that the one? That's the one there. That's the one. That one is the one where the guy ended up getting the wind. Now, guess what they're doing? They've got people on these wingsuits, yeah, right? Yeah. And they've got people holding onto the back of them, bro. Rodeo wingsuiting. So they've got like a slightly bigger and more robust wingsuit, right? And they've got like and then people sit on the back of the wingsuit jumper, right? And it's called rodeo wingsuiting.
What could go wrong?
Nothing. And then they've also got the wingsuits with the jetpacks. Have you seen them now?
No.
No, that's pretty interesting, bro. Like, and then there's a place called Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate one is pretty insane. I'll send them to you now.
Oh shit, dude! I just realized it's like almost 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, watch this a second. It's not very long. Watch this one clip. I'll send a few of them through to you. Oh, Iggs is back as well. Right, I'll tell you which one to watch, Joshua. Wait there. All right. So, watch the one that I sent you. That is not the first, not the second, the third one down. Iggs, bro, you there?
Hey, bro. I just want to give a shout out to Anthony for helping me get a few oils and checking up on me.
All right.
Yeah, because of
Anthony
time's been off. Yep. I spoke to him.
He's a good guy, man.
He opened up his house to me, bro. No questions asked. I met his two kids. Gave me a place to stay. I stayed over. We went bowling. Ate with his kids. Spoke. Just a dude that I've got no words. You know what I mean? No words can describe.
He's the
What
dude.
did you score? What did you score when you went bowling, Eggs?
Oh, yeah.
1-1-3. I keep on saying it, bro. I'll go to Anthony. I keep on seeing this 113 number. I keep on seeing 113 everywhere. He goes, what do you mean? I just keep on saying it everywhere. I look at the time. I'm like, look, it's on the three. Da da da.
Yeah,
I go bowling,
and then you score it.
Yeah. He goes, what the fuck? I didn't even realize. He goes, look at the score. I'm like, shit, man.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
Oh.
Yeah, this Anthony, that's the guy, mate, where, like, you know, I was worried about you one day, and then I come in here and I was like, is there anyone in Australia, like, that I could give a number to and they could, like, ring someone up for me, because I can't ring, like, you know, for some reason it wouldn't let me ring your mobile number, right? And then Anthony just rings me up, right, because he hears me either on the YouTube or hears me in here, and he's like, he doesn't know I'm talking about you. I didn't mention your name at all, obviously, right? Like, I was just asking if there's anyone in Australia, and he's just like, he straight away just rings me up, and he's like, who are you on about? And I'm like, oh, I don't really want to say. And he goes, well, I think you're on about eggs, like that. And he goes, I was just on the phone to him. He's fine. And I'm like, what? I'm like, praise Yah, like the one person that happened to, you know, have like I don't know. It just seemed really like miraculous that I ended up somehow, you know, within 2 seconds of just like trying to find someone else had contacted you just 2 seconds before, when I've been struggling to get hold of you for God knows how long. And then it's hard to explain. It was just the way it worked, like how quickly it worked. Like, you know, I was worried for like about 2 seconds, and then I was no longer worried. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the way.
The beauty.
That's the way God does things usually for me sometimes. Yeah.
Well, that's the beauty of people or God or whatever you want ascribe that into. It's somebody caring enough to say, hey, listen, I'm from there. I know that, you know, the international phone call charges or whatever, or you can't get through to him. I'll try to get through to him. I'm from that area. And I keep on saying it, it's the care factor that is missing in society. If the care factor was there, we wouldn't have none of this. If everybody cared for
but Iggs, you know why they don't care.
You
know why they don't care though, right? Because government can do it for them. And then not only can government do the caring for you, bruv, how do you learn to care for someone when you never ever have instances where you have to care for someone? So I always tell people, empathy is not innate. People are not just empathetic innately, right? People can try and say, well, I'm an empath. And I go, okay, well, you learn empathy at some point if you're an empath. You learn it from somewhere. Maybe you went through some hardship. Maybe you had to look after someone who was ill, and it broke your back every time you walked up the stairs and made a meal for that person. And, you know, eventually you gained empathy for their position because of how it affected you. And you started to see things through their eyes, right? But government now serves as an entity that eliminates the process of ever having to care for anyone, which eliminates the process of people learning how to be empathetic for one another. So we not only have the capability to not have to care for one another, we also have all of the ways that we would learn that we need to care for one another taken away via government.
Yeah, it's the abdication of the obligation to care for one another. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You abdicate it, but it's really an obligation for everybody to care for one another. If everybody did that, this place wouldn't be in the mess that it's in.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, you know, government stood there going, you know, well, what we need for everyone to be healthy is we need a national health service, so that, you know, it's your duty as a citizen to care for your friends and your family and to have a nationalised health service. And I'm like, right, okay, that's all well and good, mate. But, like, the moment you have a nationalised health service, right, then it's like you don't need to worry about the health of your family members because they already have that covered. And I'm not being funny, your evaluation of your family's health is probably a lot more accurate than a general practitioner that sees them for a 10-minute appointment every 6 months. Because you spend every day around that person. I don't care if you haven't got a degree in being a doctor, right? you're spending so much more time around them that you understand intrinsically their symptoms way better than that doctor ever could, regardless of any form of certificate. You know?
Yeah.
It's really that
100%.
simple.
Well, till the late 1800s or not early 1900s, any physician or doctor was not allowed to charge for services or even materials. So if somebody went to help somebody, they did it out of the kindness of their heart, and they helped.
And then it was, and the person would tip them, and doctors
if they wanted to,
yeah, and doctors actually, if you look at in the Victorian times and the Georgian times, when doctors did it on an ethical basis, right? So doctors used to get what you would call a stipend from a medical fund, right? So you would have a medical treasury, which would be paid into by, like, let's say, various philanthropists or benevolent benefactors, right? And that would provide enough money for doctors to live off of, right? As like a stipend, like a salary almost, right? And then any job that they were asked to do in their local area, meaning their jurisdiction, they'd have a jurisdiction with a certain square miles from where they would live, right? And any job that they were supposed to do and any materials they would use out of the materials would be used out of the treasury fund for materials used. Then they would have the stipend, which would be for their salary or for them to live, right? And then, you know, homeowners' taxes and all that sort of stuff would get cut, so they didn't have to pay the taxes and for insurance and all that sort of stuff on their properties because they're working as benevolent, you know, ethical workers of health, right? Some of those doctors used to make a lot more money because they would go than the doctors of today, because they would go to poor people, they would see them, they would sometimes even get a tip from poor families, you know, and then they would even get tips from the rich. And sometimes you go to a rich person's house, and you know, you do something and you save his child, right, in birth, right? Guess what? And that guy's a multi-millionaire back then. He might just turn around and give you £4,000, which in today's money is about £1 million. Do you know what I mean? So, like, you know, and that could happen to you like 25 times in a year. Do you know what I mean? Where you end up at someone's manor house and they've got a lot of money, and you save their wife, their child, or, you know, one of their family members. And in that moment, they're going to feel extremely generous. And if they've got the money there, they might give it to you. But now, doctors are written out of that because it would be classed as doctor grooming. So you could be doing it to, let's say, gain drugs or something, right? So you can't just give a gift to a doctor of, like, you know, 2 or 20 grand or £500,000 or something, right? But back then, when it used to be that doctors would run off of these sort of like unionized treasury funds, right, that would be from various benefactors and, you know, philanthropists that would pay into a medical system, that people that wanted to help society to have a better, healthier, cleaner place to live. These doctors would make a ton of money based on the fact that they weren't being paid to do their job. Do you know what I mean? Per person, you know, and it would be services rendered, and whatever that person felt like giving them, whether it was nothing, whether it was a lot, that would be what they would be allowed to receive. You know?
Yeah, each to their own means of whatever they have, like
capability.
I've got old what's it called, case law and even the like precedents and whatnot from even like early Roman times. So the thought process then was usually the people who become you know, doctors or, you know, healers or whatever you want to call them, were people who had money and didn't have a problem with money, and it was their task to go out in the world and make people
better.
You know, better.
Yeah.
And they weren't, even at a certain period of time, they weren't allowed to receive, even if the person wanted to give them something. Say a person that didn't have much money or was in middle class or whatever, they weren't allowed to receive money because it was against the ethical or the moral standard at the time to receive money for doing something that everybody should do, is help one another.
Yeah. I know what you're on about there.
Yeah,
that depends what country you're in. In Victorian times, it definitely wasn't like that in England, but because I know
that only got changed in the past 100 years, bro. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they kept to the old way of thinking or ethical moral standard, whatever you want to name it. It would be a lot better, because then you have people caring for each other, and you have people learning how to, care about themselves too. You know what I mean? These people,
of course, brother.
Hocus pocus. They knew what they were doing. And then once somebody does something for them, they learn that. They say, hey, listen, if somebody gets sick from this, and this, you grab this, and this, and this helps them. And that knowledge gets stuck with that, particular family or whatever, and it gets promulgated throughout the community.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Oh, the dude that got sick, his family, he's somebody that's sick somewhere else from the same thing, same symptoms, and he goes, hey, listen, this helped with, so particular member of the family with themselves. I had this, and this, try it, and they get better, and that's how knowledge is distributed. But now the prevailing thought is, isolation. You only learn this, and that's it. Like, if you work with wood, you only learn how to cut wood, and then you have to get another certificate and learn how to fucking put 2 pieces of wood together with a nail. Like, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, really, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, bro. Before, when somebody was building a house, he had to be a plumber, electrician, a builder, concrete layer, to be able to put up bricks and everything. And that got taken away. So you subdivide it and you make, somebody for bricks, somebody for concrete, somebody for electricity, somebody, for whatever. And it just gets more compartmentalized and more and more and more and more till you're left with a husk with, and it's empty. There's nothing in the husk, just empty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like, like we have like this, I don't know, we have a difference now, don't we, in terms of the way, but like I said, like, because obviously we've got government right now, we've got government, right? I honestly feel like it's a self-defeating thing, like, in the sense of, like, for the individual man, like you were saying earlier, right, it's there to protect, right, your rights, apparently, right, when all it really, truly, and this is the truth of the matter, right, it doesn't protect your rights, does it? Let's face it. Like, it really doesn't. It serves to remove everything that's intrinsic about the way human beings are. Like, when you can see it from all angles, like when we look at it like the way we have over the last couple of hours or whatever, right? It's every angle, bro. Like, it's literally every angle how it not, like, it attacks your rights. It removes your... Yeah, it doesn't just remove you as as an individual. It removes your capability to integrate with groups as well.
Yeah, and if you look at it, bro, since the dawn of time, this is what people have to realize. Even in mainstream history, government has been the one to fuck everything up.
Mm-hmm.
The idea was good, whatever. Whether it's, I don't care what anybody thinks about any civilization, whether it's Sumer, Babylon, this, that. The idea was good, then it gets corrupted. Rome was an idea, that gets corrupted. British Empire was an idea, it gets corrupted. America is an idea, it gets corrupted. Whatever it is. And it's always the government people going in there with egoism and these fucking, I don't know, whether it's greed, lust, whatever it is, corrupting the thing. And then they bring their own corruptors inside, and filter out, work with the corrupt people inside that nation, chieftains or the clan members. And it's just, it's there for anybody with eyes to see. It's right there in front of you. The whole time it's been done by so-called, these people that, I'm here to help you. No, motherfucker. If I want help,
honestly, to be honest
let
with you,
me ask for help. Go for it.
True, but I even think we'd be better off going at least back towards just having a king. You know what I mean? Because at least then you've got the peasants, and the peasants know where their place is, and we at least know we're peasants. We're not told that we're going to be higher up than the elite, you know? We're not told that there's
honesty, yeah.
At least there's some honesty about it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, I know it's disgusting.
Well, this is the thing, bro. There still are kings, but they sort of get put on, democracy. No, they're the ones, there's people behind them, but, you know, they are sort of like the main ones in the view that, you know, make the so-called decisions. And at least if they're honest, if they say, listen, man, this is what you can achieve unless you're, you know, some kind of genius or whatever, or you got some talent, then you can fucking move up. But, you know, it's the illusion of freedom or freedom. If you think you're free, then you're dumb. You know what I mean? That's the whole point of it. Freedom.
Exactly. Yeah, thinking you've got freedom is kind of redundant and ridiculous, let's face it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We are meant to be free, but people don't use it. It's the, again, abdication of the freedom. You know, pass it along. How can you delegate something to somebody else that you have no right to? You can't delegate something that you have no right to delegate.
100%.
You know, delegation of authority. You know, you've got your government, and then they just make up some bullshit agency. And it's like, what the fuck? Wait a second, I gave you that thing to do. What the fuck are you giving that thing to somebody fucking else? Who the fuck gave you right to give that thing to somebody else? And then that agency delegates some bullshit, makes another 3 fucking agencies. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on here? People just don't get it. It's a simple fucking thing, man. If I've given you the right to, I don't know, do something, bro, I've given you that right. You can't give it to Bob down the street.
Yeah.
And as I'm speaking, I'm like waving my hands around just so you know, because of frustration. It's a simple thing, man. Like,
you're talking like you got a fucking problem and you're fucking, you know,
yeah,
I'm
bro.
like, yeah, look at this in my hands. And
yeah, bro.
I don't understand my pain right now,
huh? I'm giving you the key to my house, and I say, listen, bro, come and check on my house. And then you decide to give my key to some random dude, and you're like, hey, listen, my, you know, good mate told me to come and look at his property, just to, look after it. But I'm going to give this to you. Now you go do it. The dude robs you, or, you know, just starts living there, or I don't know, shits on it, whatever. Like, there is no, fuck, we won't go into the logic. There is no reason. How the fuck does that even happen? It's oxymoronic.
Yeah, man.
I don't get it, bro.
No, yeah, I know. I don't understand people like that. You know what I mean, bro? Like, I literally don't understand people that are like that at all.
Yeah. These people make up, these other people, so-called whatever, normies are just people, just accept it and they go, oh, yeah, that's all right. And it's like, wait a second. Just take a minute. Think about it. I speak about this shit all the time and probably boring to people, but it's like, I just gave the example of me giving you the key and you giving it to somebody else. So it doesn't work. So if it doesn't work with you and me, how the fuck can it work with the institution, bro?
Exactly. It is exactly true. You know,
they're just a service provider because
institutions as well. They provide a service, right? And people forget about this, like with like the NHS, for instance, or a National Health Service. Let's say there's a wing of it that's redundant, that's costing taxpayers money, all year round. They're costing money, to people, right? But their service is redundant. It's like the road workers of the United Kingdom. It's a huge, huge, huge group of men that are employed, right? Okay? They sit on their arse all day doing nothing. And I know they do because they're my friends, some of them, right? They make up jobs and pretend that they're doing jobs that they're not doing and all this shit just so they don't lose their jobs because obviously there's nothing for them really to do. The highway maintenance team could be cut down
and they get
by
paid
like
a shitload.
90%. But like they get paid a lot of money for highway maintenance and there's really nothing to do. So they just put back false reports and the government wants to keep them there working because they take a cut of the tax that gets allocated to them as well for being the supervisors of that fucking group of men, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So everyone watches it all, and now it's like, so government, even when it serves, it doesn't serve and it becomes redundant, it doesn't cut itself smaller. It only increases itself in size to take more tax, even when it's not needed.
Over here, you'll see that
no one is ever going to go and turn around and say, guess what, my job, it's not needed anymore. Like, what I'm doing isn't really needed, so you might as well just, like, cut me out, you know what I mean? But government needs to act in that way because it's to serve the people. So it should be, when there's a case like that, right, we should have a form of, like, training, like, as in, right, so you men that are about to lose your jobs because you're redundant in your place of work, the government should have a thing where they sign a decree that says any man employed under the government, if the job becomes redundant and you're benevolent enough to tell your government that your job is no longer needed, then they should put the money into you going back to school, and they should pay you while you go back to school as if you're working that job still, so that you can transfer over to another government job where you are needed. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, just initiatives like that would make all the difference. Do you know what I mean? But no one does it. And if I can think of this shit, then someone else can. You know, this is kind of my whole point. You know, like, I'm you know, I know I'm a fucking genius, but, like, you know, fucking hell.
But that's what it is, bro. What do you think? These people up the top don't know this shit. We can figure it out, but they don't fucking know. Come on.
You know, I realise that me and you, Iggs, are the biggest geniuses on the planet, and there's no one else that could think of this shit. So, like, that's probably why they didn't think of it, right? Let's face it.
Yeah, probably, bro.
I'm just, you get the joke.
Yeah, I get the joke, bro. But to be honest, bro, most people, those people up the top, don't have any fucking type of fucking.
Oh, come on, mate. There are people out there.
Bro.
There are people out there that are smart enough to fucking know. To be honest with you, there's a difference between being intelligent and book smart and being able to be expressionarily intelligent. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've got intelligence and you've got intellect. They're two separate things. Intellect is, you know, a certain way of thinking. Book smart. Intelligent is book smart, but incorporating it with everyday life and being not just book smart, street smart, any kind of smart. That's the difference between, you know, intellect and intelligence. People think they're the same thing, but they're not.
You tell me a second, wait there, Iggs, brother. I just want to try something and see if this works.
Yeah. Yeah, go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep.
I can't hear you, that's the only thing.
Can you hear me now? You there?
Yeah, I'm trying to split the thing so I can listen to the Xbox and the thing at the same time. Wait. Speak a minute?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I can't fucking hear you. Wait now, let me see if I switch my Now I could probably hear you.
Can you there?
I hear you, but but I don't hear the game. So it doesn't work, basically. Wait there. Let's see this. No, it don't work. I'll try it again. Yeah, one splits the sound, one splits the mic, so I can't hear you again. I know I can't. Try. Speak. Iggs?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, it don't fucking work. What a bastard. That's really annoying. Oh well. Oh well, it done work, mate.
You'll be right, bro.
I was trying to split it with a splitter where, like, you know, on the PC you need to have a two-way splitter to have a headset in, yeah, for your microphone and one for your thing. But I was thinking, like, I could hear the thing, the game. I could hear the game, right? Yeah. Put the splitter in, put one in the Xbox controller, the headset piece, and then put the microphone piece into this, so you could hear me through my microphone and my headset. But it wasn't playing the sound back up from my headset. So I'm like, oh fuck. I wonder if there's a way of doing it. It's really stupid. There's got to be someone needs to create a lead that can do that. There's got to be a way of doing that, surely. Like a way of like me listening to like my Xbox sound through the. You know what I mean? Like there's surely a way.
Yeah, there's got to be a way. Come on, bro. We have the internet. We have fucking satellites.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, surely I can listen to my Xbox at the same time as fucking talking on Discord. Like you can split it, so you can do it. Like, but you just can't hear. I just can't hear you at the same time. You know what I mean? You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
I can hear, and I hear these motherfuckers. They still haven't stopped with the fucking airplane since last time, bro. And the fucking shoppers. What the fuck is going on?
Tell me if this other headset works with this. Can you hear me?
Yep.
How do I sound there?
Yeah, it's good, bro.
Well, it sounds perfectly fine.
Yeah, you're clear. Audible.
Not like fuzzy or nothing like that.
No. There's no background noises, screeching, any crackling, nothing.
Fucking hell, that's good, because this headset's so much more comfortable. Oh, that's a lifesaver.
So there we are.
I'm going to use this. The other one's better for like when I want to be up and close and personal to the mic, because it's got a boom arm on it. You know what I mean? It's pretty sweet. Right. Okay. Do you remember? Did you ever play on the old Assassin's Creed or anything?
Yeah, I did actually. I fucking love that game.
Mate, they remastered all of the old ones with Ezio. You remember Ezio?
What's that?
Normally, Ezio. Do you remember Ezio Auditore Firenze or whatever his name was?
Oh yeah. The main dude, yes.
Yeah, the main dude from like the first couple of Assassin's Creed. They've remastered it on Xbox One X and re-released it. Yeah, mate. And at the minute, it's got 70% off.
That's like the only game I've actually played. We used to have an arcade overseas. I kind of drilled it there, and when I came back here to Australia, I stopped playing. But then, because of my younger brother, he had like Xbox 1, 2, 3, whatever. It was like 4. I got the other one, and I was looking at the games like Assassin's Creed. I'm like, chuck it in. It's pretty good, and it gives if you actually pay attention to the game, it gives you quite a bit of history in the fucking game.
It's pretty cool. It is a really good game, isn't it?
Yeah. I love it. Actually, yeah. It's a really good game.
Yeah, I like it as a game goes. It's not. Yeah, as a game goes, it's not a bad game. Like, is it? Well, not as a game goes, it's not a bad game. I mean, in general, it's a brilliant game.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. And I'm not a game connoisseur or anything, but
it was good, wasn't it? It made you feel like an actual assassin. Like, it made you feel like a genuine assassin, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Like you went around like I'm messing shit up right now, like for real, you know.
Yeah, and the way that it's done, you know, go inside, you speak to, you know, whoever, and there's books and this and that, and you know, you're taking people out from the scene that, you know, are bad and blah blah blah, and they're just telling you how it works and how it's worked since the dawn of time, bro.
Real cool, isn't it? It's really cool, bro.
Yeah.
They've even got. Have you seen the new games for it?
Huh?
Have you not? There's what's this game called Human Fall Flat? Human Fall Flat is hilarious, light-hearted platformer set in floating dreamscapes that can be played solo. It's like a flat map, right? And there's like no gravity in that, mate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
New free There's a game that's clearly made by a flat earther, mate. It's all like using like buoyancy and relative density and on a flat map, and it's called Human Fall Flat.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but this game looks fucking hilarious.
I was going to tell you, I started watching like movies again. I watched this movie with what's that guy's name? He was in that movie, Ted. Wahlberg. And he's in this. I forget what it's called. Huh?
Where's Waldo? What?
No, Wahlberg, Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. The guy from Ted. Yeah.
Yeah, he is in this other movie that, like, there's the battle of two different types of people. Ones who are sort of have faith who are positive, and the other ones who are just negative, and sort of like a reincarnation thing. And there's one group of people that detest, you know, this life and want to just like obliterate it, and one people who are protecting it. You know what I mean? It's actually a pretty good movie.
What's it called?
It's a bit. I don't know what it's called. If you type in Mark Wahlberg's movies, will come up just like movies.
I can't. I've got you in my pocket, mate.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me.
I can't right now. I'll do it in a minute. I can do it in a minute.
Let me have
do it right now.
Let me have a look.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. It's called The Infinite.
The Infinite.
Yeah, or just Infinite. Infinite.
There's this game called Enlisted as well. Infinite. I have to try and find it. Where did you watch it to?
There's Helio gave me this like free place of streaming. And yeah, I just watched it through there.
Oh right, I don't. It's a free streaming site, so it's like.
Yeah, it's got like you can watch anything and everything on there, bro. So I watched it on there, and it's pretty good. It's a bit abstract. It might challenge some people's fucking, you know, thoughts and beliefs or whatever and some shit. But there's a underlying principle of the story. You know, there's a purpose to why they made the movie and what it's trying to portray.
Right. I'll have to try and find it somewhere where I won't watch it on a free streaming site because I don't have any way of watching it. So I'd have to watch it on my laptop, and I'm not risking getting any.
So I'll watch it on my phone with my head.
Yeah, I can't do that. I literally can't even. I can't bring myself to do it. Like,
yeah, it's pretty good.
But like, Right. If I do this, pause, then that's going to try and install. Alright, sweet. So there is a part of the game I can get for free. Oh, this enlisted game looks sick. World War II shooter, mate. And people are saying it's better than any Call of Duty or any Battlefield or game like that, you know. All the new reviews on it are fucking like top notch. Everyone's been raving about it. Like, I love first person shooters, mate, but like I've not found one for a long time that's tickled me, you know, like in a good way.
And I just looked at the time, and it's 11:33. Fucking hell, I can't escape this fucking thing.
Go to bed, mate. Go to bed. It's one of those places, Discord, isn't it? Sucks you in and you can't leave.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
I'm trying to fucking figure out why am I saying this. I mean, I think I know why, but it's
Eh?
I think I know why I'm saying it, but you know, I can't.
See what?
Just that number, 11:33. 11:33. Or 1-1.
Oh shit! It's 1-3. It's 13:34 for me right now.
Yeah. It would have been 13:33 when I said that. Yeah. So you see what I mean? Like, I don't know why. Wake up in the morning.
Yeah, it would have been
whatever.
13:33. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look at the time. It's like 11:13 or 11:33, and then look at the phone. Whatever lunchtime will be like 1:13 or 1:33. It's like fucking hell, mate. Like, what is your deal? What is wrong with you? Not what is wrong with you. It's like, what the fuck's going on, actually? It is what it is, but yeah. The way I said that, what is wrong with you?
Something happened on our end. Sorry, mate. I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Gotta get that Ezio collection because it's got 70% off in it. Controller keeps disconnected. I need to get some batteries. The phone keeps turning off. Not this phone, obviously. The one I'm talking to you. One sec, I'll be right back. I just need to get a charger.
Alright.
That actually worked. Right, I'm back, bro. So you know.
Back on.
He's back on the. He's back on the fucking team, boy. Have you seen any of these wingsuit base jump videos, Higgs?
No.
Yeah, I'll check a couple of these out a sec. I'll tell you which one to watch first. So watch the second one I sent you first, and then watch the third one I sent you first. Then the last one as well was pretty good. They're only short clips. I think the longest one is the third one I sent you, but the second one I sent you and the last one I sent you, they're both pretty short clips, but it's insane. So watch the second and last one maybe, but I want to show you the one that's called Grinding the Crack. It's called. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, wait there. This one here, I'm going to send you this one. So yeah, watch the second one I sent you. It's only 50 seconds long. Then watch this one I'm about to send you after. It's fucking insane, brother. Never seen nothing like it in my life, mate. The last video I just sent you as well, it shows people like flying between buildings and stuff, mate. Like, it's fucking nuts.
Oh, is it those dudes that like sort of have those Batman costumes?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Oh yeah, those guys are fucking mental.
Oh, mate, I would do it, I think. I genuinely wouldn't care about dying doing it. To me, it's kind of like, but after you finish, watch the very last one I sent you. It's the most insane one. The top 5 craziest flybys.
So the last one?
The very last video I sent you. It's the top 5. I swear, like 2 or 3 of them are dead out of the ones I just sent you. I'm not even joking you.
What the fuck? I didn't even see the dude. What the fuck happened? Hold up.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Some of them are flying through buildings, mate, and stuff like
that. Fucking Death Wish. Imagine the feeling, bro.
Yeah. Right?
I'm getting like chills up and down my spine.
So
the
last video I sent you is insane, mate. It is insanity. I'm not gonna lie. You watch it and you're like, whoa! Like you watch the 5 jumps, mate.
Yeah.
And you're like, shit.
I've got goosebumps, bro.
They get increasingly crazier as you go along. The suit inflates as you're flying down. It fills up with air, and that's what creates the shape to it.
Get fucked. You're hitting almost terminal velocity, bro.
No, more than terminal velocity. Some of them do like 220 mile an hour, bro. Trust me, you go faster than terminal velocity. They do 170 about they're doing about 170 mile an hour at all times. Because you're cutting through and wind is pushing you forward. The suit gets filled up with air at the front and it pushes out the back. The way the suit's designed, it's got airflow ports in the front. So you have got a little bit of thrust kicking out the back here as well. You know what I mean? Kind of like pressurizes it in the suit. Mate, there's guys that have attached, what do you call it to it now?
Get fucked, he's above the clouds.
There are people now, bro. There are people now, yeah, that have attached rockets to them, bruv. No lie. There's people out there that have done this now. They've attached rockets to them. I'll send you a video of it. And there's one called Rodeo. Look at this woman here, mate. She does this thing called rodeoing, yeah? Right? Where she goes on the back of the guy. So she sits on his back. It's not a bad video to watch, to be honest. It's good view in all ways. Say that.
Bro, imagine just like being in an apartment and just seeing this dude just fly by.
Yeah, innit? I swear you could attach little missiles to people and shit, right? Look at the last 2 videos I sent you, yeah? One's called Rodeoing, where the girl, she sits on the back of the guy who's got a wingsuit and she just hangs on to him. It's fucking nuts. And she's got the parachute.
Did you just go past like Everest or something?
Yeah, mate, I know, right?
What the fuck, bro?
I know.
It's just...
I know, mate. It's insane.
It's mental.
Right, what's this haunting thing? How do you unlock it? It's insane, right? The last one I sent you is one where the guys attached rockets to his thing, bro.
Did you see the thing that I posted in the live stream voice text? So like 4,000 years ago, or maybe 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, they were Nazis, bro.
Wait, let me see. Let me check. That's one old Nazi right there, bro.
Yeah. This is a prehistoric Nazi. Well, they don't even know what the fucking symbol means. They just made up this fucking word Nazi. And they ascribe a symbol to it. Saying that it's bad. What the fuck is a symbol bad? How can a symbol be bad?
It was used by a bad group, alright? Don't you understand?
Yeah. So then everything is bad then, because everything that is out there, some retard has used it for bad. So then everything should be banned. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Now the conversation starts. Yeah, but literally, bro, if you think about it, if you're going to think about shit in that way, then everything out there is bad and has been, used for bad, so everything can be banned. So now I think that's why we've come to this state. Everybody can't talk. You can't speak, don't communicate, because everything's just shit. Fucking hell.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one. So one hand he's pointing to a swastika, the other one he's got the phoenix or eagle, whatever you want to call it.
Wait, one sec, mate. What's that?
I think that's a representation of the Azenda Vista, whatever the fuck.
The what?
The Azenda Vista. It's the old proper, what's it called, Aryan religion. So people know it as the Ahura Mazda, but it's the writings, they're called the Azenda Vista and Azenda Vanta. There's a few old writings. People just say, oh, Ahura Mazda, whatever. I don't know what's going on. The actual scriptures are called Azenda Vista and Azenda Vanta. And there's other ones too. But yeah, it's same sort of principle. Savior, so-called Satan, which is called Ahriman, something else. It's just a different label. Same sort of concept. A less adult.
Same information trying to get out at different times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, as I say, there's nothing new under the sun. And once you get stuck with the label, then, it's kind of hard to get rid of. So I tell people, okay, what is the point of language? I ask everyone, why is language there?
Well, one second, mate. So it's just gone crazy on my fucking TV. I don't know what. I managed to. I found that I had some massive potatoes, and I'm making jacket potatoes now.
What are you making? Potatoes, jacket potatoes.
Jacket potato, yeah. You know when you cook a potato like in tin boil or.
Oh, yeah, with the skin on, yeah.
Yeah, with the skin on and that, mate, yeah. And you put like all butter and cheese and that in it, and pepper and.
Just dunk everything.
Yeah, mate. STG 44, mate. The Stumgaba. Come on, I don't play the game enough to unlock it. You know what I mean? I'd love to fucking fire that weapon. Let's go. The fuck is that? Carnival Pride. I think it is fucking Carnival. Is it? Jungle Style Mag. In the banana bit. No. What's this? Lucy. What? SVT scope. Padded stuff. Oh.
1 sec, bro.
Yeah, I need to go and finish this food off a sec. Well, actually, I can take the phone with me. I don't know what I'm on about. Well, I've got that gas, man.
Sorry about that. Had to organise food.
Yeah, you're alright, mate. I need to get some food as well. I'll take you with me, though. Oh, PPSH, mate. Love that gun.
What's that? PPSH.
Yeah, it's an old Russian submachine gun, mate. Ruthless. Fucking high fire rate on it. I've got like I'm on Call of Duty Warzone. You know the one that they all played, like everyone on here.
Oh no, I'll be lying to you if I said yes.
They play on their phone, and I don't play on my phone though.
Here's an interesting fact.
Packet. We got cannabis leaf, AK.
An interesting fact. I was just going to tell you an interesting fact. The only country that Russia ever attacked has been China. They took the land from them and then they gave it back.
Syria. What about Syria? I guess that was attacking ISIS, though, wasn't it? And agreed by the government of Syria. So, and what about Afghanistan?
Oh, that's just them proxying, but actual attack, like declaration to declare that you're going to do something. This is how they avoid the whole situation. Is they do not declare anything. So if you don't declare it, then you can't be held responsible. That's why you have to declare money. If you don't declare it, it's private fucking business, or it's none of your business. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to say, hey, we're going to go in there and fucking kill these people. Fucking mental, and you get sued.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think when the fuck did they do that? It was in like the.
They attacked China, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember what year it was like.
What was that over again?
15, 16, 1700s, 1700s. I'm not fucking sure. Oh no, it was some fucking bullshit reason. They'll give a fucking reason for whatever, but I think people borders. There was people in there that claimed to be this and that, and so yeah. But yeah, they ended up giving the land back. So they took it over, had it occupied, had their own people, but at the end, they gave it back.
Pretty mad, right? Cryo dismemberment trace around. What the fuck does that mean?
What?
Cryogenic cryo. So basically, like these rounds, when they hit you, they freeze your body parts, and then your body parts break up. It's something on a game. Blunt force light 'em up too. It's like a ghillie suit made out of cannabis leaves. It's fucking hilarious, mate. Got a sniper rifle called, it's like a 50 cal called the Chronic.
It's a Chronic.
You get on these games and end up playing it, just end up looking at all the new shit that's on it every time.
Is that the bloody crack villain in the house?
Huh?
Where's the crack villain taking the piss out of everyone, huh? Is the crack villain in the house? Yo, crack. Hello? Bloody God, man, am I speaking to myself? Huh.
Taking the Saturday Saints.
Frickin' flat nasty. What up?
The Flat Nasty. What's up, Flat Nasty, brother?
Looking for crack villain. Taking the piss out of everyone, huh? Taking the piss out of the globe, man.
It's extracting the urine, mate.
Taking the piss out of an astronaut's wife's bladder, man. You know what I mean? Making some coffee.
It's extracting the urine, I've told you that.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Oh, I've thought about
Instead
it, man.
Instead of taking the piss, you extract the urine.
Nice. Yeah. Yep.
Gotta love it.
You're getting those light waves bounce right off Uranus, man.
Mate, Uranus smells of farts. Did you not know that? No, they actually did say that though, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, I can't believe they even said that. If I'm awake, I will. Yeah. Yeah, give me a sec. When do you want to get up? I need to use it a sec. That's the only thing. And then I've just plugged it in instead. I'll bring it in a minute.
I got to ask you a question, man. It's been on my mind ever since I made the bloody song.
One sec, buddy. One sec, mate.
I've
got like 10 things playing and like someone talking to me at the same time. One sec. Yeah. Let me just mute myself one sec. Be right back.
You see, you're back now, huh? Oh, he said he'd be right back, did he?
Yep.
He seemed to be. Hello?
Hello.
I'm on Discord, baby. I'm not talking to you right now. It's okay.
Okay.
What up? This is Flat Nasty, coming to you out of Amsterdam, homie. So I just got to ask, Crack Villain, I just got to ask. I know you're a married man, right? Hello? Oh, he's not on the phone?
Step aside, bro.
Oh, okay.
He steps aside to do something, bro. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought he came back on the phone.
No.
Babe, you know I'm retarded at Discord. I don't even know how to use a regular phone. Who's on the line right now?
I am.
Oh, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, yeah. I was spoken to you before,
right. Huh?
I was spoken to you before, bro.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
How's the songwriting going?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm always working on something. I got like 13 or 14 songs, but I haven't completed them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I got to start writing the choruses first, like the theme of the song, and then write the verses around it. But usually before I was just writing the verses and then last minute thinking of the chorus and the name of the song. So I'm thinking about doing it like reverse engineer style.
Yeah, I would say personally, if I was to, when I write shit, if you were to put it in music sense, I'd do the chorus first and then write the lyrics around it.
Yeah,
because that's the subject matter is the chorus.
Yeah.
Yeah, the message conveyed across, I would suppose.
All the songs I've done so far, I've always written the chorus, memorized the chorus. I mean, not the chorus, the verses, right? The song. And then it'll be like one of the song for Flat Nasty, I was on the way to go record it and I was trying to think of a chorus. And then so I thought of one that worked and I put it right into the song. So every song I made, I always do the chorus and the name of the song, like sometimes even the last day. But I'll have known the song for like weeks sometimes before that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like that. I'll start a magazine or a book I'll start reading from the right to the left.
Yeah, that's how you meant to do it. That's how I do it. I read from right to left and bottom up.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to do the chorus first though and build the song around the chorus. I haven't done that yet, but I'm gonna try to do it. See if it changes. Improves. You know.
Yep. I would say probably is better to do it like that. I don't know. Just my thoughts. I'm not a musician or anything.
Yeah.
It's usually the chorus is the poignant or the most poignant part of the song with the message. So if you put out the message there, if you just write it down, you can put other droplets or your ideas around it, like first verse, second verse, chorus, then third verse, fourth verse, then chorus, and then if you have fifth or sixth or whatever.
Hey, how does this sound to you? How does this name sound to you? Tell me what your first impression is. It's going to be, there's like Crosby, Stills, and Nash, or like, such and such in this such band. Like they'll introduce themselves as that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think I should call myself okay, it goes Flatter Day Hawkin Flatter Day Steve and the COVID Hawkin 19 band. Or Flatter Day Steven and the COVID Hawkin 19 band. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I like the Hawkin.
COVID Hawkin performing at the Sadie Hawkins dance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got the pun. Yeah,
yeah.
Those guys have got colds all the time, bro. Is there hakana all the time when they're speaking,
right? Yeah, but Stephen Hawking, the guy in the wheelchair.
Hawking. Yeah, I know. I got it.
I'm the Stephen Hawking of the flat Earth rap world, bro.
But I don't get how people actually thought that guy was fucking like a proper.
I know. Seriously, bro. Like this is the way I see
his mouth. Can't move nothing. But the guy is speaking. He doesn't move his mouth. There's no fucking computer in front of him. But the guy.
What kind of technology is that? Nobody ever mentioned that technology. Nobody was like, "Oh, this is breakthrough technology." The fuck? And now nobody uses that? Come on. If the way I see it is, if a dude needs somebody to just wipe the shit off his ass every day, then how the hell is he going to tell me about the universe if he can't even wipe his own ass?
I've got to be very quick, but I want to add something. So, like, I've always said this about Stephen Hawking. I don't give a fuck about him. I want to know about the guy who made that chair, right? Why don't I know the name of the guy who made that chair? Because all Stephen Hawking said was stuff about string theory and a load of bollocks, basically. And he even said it himself that most of this is just theoretical bullshit. And it is nothing I could prove, and is really just something that I would love to be true because it sounds extremely romantical and it sounds extremely nice and would be brilliant for me as someone in a wheelchair to be able to go back forward in place in time so that I could once again fuck a woman. That's kind of the base of Stephen Hawking's ideological framework. Let's face it. He's someone in a wheelchair who wants to believe.
For all we know, that was a robot in a wheelchair, and somebody wrote the whole script.
No, dude, it's a real guy in a wheelchair. No, it's a real guy in a wheelchair. It's just the machine just says what it's programmed to say.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, they have androids now, like robots that look so realistic to people. I mean, they haven't even introduced it to the mainstream, really, as far as like saying it. But like,
I've seen him. Yeah, it's pretty mad.
Dude, Stephen Hawking before he died, bro. Have you seen
I can still hear you. I'm popping in and out. All right.
The way he looked, bro, before he died, with his 4 teeth, like fangs sticking up from the bottom from his lower bite or his underbite, dude did not look like a human, bro. You know what I mean? And I got footage of him. I got footage of him on the ISS doing the 0G, and all of us, like, when he's sitting in his wheelchair, his left hand is like completely inversed, right? It would be like if you twisted your hand 180 degrees. That's what his hand looks like. But when he's on the ISS, his hand isn't doing that. And he's holding his hands all weird in a weird position, like the way the astronauts do when they're posing, playing with shit. how they sit with their hands like crossed, like in all like, you know, good little Masons do. You know what I mean? He has his hands like that at a point when he's on the 0G thing, and his head doesn't even look like the same Stephen Hawking who's in the wheelchair. Looks like a completely different person, bro. Dare I say, robot?
Oh, bro, I don't get. So they send the cripple into so-called outer space. The dude
Well,
can't
0G.
talk. Well, whatever, doesn't matter. The guy's he's in 0G.
You know, the parabolic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That is the dude in a wheelchair that can't. The slightest move of his head can make him, you know, dead. If he flicks his head to the left or right, because he'll break his spine. He can't speak, yet he's speaking. It's man, it's just
it's hilarious, bro.
It's another level of dumbness, bro. And it's like I'm looking at this dude. His lips aren't moving, his mouth isn't moving, but there's something coming out. Is he speaking out of his ass? Dare I say it? Maybe he is speaking out from his ass.
Bro, you just gave me a really good idea for a meme. It's gonna say, you know how when Stephen Hawking is lying because his lips aren't moving.
There you go.
That'd be a good meme. I'm gonna make that.
I used to ask that question all the time when I was young. I'm like, how is this dude have all this fame and he's giving speeches and he's not talking, man? Like I was like young. I'm like, this is bullshit.
Surprised. I'm surprised they didn't say, "Oh, Stephen Hawking, his head is too big, and we're too small for us to measure how he does what he does." You know what I mean? Seriously.
Yeah, he's so intelligent with his fucking bedtime stories. It's
Even from 120,000 feet off the ground, you still couldn't understand Stephen Hawking or see him. You know what I mean? That stuff is flat, dude.
People love their fairy tales, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, they got whole PhDs in college, in the end of whatever it is, like astrophysicist theory. Mm-hmm.
Astrophysics. How do you ascribe a physicality to the non-physical? It's retarded in its essence. So to describe light, which is not physical, you're making it physical, or astrophysics, which is the study of luminaries, physics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not physical, so it can't be astrophysics. It can be astro something else, or astrology, but it can't be physics.
It would be like it would be like getting a PhD just to watch movies like Star Trek. Or, Star Wars, and then people have debates about Chewbacca and shit like that, It'd be like that. It's basically the same thing.
It is.
You've seen Chewbacca on your TV screen, but that doesn't mean it's an actual tangible thing that you can touch.
Oh, that reminds me. I was saying this yesterday. I was typing it, actually. About words. We've made up words to define something. So words are made up of words that make up other words, but with two definitions. So we have a definition of a unicorn, which is a horse with a fucking horn on its head. Doesn't mean that thing exists. Just because there is an abstract thought about something and we've labeled it doesn't mean that it fucking exists. So just because we have the label unicorn, a unicorn does not exist.
Dude, that's interesting. You just said that. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard people say, "Oh, corn wasn't naturally here; they genetically made corn into what it is today"? But it wasn't. I've heard multiple people say this to me. I'm just wondering if you've ever heard that before.
So what about corn?
Corn, yeah, saying that corn isn't something that was naturally here on Earth, but through time and modification, they made it to what it is today. I've heard that from multiple people. I don't know if you've ever heard that before or not.
No, I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I don't believe it, but I've heard people say it. So it's just strange. That's the only thing I've heard people say that about is corn, as far as being like something natural from the Earth. So I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say it, but It's just interesting.
Yeah, like put it this way: everything that's here has to have come from Earth, otherwise it can't exist. You might be able to modify or whatever, but you cannot make anything that is new. New things do not exist. You can maybe discover something that hasn't been uncovered, but to make something new is impossible and improbable.
Mm-hmm.
You can discover how to do something, but you cannot make anything new.
Yeah. That's true. Everything's here.
Yeah, people don't get it. It's just a simple concept or a simple thought process.
Mm-hmm.
That because to make something new, that means from nothing you've made something, and you cannot make from nothing anything. Nothing produces nothing. Nothing makes nothing. You have to have something to make something.
Yep.
Or for us anyway, in this plane of existence.
Yeah. Anything under the sun, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I wonder if anything above the sun is new, though. Do you know they say there's nothing new under the sun?
Yeah. Well, that's the same. It's when you're up in that realm of existence, then he who made that knows everything about that. You might be able to acquire knowledge in that realm, but yet you cannot think of anything new because of what you think is new has already been made. So if I can just give a quick example for you. So the thing that they leave out in some historical scriptures is, in the beginning was the word. No, in the beginning was a thought. Before you speak, you have to think. Unless there's something wrong with you and you just speak and don't think, then there's something wrong. So it has to be in, the Creator's mind or whatever you want to call it, in God's mind, for them to be uttered outwards. It has to pre-exist for it to exist now, or for ever to be, for it ever to exist. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like you look at the word discovered and invented. It's just a manipulation of the word. Before people discovered insulin. Now, they invented, insulin, or they invented whatever. Before it was this discovery. You cannot patent a discovery. You cannot own a discovery because it's nature. But when you implied the word invent, it gives you this bullshit that Trump was talking about, intellectual property. Fuck off. Like an idea is only somebody's. Like you can only own that idea. Fuck off. Sorry for swearing. It really pisses me off.
Dude, it pisses me off when I'm talking to people about flat Earth and they'll be like, well, where'd you get your information from? And then they'll say some dumbass shit like, you're just regurgitating information. You're just saying stuff about flat Earth that you've heard other people say. It's like, no shit. Every single word we've ever spoken is something we've heard somebody else say. I didn't just come up with this on my own. That's their argument, though. It's like, that's retarded. So it's almost like I've felt this before. I don't feel it anymore because I've learned. But when people used to say shit like that to me, something in my body would automatically put up that defense, like that defense that we put up when somebody's accusing us of something, right? So I'd put up that defense and be like, whoa. But it's like, yeah, what you say is exactly true. And it applies to everybody on Earth, not just somebody who's regurgitating flat Earth information,
Yep. Doesn't matter what it is, bro. If it's science, technology, religion, it's all been said before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. And people need to, come to that self-realization or the realization that, you cannot own an idea. How can you own something that is fucking abstract? It's
some people try real hard. They're holding on to that shit, you know.
Yeah, well, that's what perpetrates this dumbness around the world, right? People think they have a monopoly on ideas. He invented. He didn't discover.
I'll tell you how, because I'm fucking bigger and stronger than you, right? That's why.
Well, yeah, if you've got an army, that's the only way you
I've got a big gun as well.
Brute force.
Yeah, and I've got a big gun as well. That's how.
Oh.
Sorry for swearing.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It pisses me off too.
Yeah, look at the word discovery and invention. It means the same thing. It's the same thing, but basically, with one word, you give an ownership to a single person or entity. With the other word, that same thing is for everybody.
Oh, I'm fucking freezing.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course it does, mate.
You know what? When you mention those two words, discovery and invent, so they both have prefixes on them. Like one would the prior to invent would be vent, and then the prior to discovery would just be covery or cover.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying. It gives a negative connotation.
Well, cover, those two things are the opposite. Like a cover is something you cover a vent up with, and then there's the vent. So one thing's covering something, and the other's pushing it out. Does that make sense?
So invent means no vent. You're not venting.
Okay.
So iron is Latin for no, and dis is Latin for no. Like this is like insane, not same. You get
Flat
what I mean?
Nasty, you're on the right course there, Flat Nasty. By looking at the etymology, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
It's just that you've got to include the precursor to the end word of the end of the word, right? So, like, let's say we were talking in Hebrew right now, you would have been correct.
Okay.
That makes sense because it's back to front. Remember? So, like, you would have been correct on what you said. Like, you are correct in the sense of what you're saying, that, like, you know, event is something that's an opening and the other things are covering. But invent, obviously, Latin, etymologically, if you go to, like thesis, right? Or antithesis, or antithetical too. So, anti, do you mean, like, no, to, like, so antithesis, right, is antithesis, right? So,
it nullifies itself out.
The thesis. Well, no, I mean, like, so, for instance, like, so you've got a thesis, which is a theory, right? So for something to be antithetical to something, it's the anti of the thing, right? A thing would be, let's say, a theory. Then that's the anti-theory. That's to be antithetical to it, for instance, right?
Okay. Yeah, so it basically squashes itself out.
Yeah.
Well,
it takes
like
it back to like a zero field.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So
like,
would
disc cover as well? Think about it, like to cover something.
Yeah.
So disc and then cover, right? So
or turning a disc over.
Like so it's kind of like, you know, you can look at it in lots of ways. You could even look at it in new etymological senses and fashions as well, right?
Yeah.
So, like, which is what you just did, to, like, turn a disc over, or, like, to say, I just discovered something, right? Disc could be data, for instance. If you go for, there's, like, new etymological frameworks.
Dude, that makes so much sense.
And then there's like old etymological, which would be, like, Latin and Pig Latin and shit like that as well.
Dude, so,
which
like,
is where law comes from. Which is not where law
Discovery
comes from.
Channel.
Law.
You know? Like, the Discovery Channel is actually covering the disc. They're covering it. So it's the opposite of what it really is.
It's
that double speak.
It's like double speak in a sense. It's how they've covered law and done law books for years as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they're real shady on that stuff.
You know? Like, Iggs is really good for talking about this because obviously he's Moldovan, right? So the way they speak is, or should I say, he's a Balkanite, yeah? So the way that the Balkanite languages, or even let's say the Russian versus what ours is, yeah. So like myself, the reason I have a bit of an etymological understanding or whatever, and the reason why I look into etymology is because I study Hebrew. At the same time, with Hebrew, it's pictographic, so it's kind of like you're going all the way back to the root basis of something, like on a bigger level, because it's more about the concept behind the word, not so much the word itself, right? So, and then also being English, American language hides a lot, I've noticed. So, like, when you talk about shoes, like, I would just say to you, I've got a pair of shoes on. Americans will turn around and say, I've got a pair of Nike shoes on, right?
Yeah.
It almost then seems like you've got a bigger language or a bigger vocabulary almost, right? But really, it's to get lost in, like, materialistic bullshit, and it's all about branding. That's why the country's seen as such a corporation, right? It really is a corporation. Every way that they make you speak over there.
Absolutely,
like, I said this to someone like who's American, and they were like, "Wait a minute, like you're right. Like, if I mention that I've got a pair of boots on, like I'll say UGG boots. Do you know what I mean? Or timber. If I've got a pair, like in England, I'd just be like, yeah, I'm going to put my boots on. In America, you'd be like, I'm going to put my Timberlands on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like my family's from Lithuania, right? And they're goat herders over there. And so my aunt went over there a couple years ago to see the family, and she brought one of them over here to America, to California, and she said that he was like the most surprising thing out of coming over here to him was all the different choices you had in the store. Like 45 different choices of chips, sodas, and he's saying over there you might have like 1 or 2 or 3 choices. And I've heard that about America too. You have so many different choices. What it does is
it's the same in England as well. It's just that they've trained you to speak in those choices as well as them existing. You know what I mean? Because you've got a newer country. Yeah. Your country's so new, right? Listen to this, yeah. You can walk for 3 minutes away from my house, yeah, and I can be at a building that's older than anything in your whole country by 550 years.
Yeah.
By 550 years.
Yeah.
Older than anything that exists there. So, like, your country's incredibly new. That's why it's a wellspring for money. Because, like, England's a really hard place to make money because every resource, every idea has already been executed and monopolized. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So, like, when they use the term, it's like the Wild West. They literally mean that.
Yeah, it was the Wild West because there was no. But then at the same time, the idea of a cowboy, like, do you really think cowboys were like? Do you know how easy it would have been to catch a cowboy if you had like a sheriff's department? Because so, like, really, what it was people fighting over land, right? And it was people that had big amounts of money that would have been investing in these outlaws. Yeah, trust me, they would have been investing in these outlaws. When I say investing, I mean like literally, like, right, motherfucker, you over there who's good on a horse, who's good with a gun and all this shit, yeah? Like, you go and pin down this place and turn this cattle ranch, make it mine, take it over, make it impossible to live there, right? And then eventually, like, the government might realise that there's some outlaws there. They'll make a sheriff's department there or whatever, right? But then the sheriff department, how hard is it going to be to buy that place out when he lives out there with his family? And then it's like the outlaws can just turn up at any time at his house and just kill his kids and shit, right? So, like, the idea of cowboys as well, like, the chase across America, like, across the Wild West, is like, do you know how hard it is to fucking, maintain a horse and, like, have somewhere for it to rest and then have a new horse to run? Like, if you got caught in a chase, right, by a horse that had fresh legs, right? Okay, so you've been out all day and you're an outlaw, right? And you just get caught at the last moment by a fresh-legged group of people that are trying to stop you, right? You're done for. Because you're going to run away on your horse that's already done, like, 200 miles of walking or running that day, yeah? And you just had a sheriff come out, and the sheriffs would have, like, 5 or 6 horses, in their, like, barn or whatever, right? Or in their stable. And you think about it logically, if you've got a horse that hasn't got fresh legs, right? Like, what I'm saying is it takes a massive supersediary structure to even have out. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't just, or like at least it takes like the capability of being able to survive out in the wild, right? Like these real outlaws would have been real survivalistic types of people, right? Like proper survivors. Like these would have been the toughest of toughest men. The toughest of toughest men are worth something. They're not worthless. So it's very hard for them to become outlaws. Well, and what I mean by that is that their skills needed to be an outlaw would have been so useful that all an outlaw would have to do is move one town over. No one's going to have a clue who he is because there's no records, and he'll become the next sheriff because he's got everything in the vernacular of his skills to be the best sheriff around. He's an outlaw. You know what I mean? He can survive out in the middle of the desert and, you know, keep a horse out in the middle of the desert happy and, you know, keep a dog happy at the same. Like, these are, like, seriously hard things to do. Like, it's the same with pirates. Like, the whole narrative of pirates, bro. How the fuck does someone get a massive ship that contend with the English Navy?
So check this out, bro. Tell me this. Like, all the news we see now and all the news we've seen since we were first kids, going even way past Columbine, you know, all the news that they played, none of it's real. It's all scripted because real shootings and stuff like that, they don't put on the news unless they absolutely have to.
One second. Okay. One thing I would say with that, right? I'm completely the opposite with the false flag stuff than most people, right? Okay. So, and I'll argue tooth and nail with flat earthers on this, and I rarely like to speak about it because someone will pipe up and go, "What, you think that actually happened?" And I'm like, "Yep, I fucking do," right? And the reason why is because it's a lot easier, right, to actually shoot people than it is to fake a shooting and pay people. You know what I mean? And these people are psychopaths.
Bro, I've been. This is something I've looked into probably more than Flat Earth even, because something happened like just right by my house, like a huge event, right? So I knew people that said that they knew people there. It was like really close. Like I have friends who had gone to this nightclub before, so I looked into this thing and I looked into it, bro. And
are you on about which one are you on about?
The Borderline Bar and Grill shooting in Thousand Oaks, California,
right?
In 2018. Right. It happened on November 8th, the same day as the Paradise Fire.
Right.
Yeah. So
distraction. I'm saying I think this stuff did happen. That's my whole point, is that it's still a false flag because people forget what a false flag is. It's a flag to be waved so that people look somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And while that was all going on and the Paris Fire thing was going on, I imagine they passed a load of laws on those days. And no one had a clue what was going on. And some serious shit went down in the UN, and some serious shit went down in some other places. And no one was paying attention because the news feed was full up with all that stuff.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? Yeah, I totally agree with you.
The news then isn't breaking the law, and it's not unethical for the news. Well, there are certain laws that change where the news were now they're able to say whatever they want and they're not held to account. But the point is when there's something that's like fantastical, like a shooting, that is much more exciting news than a bill that's ratified. So the news reporters can't be blamed for not reporting on, let's say, a ratified bill or a new legislation being passed, right? Or a new trade deal, right, for instance, or a part of a country buying another part of another country's dockland, right? Like certain little things like that, which could be way more important in the future and in the long run, aren't going to get reported on. You have the news feed filled up with certain things like that, right? But I don't know, my whole take on, like, because you haven't said anything yet, I'm not giving you a chance to, right? And I'm sorry, and I'll shut up now. Is this, right? My whole take on the idea of, like, shootings and false flag shootings, Yeah. So, for instance, take the one in Las Vegas with a guy, Yeah. People are like, nah, there were multiple shooters and all this stuff. There's no way he could have done it, right? It is possible. He rented out the whole first floor, right? Yeah. He was taking bags and bags and bags and bags of stuff up for days on end, right? Before the shooting happened. He could have loaded up all those rifles, loaded up loads of magazines. He could have been running from room to room. He could have had a friend up there. He could have had someone from the government working with him. They could have got him out through the top roof and pretended that he died or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there could have been loads of things that happened. My point is that when people turn around and say, "Oh, you know," and I've proven this before, and I need to do it again, where they go, "Oh, this person was at the same event as this event," and I'm like, "Well, yeah. Have you looked at who that person was?" And they go, "Yeah, well, that person did some acting, or this person did this," and I go, "Okay, cool. So there's someone that's an active person, right? Yeah. So who gets chosen for like law enforcement roles in acting shows? A lot of the times, people that have been involved in law enforcement, right?" So I looked into it. This one person that showed up at like 2 or 3 of these events that were being called false flags, right? And eventually, what I figured out was that person happened to be on a response special forces team that was called in to these events. So yeah, they're going to end up at the events. Do you see what I mean? Like sometimes the same people are going to end up at all these events all across America. They were flown in by private jet to be at the event. You see what I mean?
Okay, well, I think it depends though on what that person's what capacity they're acting under. Like if you see them at different events and they're crying, pretending that somebody they know got killed in the event, that's different than if you just see them walking by. So I've done so much. I've gone to stores, talked to shop owners that were there at when these things happen, right? And the one guy who owns this Indian food restaurant for like 25 years in Isla Vista, for the IV shooting, he tells me, "Oh, you think it was fake? I was here. I heard gunshots." He goes, "In fact, there's still a bullet hole in the bottom of the plate glass window in the shop." So I go and look at it, take pictures, take measurements. It's not a bullet hole; it's a BB hole. Only BBs enter a window pane and only leave a small hole, but it's still flush with the window. And then when they exit, they create like a dome that it pushes out. But do you know what I mean? But BB,
it doesn't. It depends. It could because that depends. Like it.
Okay, well, the hole though that it created was only big enough for me to stick like the stick part of a Q-tip through. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't any bigger than that. So
2 rounds. They could have been firing Full Metal Jacket, 2 rounds, and one ricocheted off the ground, and then a piece of the fucking core went through instead. I'm just letting you know that
it's a possibility, right? Okay.
Yeah, but look, ballistics. There's all sorts that happens. I'm just saying.
I know. Okay, so I've seen hundreds of BB holes in windows because I was a little shit when I was a kid and I used to do shit like that, right? I'm 100% sure it's a BB hole, right? I can't prove it, but check this out. It gave me from that point on, I understood exactly what they do. On all these things, you always hear of eyewitness reports in the first day, only the first day, saying there might have been 2 shooters. There might have been 2 shooters. And the next day they say there was only 1. And every single one of these, they say at first there was 2 shooters. And I realized what they do. There are 2 people. One of them's firing blank rounds, so it's loud and there's flashes. The other person's firing like some type of modified pellet gun or BB gun, so people on the scene are actually getting hit and bleeding, but it's not it's superficial, right? And because you always see people bleeding, right? So they need that for all the people on the scene that aren't actors. All the actual people that are walking by, they need to see blood, they need to hear gunshots, and then it's real. You solidified it right there, right? So once you solidify it, you see what I'm saying? Like, think about this. If people were actually dying, all these actors that get called to the scene wouldn't be so willing to act all the time because they'd be scared.
I've got to do a bit of moderation a second. Wait there. I've just realised we're not in Logris, so we shouldn't really be talking about this shit on here.
All right.
Yeah, no, because I've just realised that we're meant to stick to the flag because you've got.
I'm just saying.
No, I know you're not in the wrong. Listen, you can go down to chill VT or something and continue the conversation, mate.
Yeah,
I've got no problem with that. Right?
It's cool. You get what I'm trying to say, though.
Yeah, I get your point 100%. But since we're in the live stream, we shouldn't really talk about it. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Hey, talk about pussy. He knows about baseball. It's just a joke. Like, it's a joke.
No, right.
You know?
No, yeah, I get it. Sorry, it's because you're American and you said baseball, and I thought, well, I don't know anything about baseball. That's the first thing that came to my mind. No, like all I'm saying is this, yeah, right? Is that at these, and all right, just to finish it off a little bit. I think if you want to speak about it further, because I want to hear your thoughts on it, we can go and talk in a different room. Is in some of these events, right? Yeah, okay. Whether it's a false flag or not, right? The idea to me is that it's not very difficult, right, to actually shoot people when there are psychopaths out there that will quite easily do these things. I genuinely think that like there are certain events, like the event you're talking about, for instance, I couldn't comment on, right? I'll have to research it myself, right?
Yeah.
For instance, with shootings that happen in things that happen like in Paris, like the Charlie Hebdo shootings and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I genuinely do believe that those people that work for that magazine were all shot, right? I genuinely think that there were men with Kalashnikovs, and I think they went in there and they fucking shot people up, right? That's what I think. I genuinely think that Game Theory 101 works its magic, meaning you put out a narrative out there, right, that the world is against this group of people, and this group of people here then believes the world is against them, and eventually they become radicalized. And I think the radicalization can do the rest of the work for you, right? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, and
I see what you're saying, and I used to be one of the people that believed there were psychopaths.
America's a weird place, so.
No, well, okay, so me personally, I don't think people would just go and do that kind of shit. And
you're thinking wrong.
I really don't, bro. I don't think there's psychopaths like that unless you're trained from the government.
Listen, that's what I'm trying to get at, brother. Game Theory 101, everyone is trained by the government. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to say. Remember? Nike shoes? Nikes?
Yeah.
Right? So that's just a very small example of how your country uses language differently, right? But I'm saying that's like marketing and branding taught into the very language and fabric of the way that you guys speak, right? So, for instance, if you teach to a whole generation in college, right, that, for instance, that there's white privilege, right? Okay? And these white people are more privileged than everybody else, right? The knock-on effect of that would be, for instance, what we would see now organically in the streets, right? Which would be a higher tension between certain types of groups and individuals, left-wing individuals versus right-wing individuals. They turned this around in like literally a few years during Trump. They claimed that it was all Trump's doing, right? But really, it was the claiming that Trump was doing stuff, right? That he wasn't actually doing, just by claiming it. Right, they made it happen and materialized it. And the news media, I think, with crisis actors, right, in these like shooting things, I do actually think they do hire people to like look extremely upset because the news, broadcasting has always been incredibly scripted because they want a certain type of view of an event, right? Like I've seen it where there's been an event that's happened that's completely real, but they'll still pay someone to like show like an op-ed piece that they want to be like a reflection of what the event was. You know what I mean? So they'll pay someone. I
have to disagree. I have to disagree with you on that simply because this is what I've come to find is no event that they show on the news like that is real, and events that are real don't get any news play unless a lot of people in the public see it, and it'll be very brief. And this is the reason is they're like a jealous husband who, if they can't control it all, they don't want none of it. Basically, everything on the news is a paid narrative that's already been scripted, and they're not going because they're not.
I understand.
They're not going by the seat of their pants. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but I'm trying to get you to think about it in an even deeper fashion, right? Which is this, right? That like you don't need to script it in the sense of I'll write a script for tomorrow for the script to be enacted. The script is pre-written into the fabric of everything, right? Type in game theory. Type it in what game theory is. That is the script that I'm talking of, right? So you write such a script where you control every aspect of society in such a way that there's only so many choices that people can take and only so many channels that people can go down psychologically speaking, right? So you implicate people into positions where the choices that they can make, right, are a certain amount, right? Because everything's been set up in a way where you can only make a certain amount of choices, right? Before you know it, eventually one of these people is going to make a choice, right? So they'll make a choice in that exact arena, but they're going to go slightly off the beaten path, if that makes sense as well. So someone's brain isn't always going to make the exact same choice, and there's going to be an aberration to the norm, right? There's going to be something that's slightly different to what would usually occur. That's the pre-written script that they wanted to occur. So they've already got the pre-written script. It's just that I think they allow it to naturally unfold, and it's more seemingly organic, right? So like the correlation between, for instance, the stuff with like George Floyd and everything like that, right? Shit like that happens all the time. People have shit like that happens all the time, right? It's just that the news chooses what event to show and when, right? To fit the narrative, to make the reaction happen how they want it to happen. I could show you literally like across America, 5 other black guys that probably died, with the handcuffs on, in the same fucking week. Do you know what I mean? With police around them, all over America. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, it's just that you select the cases that are best at the time, so that then you can then show it to the public, so the public then react in the way you want them to. And what was it? It was the left winger, like the left wing. Listen, the left wing and the politicians are like, they're lobbying with all of the news media outlets so that they can get towards a directive of defunding the police at that point, right? So it was like, this is like a perfect way of doing it, right? You know, like, I can't speak on individual events. You're right.
I know what you're saying, bro. But let me just tell you one thing: is first of all, the way you're giving them too much credit, and also you're saying that some things are left up to chance. Although they're pushing something in one direction and it'll naturally go that way, I disagree with you as far as like they're not leaving anything up to chance and everything's scripted, and it's all part of a show and a play, and they have playbooks. And they always have backup plan A, B, C, and D in case
we're agreeing. But that's where you're not realizing that we're agreeing.
Well, okay, so let me say this.
That's why I'm asking you to look up what game theory is, because I'm not. Okay. I can't encapsulate what the whole meaning of that is in like one way. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to say. When you look at like the Hegelian dialect, and then you also look up like game theory.
Okay, well, I know what Hegelian dialect is. I'm well aware of what that is.
That's not game theory. That's different to game theory. But when you run these things in tandem, right? Yeah, right. What you end up with is like that is plan A, B, C, D, and E, and F, and G, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. And all you need is a few agitators. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, my point is like you only need a few agitators that are paid and bought to do a certain operation. Do you get what I'm trying to say? The rest will unfold. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like the officers with the George Floyd incident, that could have well have been a thing where it was literally planned out to happen that way, right?
Yeah.
Everyone else's reaction afterwards, though, is organic. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's based on their emotionality. The emotionality is set by the way and even the news writers and the broadcasters believe what they're saying too. They're all true believers, is my point.
Let me clarify something with you then. So you said something like the George Floyd thing happens and they rehearsed it. When you say rehearsed it, do you mean like everybody was an actor? What was the word you used? I'm sorry.
Never said rehearsed. No, never said rehearsed.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Something like the George Floyd thing can happen, right? Yeah, and the reaction afterwards is effectively
but
an organic thing.
You said they had rehearsed or something along those lines, so they had it all. Like I'm not exactly sure.
No, I didn't. You'd have to go back on the live stream to see what I said, but I never said rehearsed.
If I may interject, he didn't say rehearsed. What he said is the George Floyd incident could have been fully planned, and then the reaction from the planning of that could have been organic.
Okay, so when you say plan, what are you referring to exactly?
I mean, it only takes one. What I mean is that it only takes one person to be paid and bought and paid for to create that whole reaction afterwards. That is organic.
But
do you get what I'm trying to say?
The point
I mean by false flags have usually got usually the false flags.
I understand what you're saying.
There are less moving parts than what most people think there are.
Well, you think there's less moving part? Like when you say planned, you mean just one of the officers or George Floyd himself? What do you mean?
Just the officer. It could just be the officer.
So you're saying as like a football game where all it would take is one wide receiver to be in on it and he could throw off the whole game. That's what you're kind of saying, right?
You need one quarterback.
Because you've got.
Say that again?
Because you've got to remember that they're not. The reason why it works that way is because at that time when that event happened, they understood the way society was looking at people. Okay, was looking at the police, right? And they go, wait a minute, what would be the perfect thing to do right now? Yeah, that would make everyone go fucking crazy, right? So it only takes one person to be paid to make that one thing happen. And you make sure that that one person does it at the exact time. You know, there were like, in that same week, there were lots of people that died in that same fashion. There was a white guy that died in that same fashion. And they chose the best case that had the best coverage and the most amount of people that were organically there at the time. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I know what you're saying. Let me just interject real quick. So I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that I'm saying that all those parts were paid for, and you're saying they wouldn't need to have all those parts paid for. All they need is one bad apple to spoil the bunch effectively. That's what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, and that goes more in line with what you think, that there's not loads of psychopaths in society.
Yeah. So basically, I have to say this. If we were trying these things in a court of law, you know I'd get it overturned, because just for the fact that if you're saying even part of it is polluted or been compromised, that's fruit from a poison tree, right? So as far as that,
I don't even listen. Well, I'll be honest. I don't even think the officer even has to have been bought and paid on. I just think that the news media have a massive country, and they have a massive amount of things that they can shine a light on at the time that is needed. So all they've got to do is shine a light on the thing that's going to piss people off the most at that time, that fits the narrative of the time, right? It's like literally. So, for instance, in England, every single day there's probably 20 cases of things that happen that if they played it all over the news media, they could make a massive reaction toward the effect that they want. If it's going to cause an effect that they want, then they will display it. If it doesn't cause an effect they want, they cover it up, right? That's the way it really is. And I genuinely believe this to be the case with a lot of things.
I agree.
Like that could have all been organic, like literally. But remember, they could have buried it, and you could have never have heard George Floyd's name, because they could have, let's say, never played it on the media. And the people that uploaded it onto YouTube, onto Facebook, could have had the content removed because it was too graphic. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I do.
That allows for this to either be released or not.
So I have to disagree with you, bro, on the part of it's organic and just falls in place, and they agreed to shine their light on it at that time for that narrative. What I'm trying to say is it is all completely scripted, and they're basically like this. Like they're not just going to let some people videotape something randomly and then go play it in Grauman's Chinese Theater for like a movie that with all the stars are going to see, right? Like they're going to choreograph it, direct it. They're not. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the news is the same way. They're not just going to show something.
And correct me if I'm wrong. He's not saying that it's not scripted, because remember, there's no way to know. He's saying it doesn't have to be scripted, because as long as they have control of the media and what all of the eyeballs see on their TV screen.
Yeah.
If there are like 20 incidents a day, imagine if on the news all they showed was sunshine and roses and bake sales, and little kids with lemonade stands, and like everybody doing good for one another. That's what we would know in society. But they chose to put that particular piece of content on a loop every day, and then they have debates, and they're opening the conversation, blah blah blah. No, but remember, they chose to put that on the screen. That's what he's saying. That's the part that they control.
That's the controlled part. That's the bit that they control. And what I'm trying to get at is Latter-day Saints is that there are a multitude of things that happen, and they choose the thing that best looks like the narrative that they need at the time to get the reaction that they want, right? So you have less points of control. Do you want to know why I don't think there are loads of paid actors involved in all these things? Because there'd be too many loose ends. And it would completely crumble within the first 3 weeks of you acting out your agendas. This is literally the way it is, right? The only way it works is when you have full control over all of the possible outcomes. Like you said, they cover plan A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Or if you've got crisis actor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then the whole crowd number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 that could have accidentally saw the person that was firing blanks, could have picked up a shell at the scene that actually shows it's a blank, person that actually picked up BBs on the scene, person that did so. Do you get what I'm trying to say? If you've got too many moving parts that are obvious and fake, all of it would come out eventually, is what I'm trying to say. And it would come out very quickly, right? My point is, it's easier to take a real event and blow the real event up on the media and to choose from lots of different events. Because remember, they've got so many events that occur, and these events just occur. This is what life is. And the media just chooses the event at the time that best fits what they want to create for the next reaction, right? And that's sort of the way I see it. That's what game theory really is that, like, you know, and as well, people are implicated toward reacting in certain ways in society all the time based upon the media that they receive. So now they know, after the George Floyd incident, what does the media know? They know there are going to be loads of protests. So what do? They make sure the most likely locations that are going to have protests, they're going to have their reporters there. So then they can make sure they cover it exactly how they want to cover it. All of these things and all the people that are involved in it are all true believers in what's really going on.
Okay, but how would they get the 846 on his neck at the exact time the sun set in Minneapolis that night at 8:46? How could they have scripted that?
What are you on about?
Like, how could they have not scripted that? That's what I'm saying.
Wait, what, say that again? The 846?
The 840. So Netflix put out a movie called 846 with Dave Chappelle where he performs at George Floyd's funeral. During the skit, he says that the cops kneeled on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. That's why Nancy Pelosi and all of them took 8 minutes and 46 seconds on their knee to commemorate George Floyd, right? Well, 8:46 p.m. that very night, the sunset, that was the time the sunset in Minneapolis, because it's a sunset ritual they did. It's a ritual of taking a knee. Right after 9/11, George Bush said, "I come to you, America, today on bended knee." They made a movie in 2012 called 846 because that's the time the plane hit the first building, 846 on 9/11, right? It's all about the bended knee.
But that's the thing.
That just proves my point. That just proves my point. You take the example that fits the thing that you need. You've got millions and millions of people, millions of incidents that happen a day, and you just wait for the thing that fucking fits your narrative. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so they waited and it just happened to fit it at the time when the sun set, though?
Okay, let me interject this. So maybe at that particular moment, that particular instant, maybe that officer himself was part of a bigger plan. We don't know. We can't know, so we can't assume. But let's say he was part of a larger organization. Like, hey, your family's gonna be, set for years. Your son's gonna be a president. A congressman, senator, whatever. You can promise people whatever you need to make sure they take that act. So the one officer could have known, and everyone else in the precinct would have known nothing. But if that one officer,
so you're saying that a part of these things could be corrupted, possibly. You're agreeing with me, right?
Of course.
Okay, so I'm countering that, though. I'm countering that, saying if this was an actual court of law, then my theory about
I think court within itself is wholly unnatural.
Yeah. Okay. So
by a natural court of law.
Wait,
I was only using that as an example, by the way, as well. I'm not really. I'm talking theoretically. You do realize that, don't you?
I'm talking literal, though. Literally.
I get that, and I understand that you're doing that, and that's why I'm outlining that I'm speaking about these things in a theoretical sense to sort of try and explain to you, for instance, that's why I bring up Ted Kaczynski all the time, right? The Unabomber, yeah. He was effectively implicated in becoming this man, right? And, people could say it was the government sending these bombs in the mail, right, around the country. I don't think it was. I genuinely think Ted Kaczynski was the guy doing it, right? I genuinely do. But then you've got to realize that Ted Kaczynski was picked out of a small town by Andrew Murray, who was the guy that created the MK black site torture techniques through psychological torture, used Ted Kaczynski in his own college in Harvard as a way of learning from him, using him in his debate classes, and then always shutting down whatever he said and making sure he did so, making sure he said certain things at certain times in order to get certain reactions out of Ted, in order to sculpt his mind. And they sculpted an intellectual into a violent man. And then the media used this violent man, the first sighting of him, and then they apply his image to the face of everything to do with, you know, the hippie movement, to put a violent face on libertarianism, you know. And then you have the Anarchist Cookbook, and then that thing gets banned, and all of this sort of stuff. And remember, it's like they choose the pieces. There are so many things going on all the time, right? That if you highlight something, yeah, and then you then take it away, right? You basically open the idea up, and then you shut the idea away. And then reopen the idea up, then shut the idea away. Like, there's ways of, basically, what I'm trying to say, there are ways of making narratives all the time to create reactions out of people from real events, just by using the media, by opening the lens and closing it.
And,
right?
and
I'm not saying that nothing's not planned.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, though, is if they can't control the reaction and the narrative unless they control the whole thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
they can control the reaction because of the way they teach people in college. The way they teach people in college about how there's... Listen, remember what was going on before George Floyd? It took a lot of cultivation to get the reaction that they got out of that, right? So it becomes a point of the top elite, right? Hand down decrees, right? And the decrees are things such as words and language, right? So all it takes is teaching people that white people have got white privilege, right? Do you think that the George Floyd reaction would have been the same? The reaction to that event? Do you think it would have been the same if it weren't for the groundworks that were laid down with everything to do with white privilege, with everything to do with squaring black people off against white people first?
The way I'm trying to say.
Hey,
Okay,
Crack it would have, because I live in Minnesota. There was a top 10 police officers who have killed people and got away with it. Chauvin was number 1 on the list. He had 7 bodies. He killed 7 people prior to that and got away with it.
You guys ever read Shakespeare?
This guy was well known. So when something finally happened with him that was recorded, of course, a lot of activist groups jumped on it. I think it wouldn't matter.
To be honest, he could be an assassin that works for the government. Like, I'm not saying that he isn't, even. You know what I mean? Like,
no, he's
I'm saying, I think,
dirtbag. And his wife worked in the media, and also too, the problem didn't have anything to do with race. The problem had to do with government. Government controlled the media in Minnesota. They had because it had complete control of the narrative. You couldn't get anything.
Hey, bro, what do you think about that 846 sunset then that day? How do you feel about that?
The what?
The sunset at 846. You know the number 846 on the day George Floyd died, supposedly. The sunset in Minneapolis at 846.
Oh, I'm not sure. I've never heard that before.
That link shows, you know, some.
I'm telling you that though.
We don't believe in coincidences, right? So at the end of the day, if the sun did set at 8:46 that day, and it was 8 minutes and 46 seconds, an intelligent mind will say, "Well, that's not a fucking coincidence." No fucking way.
The strangulation.
Not just that, but the plane hit the first building at 8:46, and they made a movie about it too, called 846.
Yeah, exactly. So you see, these are not coincidences. They didn't just happen.
The area code for Minneapolis is 846.
Oh yeah,
the what? Wait, the what?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're gonna have me go off right now, bro. Fuck.
I know.
Dude, I was like, yes, I found every time I find a clue, dude, I get so happy. So I'll take clues from anywhere and I'll look it up.
I know.
Right, dude. I was gonna make a video about it, put it on my channel.
Yeah, the street address for Cub Foods was 846.
Really?
No, I'm just joking.
He's fucking around, bro.
You guys ever read Shakespeare and find out who Chauvin really was in the written works of Shakespeare? Right?
Was he?
Supposedly he was in Napoleon's army, right? And so that's where they get the word chauvinist from. But when you look up at the person Chauvin, the troop, who is Napoleon's troop, they say he was a Machiavellian character. He was a fictitious character that they had made up, and that's in the history. So when this thing happened, I looked into it big time, and so when I found that out,
that leads your mind on the path of, okay, Chauvin is more like, I perceive, as like someone that was actually inside the establishment to do this on purpose to set off this tinderbox.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever caught, bro. I think he's an actor, bro.
Let's not say anymore. Listen, he could be an actor. That's the point. Like, I'm not saying that some of the right. What you're going to have to understand is that take away all of the right. So let's say the same George Floyd thing happens, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Then the media, let's say they don't cover it, right? Yeah. A couple of people upload it to Instagram and Facebook. Then take away white privilege from the years before. Take away everything that happened towards turning black and white people against each other. What reaction do you get?
None.
Bro, when you say reaction, do you mean like how me and my friends feel, or are you talking about the reaction you see on the news?
I'm talking about the protests that happen in every country, including my own in England.
Okay, so, but I mean, like, check it out. Did you go to, I mean,
defunded police.
Okay, so the mural is painted, right? That they could go and put up street signs. But in every city in the world, there's signs that say what, you know what I mean? Like, why would it be harder to put up murals? If basically it's all
No,
one...
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there would... Listen, you don't get what I'm saying. I'm saying there are genuine people that are real people that I know, that you would know, that lots of people know, that were up in arms and pissed off about this event happening, right? Yeah? People that are like a mass amount of the population, right? And everything that happened before the George Floyd event, yeah, right, was all carefully orchestrated in terms of in the academic world, right, in the way that things are taught to people in universities and things alike, right? All of these things set shit up for people so that it's very easy for them to control what happens from what event they show. Reaction.
Okay, so I agree with you on that, but what I'm saying is, through extensive research, they'll never show anything on the news that wasn't completely scripted and part of their narrative. Things that real events that happen, they do not show on the news.
Right, so let's say they write a script, yeah? Okay?
Yeah.
Me and you write a script right now, right? Then we take a country that's got 400 million people in it nearly, right? Yeah? And then we just go, right, let's keep our eyes out for the event that's most similar to our script.
Or we could just go film the event. We could bring actors and film it like we're making a commercial.
And then you have loads of loose ends that you've got to tie up because people fucking speak and people talk and people blow fucking whistles.
Listen,
that's why I'm saying.
I think both of you are that way. But I think both of you are right. Crack Villain's way is more controlled. Your way is just like, hey, it could happen this way as well, which is true. It could. They could be paid actors. Yes. But the thing is,
my way would be more controlled. If something's
his way would be right, flat they say. The point is that there's something in it, right? When me and you are talking past one another, is I'm trying to say it's more controlled on a grander scale even than what you're saying. That like you don't even need paid actors because the people in society are like NPCs that react a certain way, and they know the way they're going to react. Because they've already controlled everything from the ground up, from the feminist movement and the suffrage, where women got the right to vote and they halved how much men were making, and they gave the other half to women, and they doubled the workforce, doubled the taxpayer income, and then they fucking made sure that every child then wasn't being taught by the mother at home or taught by the father into the individual job that the father did, and they linearized curriculum so that every kid is learning in the same fucking way on the same curriculum in every fucking country, so that everyone is like a single sheep working toward one directive. These people are incredibly it's incredibly easy to predict how these people will react to certain events. And then all you really need to do is just wait for certain events to happen and then shine the light where the light needs to be shone at what time and keep shining it. And you will know how these people will react based on that. It's a control on a much grander level.
All I'm saying is why would they ever even have to wait on an event to happen when they can just set a date and make it happen now?
Because
can I just quickly say something? Hold up.
Sure.
These guys work on a plan that is minimum 300 up to 600 years in the making.
Exactly.
So
yeah, absolutely. I have no doubt about that.
You make people think a certain way, Yeah, you have just say they have a time set. Within 600 years, they need to do this. But just say in 100 years, they want to achieve this. If that...
Okay, so, I see what you're saying. So,
Let him finish.
So just say there is something that they need to achieve within 100 years, and it's very important. They will do what Latter-day Saints is. They will orchestrate something. But then just other shit will fall into place because of all the programming they've given every single body from the time they exit their mother's legs to the time they end up being buried in the ground. You've got full control 24/7, 7 days a week, from birth to death.
Yep.
Everything else is just, ha ha he to them. And I've been saying this,
yeah.
like for a long time.
I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. Like what Iggs just said, it can be both ways, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying when I've looked into it myself, right, and I have done extensive research in this myself as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are events where people have come out with crazy, and this is why our conspiracy theories aren't taken seriously. When we come out with information, right, and we start talking about all of these little ifs and buts and ands, right, instead of explaining it to people on a grander scale and showing them exactly in their own life how they react and how they look at things themselves, like I've done this with my own family, like, and people that I know, and I show them exactly, like, I'll say to them, like, look, so I can tell you right now, something's going to happen in the next 6 months that's going to end up making this thing happen, right? Instead of saying to them, look at this event and look at how staged it look at this part, and this part, right? And pull it all apart. I'll literally tell them almost like it's a prophecy what's going to happen. Then they take it seriously because they're like, wait a minute, you fucking knew this shit was going to happen.
Exactly.
The George Floyd event, I told everyone that soon a black man's going to die very publicly, right? I said this to everyone I knew, and it will be blasted all over the news. I told everyone I knew that would happen, yeah? A black man dies 50 times a day at the hands of the police in America. They could have chose many different events. They chose that one. Why? Because it fit their narrative the best, right? Maybe they chose it because it was at 8:46 or whatever you were saying. Maybe that's why they chose it. Maybe that police officer is an actor. Maybe he is an assassin. He's killed 7 people before and got away with it, right? Maybe he is the one moving part of the machine that could whistle and could speak. But when you start talking about 30, 40, 50 moving parts that are all planned and paid, I'm like, it doesn't even need to be done that way, bro. Because they've had control of the whole narrative from the beginning to the end of everything. The way everyone thinks.
One thing too that they're reopening a lot of these on the job shootings that he did in the past, and re-looking at them and to see if he can be charged again, or if he can.
So check this out. That from what you're saying, then you're implying that you guys actually believe this African American man named George Floyd, he ceased to live as of May 25th of last year. He was no longer with us, so to speak, right? Regardless of how it happened, you guys agree that somebody actually died.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying these interactions with law enforcement happen every day. So
me personally, I don't believe that because I live in a high crime area, right? And I've talked to a lot of criminals and gang members where I live and in other areas since I was little, and I really don't believe people are dying like that. I think that they're just putting that on the news.
Can I just quickly say something? And this will cast away all dispersions. When somebody dies, and this is public information 101, you can ask for anything you want. Ask for George. You can ask for it. I've asked for it. Ask for George Floyd's death certificate. Ask for Michael Jackson's death certificate.
It doesn't exist, very simple.
There's the partial answer right there. So if it doesn't exist, then did that person really exist? Did that really happen?
If the death certificate doesn't exist, you're saying?
What I think you're saying is...
Well, I mean, okay, so...
He's called, what's it called? The guy that does the autopsy,
the coroner. the coroner's report, you're saying, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's okay. Let me just give you an example then. Okay, so if you're
hold on one second. Wait, let Eggs finish. Say again.
The certificate has to be written in a specific way for a man or woman to be dead. If it's written in another way, then nobody died. It was just a company that they have written off. And I know this because it's a fact of legality.
Okay, so that's just like saying though that they couldn't have faked the moon landing because if they can produce paperwork on it, then it couldn't be fake because there's actual certificates and paperwork.
I'm telling you, they have to document it, and they tell you it's fake in the documents. You just have to know how to
so
read
they
it.
never really lied to you. Because legalese is not written English. Legalese is a completely different language that most people don't even speak.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm trying to tell people. You look at the death certificate. If it's written properly, that means a man or a woman has.
Iggs is actually agreeing with you a lot more than he is me at this point. Believe it or not, it's just that you're not understanding what he's saying.
I'm trying to help out. Yeah. So,
No. Yeah,
I agree with both of you. Yeah. See what I mean? Like, I always ask if I see something fishy. I just go to the coroner. I straight away I send the guy either through email or I'll post. I'll say I want the death certificate. I have a look at it and then I know if it's bullshit or not.
Look at the way it's
people don't. Why don't people ask? Yeah, it's just simple people. People don't know how to ask anymore. Why not ask? Just
why couldn't those death certificates though be available and not be real? Just like why couldn't they fake that?
Saying.
That's what I'm telling you.
Because they don't even have to lie. They don't even have to lie to you anymore. They can literally tell you right there.
Okay.
You wouldn't know.
Oh, so you're agreeing with me that by getting death certificate, that's not a valid proof?
Yeah, he's been on this. He's been on the same page with you the whole time.
Okay, yeah. I'm just a little dense, dude. I was dropped on my head a couple times on this flatter.
The point is that this certificate says that it's not a man dead, that it's somebody's imagination or somebody's company that has died, not a man.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
A death certificate for a man is written one way, and a death certificate for a corporation is written in another way. Because they have to underwrite. Hey?
Do you have some examples that we can see?
I need to go on the computer. I'm not on the computer. Like, so I've got the Queen's birth certificate.
Let me ask you this, bro.
I've got the Queen's birth certificate, and it looks nothing like anybody else's. Signed by the Pope.
It looks weird, doesn't it? It looks weird. Hey, Gabe, boy, unmute my ass. Is that fraud? I haven't muted you, by the way, fraud, if you're still in here, by the way. Where are you at? I thought I heard his voice the other day.
Oh, yeah, Fraud. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Where is he?
Where you at, Fraud? There we go.
Fraud, what up? Wait there, let me try and unmute in a sec.
Yeah, he doesn't have VC verified.
Well, that's why you're muted.
Hey, it cracks me up. It cracks me up that people just sit around and wait for you guys to unmute them so they can come in here and try to pretend to be flat earthers for a while until they say stuff like, "Well, you guys don't actually have a real model, right?" Chinking away at the armor.
Dude, Fraud's been since like 1.0. Or really?
No, I'm saying not him, but there are people that do that though.
But that's just their lack of understanding.
Fraud. What role is it? Fraud. Wait a second. Fraud. Can you actually speak a sec so I can establish that it's you, and then so I can get your email up?
I think I'm unbanned. I think I'm unbanned.
You think you're unbanned? I've never seen you on the permaban list, so I know you're a flat earther, right? So, right, let's give you your roles a second. One sec, guys. Fucking calling me gay boy, trying to get a reaction, mofo. Huh? You're lucky I like you now.
Well, if it's true.
Hold on, I gotta go back to.
The shoe fits. Right, so flat earther. What else? Wait, were you banned? Is that what happened? Who banned you?
Yeah, I got banned by me got really pissed.
You got banned?
Yeah.
Somebody tried to terminate him. Good to hear you, bro.
I don't know.
How did you get back in? How did you get back in then?
I just got back in. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not. So I don't know. You're gonna have to ask somebody.
Well, you're here now.
All right.
Good to hear you, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Let me check the permaban list a second, bro.
Yeah.
Man, you're gonna get us all popped, bro. Acting like that, you're gonna get us all pinched, homie.
No, he might have just kicked you.
We're gonna all protest for you, bro.
Meme rarely bans people, but like you're a pretty bannable person, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I nearly banned you at one point.
Yeah, we went back and forth.
Did somebody say banana?
So what's it say? Am I still on the list?
How come I haven't been banned yet?
I'm looking, bro.
It's coming.
You're too agreeable. Nice guy.
Oh, damn it. All right, I'm going to have to start being more less agreeable.
You don't want to get banned, trust me.
Somebody say banana?
Banana? Wait there 1 sec. Right, so no one unbanned. Like, right, so let me look a second. You're not on a new account, are you? This is your old account still, right? Or you're on a new? Because if you're a server ban, then I don't know. Who is it that banned you? Meme, yeah?
All right, so am I banned or not? Do you know?
Yeah, he said meme.
Alright, meme. Alright, I'm just gonna DM meme.
Hey, Craigville, I heard you guys mentioning game theory before. I've heard the term, but I'm not familiar with it. What is game theory? Just roughly. I know you said it's very
Give me 1 second while I'm just currently messaging.
That's okay. Yeah,
the belief that you're keeping a video game.
Say again?
I believe it's the theory that we are all playing a video game, that you're in a game, that it's video game.
And how do you win the game?
You don't. Somebody cheated.
Let me tell you guys something. The only thing I hate in this world worse than flat earthers is globers.
But
that sounds like an exaggeration.
The only thing I hate in this world worse than people that don't put on masks is people that do put on masks.
Why can't I fucking
lighten up, guys? It's just a mask.
I always tell my grandson when he goes into the store, he better put on a mask out of even if he doesn't believe in it. Do it out of respect for the love of your country.
And he was.
Can I say it? Fuck my country.
Wear a mask out of respect for your country. This is Latter-day Saints. I'm out.
Technically speaking, there are no countries. They're just made up.
That was my public service announcement of the day. Remember, kids, wear your masks. And don't go barefoot inside stores.
Who's got bare feet?
Yeah, that's my public service announcement to the kids. Don't go in stores barefoot with no mask on eating whole oranges in Target. You don't want to grow up to be like me.
Sounds like a pretty good day.
You don't want to grow up to be just like me. You don't want to grow up to be like Flat Nasty.
Well, I finally got the storm they've been promising me. It's finally raining for real.
That's not rain. My girlfriend told me yesterday, it's going to rain. And I go, that's not rain. That's Morgellon spray. There's no real rain. There's been real rain since 1958.
Would you call it Morgellon spray? What is that?
Yeah, Morgellon spray.
More
it's
like
that little fake rain.
Something.
Right? Yeah. Morgellon, like nanofibers. They come in all different shapes and sizes and colors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Hmm?
I said,
It's
imagine
just a
if it
basic.
was.
It's like a basic buckyball formation. You know.
Go
We're
on
using-
to Googly Eyes or whatever they call that thing and look it up, Morgellons disease. You'll see that it's related to COVID.
Mhm. They say I'm actually related to him too. I don't know if you guys heard of my new band. It's called Flatter Day Steven and the COVID Hawkins 19 band.
Awesome.
Yeah, COVID Hawkins 19. We're starting this weekend at the Sadie Hawkins dance.
I would crush at a Sadie Hawkins dance.
Dude, my backup singer can play a syringe like she's ringing a bell. Go, go. Go, COVID, go, go, go. COVID be good.
I'm just glad I'm not in New York anymore. New York is literally gonna implode on itself.
You guys know what a Jewish pirate does at a funeral?
I do not.
He's sitting shiva me timbers.
But I'm saying.
These flat earthers are a bunch of squares, man. I swear. I'm gonna go to a Helio party. They really know how to get down. Bunch of flat earthers and nothing but squares and triangles and rectangles. It's because of people like you guys that my kid's walking around saying that the earth is flat and Antarctica doesn't exist. Because of people like you guys influencing my kid. Now my kid's talking about flat earth.
I got one for you guys. I rant about Nixon a lot. It's kind of become sort of a meme sometimes. So I learned in 1972, he signed a bill that dumped depleted uranium on Native American reservations.
Well, but it's only depleted uranium.
Yeah, and then they put it. Yeah, I know. I'm saying Nixon's the one who started that shit. Yet this guy is supposedly he's so advanced. He's so great that this is the only dude who was ever able to successfully launch a manned spaceflight for peace. No one's ever been able to do it since, or before, or after. No, he's not. He's an asshole who dumped toxic waste in people's backyards because he doesn't like their ethnicity.
God bless Richard Nixon. He was such a dick, but you gotta love him. Hey, I mean, he sent Neil Armstrong to the moon. The greatest step for mankind. You guys know how many lives were saved by sending people to the moon? Billions of lives were saved. It made the world a better place because of the moon landing.
I hate to be a pessimist, but I've come to the grips with the fact that most people are not going to wake up. The amount of requisite research it takes to wake up like properly, most people won't do it, and we're just too busy to do it anyways. So most people are not gonna. They're just gonna keep following whatever they're told.
Yeah, they're too busy following what's her name does every day.
Who?
And what's the point of
whoever's at the top of the list this week?
What would be the point of doing research, though?
Bag that's dressed up like a woman or something. Who knows?
Or the dude that's dressed up like a woman now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Are you a dude if you dress up like a woman?
Who knows anymore?
There's no point in doing research, bro. The Earth is too big and we're too small to ever see the curve. So no point in researching anything.
Put my head back in the sand.
Yeah, there's experts who get paid to do this stuff. And it's not us. So don't research anything.
That line right there really gets me going. Like every time I meet some, like there's people smarter than us that have done the research. I'm like, man, they just give up. at the first sight of any.
They've got the numbers already figured out. They've already crunched the numbers before you were born. Okay, it's all in the numbers.
They rolled the dice and it came up this way, and you're just stuck with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It
basically
is what it is.
You don't like it too bad.
Stop thinking over there. Like, just go with the flow. I was like, Jesus Christ. None of my morons.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the earth is flat. It just doesn't matter. I don't know why you care about it so much.
You must be smarter than thousands of scientists that did it already before you.
I hate that one
I
too.
kind of can't wait until the shit hits the fan so I can stand back and giggle and laugh at them all, watching them run around in a circle going, what the hell are we going to do? I'm going to be like, you idiots.
Burn, morons. Burn.
Yep, exactly. I might actually cheer it on.
Listen, I'm about to join the opposing team, man. Like, the rest of you fuckers are lost. Side.
Bro.
I feel like I'm gonna become Darth Vader over here. I'm like, yo, fucking, I can't convince the morons. It's gonna become one of the fucking
side, man.
Hey, Godric,
You guys know
Oh, you still there, Godric?
Hey, what's up? Great.
Hey, I'm gonna send you a link to a server. That it's a spin-off after Chatterbox got nuked. They want to continue the flat Earth conversation unmoderated.
Why did Chatterbox get nuked?
Oh man, there's so much. The story is.
I want to hear why. Because
I guess. Oh, someone was trying to talk. I thought.
I said, "Welcome to the zoo, bro."
Oh, the zoo. Yeah, Crack's there. So we got. I'm looking for backup because I've been the only one there for like a week or so.
Yeah, I got told you've been in there, so I thought I'd come in. So let me know, innit, when you want some backup and that, I'll pop in, brother.
Yeah, just throw because the thing too is like when I talked to the moderators, I was like, watch, they'll make it all about.
I know the mods.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they said like it's a kind of an experiment that we're doing. So
yes,
watch, I'll talk about flat Earth. They'll talk about me.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they can talk about. That's all they've got on it.
Does Corvo have anything to do with the zoo?
No, Corvo is out. He's basically deactivated a lot of his accounts and everything, and he's just like taking a break from social media.
Yeah.
Is that why I haven't seen any of the stuff?
Yeah, there's a lot of different. Most of it had to do with like I think my take on it is that he made some people moderators who shouldn't have been moderators or admin, and then when he took it away, they got pissed. So then it started this weird sort of this power struggle between people over places that didn't have anything real. And then once they finally thought they got him on something, he took a step back and he passed admin over to someone he thought he could trust. But the guy wasn't honest.
Which server was this for?
The Chatterbox or the chessboard. They got nuked twice. They got nuked once as a chessboard, and he reopened it as a Chatterbox, and they got nuked again.
What?
So Discord closed it down?
No, what they did was the people
internally.
Oh, go ahead, Trav.
What? Sorry, what? Go ahead. Well, what I wonder is why is this server allowed to stay open for so long? Because we have some really intellectual conversations here.
We're careful.
The plan is to make people dumb down. No, come on. We have conversations about.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, come on, you can't really believe that we're just slick, right?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because nobody listens to anybody that's intelligent. Everybody follows some other idiot. So anybody that's intelligent that says something, nobody listens to him. It's like he didn't even fucking speak.
They can't tell the difference.
Yep, doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. You said it exactly.
Well, that and then if you have a predisposed, look at everything, then you're going to just see it from your own way anyway. You're just going to ignore it.
The problem is people come on here and they think this is the final step to, knowing something. Is actually realizing that you're not a monkey and spinning on a wall, which is the first step to knowing anything. If you don't know that, then you're fucked. Excuse my French.
Grab your ankles.
You can't trust your own senses. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you can't trust your own psyche and your own conscience, then you still something.
Yeah, and then you're just an empty.
I mean, I know it's easy to look that way, the way they lay everything out to you, but you just gotta like fight it. You know, you gotta realize that it's just in your head.
Is my mic?
Yes, your mic is doing a little tweak session there.
Am I coming through loud and clear or not?
Yeah, you're good.
No.
Great. So are you a?
I can hear you, but there's like crackling in the background. It's weird.
I want to organize a protest down here for fraud in Melbourne.
Right. I should be better now.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Yeah, sort of. No, I'm just saying the reason why this place still exists is because the moderators and the admin team, we are literally on it all the time. Like, we're constantly deleting comments. We're constantly making sure that shit isn't going crazy or going awry. That's why.
That's true too. I'll give you guys credit for that.
And I've noticed that you guys are starting to talk about like what the rules are on the live stream too, as well. Like keeping people updated. Because there's a lot of stuff I didn't even know you weren't supposed to say. I just, you know what I mean? And then I noticed that people had deleted my comments, and I was like, why did they do that? I mean, they didn't say anything to me. They just, and I was like, well, it must have been.
You should have already read the rules, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean, yeah. But I mean, you can't remember every part of it, you know what I'm saying? It gets difficult.
It's for service protection and your own protection.
Yeah, Ricky, that's our fault. Someone should have had a conversation with you. Someone should have had a conversation with everyone in the server about what we don't do in the live stream now. We're just catching up, though, and that's why comments get deleted, or maybe you'll be asked to shut the fuck up if you're talking about Cocoa Pops or all that kind of thing, yeah. We're super vigilant on keeping it on flat earth, and that's how we do it. But yeah, we should have tried to contact everybody individually more and let you guys know, because the action seems a bit harsh unless you understand what's going on. So it would have been nice if we could have let more of you guys know in advance.
Well, yeah, I mean, just having a bot tell me that you've been banned for cursing or something doesn't explain to me, like.
That's the bot, though. That's a bot. We can't do fuck all. The bot, listen, the bot does what it wants. We don't tell the bot what to do,
I was like, what the hell's this? Like, I thought it was a person. I didn't know. I just thought bot was like a name you give someone when they're working on the site or something. I don't know. You know, I didn't know. I just wildly guessing, like trying to figure out what it all meant. Now I kind of think I have it down. But
yeah, the bot reacts to like keywords and shit like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know. Really and truthfully, the bot's a prick. The bot does stuff against us all the time. Like,
well, actually, I think the bot's great because you can teach it to do stuff and it'll just pop things out. No, and you can protect yourself.
There's stuff that you don't know that's going on with the bot. Like, just trust me. Like, the bot does things that, like, put it this way: the bots are wankers. Like, as soon as you become a moderator, or a bit higher, you know what I mean? Like you start to realize, like, like when you can see the audit log and the shit the bots is doing, and sometimes it's doing stuff we're not telling it to do, and it's like,
well, I've seen that in another site, another servers too. Like we're like, what the hell's the bot doing? Why won't it leave? Like we're trying to get rid of it, it won't go away.
It's got a mind of its own.
It basically causes problems, mate. That's what it does.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've noticed. But like, right, so the live stream, right, as well, right? Like, obviously the difference is with the live stream is that it's audio, right? So when we speak in here, we can say a lot more than what we can in text. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can sort of veer off for a minute as well, because it's like a drop in you know, we're like it's a drop of oil in water, right? Like when we speak for like 10 or 15 minutes about something that's maybe a little bit off topic or maybe a little bit, you know, on the field, on the cusp of like, you know, but it's still conspiracy theory based or whatever, right? We can sort of veer off for a bit on the fringe for a bit. But like if we was to do it like for a whole day, then something's going to get spotted. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and,
well,
like,
yeah,
we might
because
get targeted.
somebody's going to come along and say, "What the hell's this all about?" Yeah, and they're going to complain.
Yeah.
There's always a
But
complaint.
like, if I'm sat in here, yeah, exactly. Like, if I'm sat in here, like, you know, and we're all talking about something, right? And I can see it's just all flat earthers in here. There's no globers in here at all, or whatever, right? Like, you know, and then there's different TOS for in here than what there is in YouTube as well. So then what's being shown on the YouTube, really and truthfully, like, unless it's like a copyright strike, it doesn't really matter if that gets taken down the YouTube channel, right? Because we could just make another one, right? Like, but there's no way of really like complaining about what we've said in here. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, people can say, well, the YouTube's a record of it.
Into it and you came through all the threads or you came through all the steps in order to get here. You kind of should know somewhat of what you're getting yourself into, right?
Well, what I mean is it's hard to like punish us for what we say in this room. Do you know what I mean? Like on the live stream, even
because
harder.
Well, yeah,
it's harder to do it. Like, because what are they going to do? Report what we're saying in here, and then use the YouTube as backup evidence to Discord? Like that's all they could really do. But that's a lot harder to do. Like, Discord doesn't really give you options to be like, oh, here's a source for this or this. You would first have to open up a complaint, have a valid reason, and that usually would be a comment that would be written out. You know what I mean?
It's always
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a lot more stricter laws about, so like the rules we've got about like what you can write down in the live stream voice text versus like what you can say on here. That's why it's so confusing for people, because like you'll hear mods like speak on stuff at certain times and you'll be like, but it's just because we're forgetful as well on like what we're able to speak about sometimes, and we're like, fuck, shit, I better rein this back in a minute. You know what I mean? Like I remembered that I'm supposed to probably not do this right now, you know? But then at the same time, it's, you know what I mean? Like it's a difficult balance, because you don't want to be constantly policing everything that everyone's saying, because otherwise it becomes completely unorganic. And then you're doing exactly.
Give me a break, you know? Yeah, it gets old. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it becomes all roboticized, you know. Like that's why I like.
Yeah, like everybody's putting on a pretend show, and then it just sounds because it just becomes completely fake, right? I hear you saying.
Mm-hmm. I know, you know, that's what I've been told that people enjoy about me being in here, is that I do sort of just let things sort of do what they naturally do, but at the same time, like, you know, I am a bit lax sometimes in some ways, and then in other ways I'm not. You know, that's why it's great when like Roger's around or whatever. He balances me out. Or if like old dudes even in here, for instance, like certain people will like DM me certain things when I need to hear them and shit like that, you know. There are different types of moderation.
Yeah, I noticed you guys are really, some of you guys are really, really good at keeping contact, and like, you know, if I ask questions or whatever, usually somebody's right on it. You know, you guys have been nice when it comes to like, you know, mods and whatever the ones that I know, like, you know, Michael and you, and I know quite a few others, but I can't remember all their names right now. But you know what I mean? It's like, you know, everybody that I've met and talked to like one-on-one or whatever has been really nice, and you know, they're not like rude or nothing. They're not like, but when they're on the live stream, they're a little different, you know, like, because I know that, you know, you guys have a job to do and all, you know, like that moderating or whatever, so people misunderstand it sometimes.
Yeah, like there's sometimes it can come across, it's like if someone like,
well, it comes across as egotistical, but then when you realize the context, then it's like, well, that makes sense. I mean, I would have done the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, that's the way I look at it.
It's like if someone talks down to you or like starts to like cause an argument with you, and then like you shut it down really quickly, and it seems like you're like taking this like superiority sort of pose over them, like you're above them in like some sort of way, and it can feel that sort of way sometimes. But then they're not thinking about the other 50 people that will like think, oh, maybe I can get away with undermining that person over, you know, and maybe I can get away with starting an argument with him next time, you know, maybe I can, and then like, you know, so you relax up a little bit, and then next thing you know, you've got 15 people that attempt to try and have an argument with you over some bullshit. Like, you know, and then it's like, so then you start becoming like, right, it's better for me to be a bit more emotionless and just sort of like, you know.
Right, yeah, you're more robotic, right, what you said, yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. like that, and that's like but it can be confusing, especially when you've got personal friendships.
What it is. It takes the personal part of it, and that's what I like about it. Is I like the personal. That's why I come in here, because I want to learn about people's personalities. That's how you learn.
That's very, very true. Like I remember, like I could let through a lot more of my own personality before I was a moderator, right? And then, like, when I became a moderator, I realized, shit, there's certain things that I used to do that I can't do now. But then I was, like, confused myself, because I was like, but wait, that's how I became a moderator. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. Like, how does that work?
So then I'm like, wait. So, I'm just going to keep doing me.
That's a good point. I think that's why it's like, I never had, like, an aspiration to be a moderator. I was like, I didn't want, responsibility. I just want to come have a chat with my friends and then dip. You know what I mean? Like if I get banned, I get banned. But I'm trying not to get banned. I just want to have a intellectual chat, have a laugh.
So Vagabond, you'd never get banned, dude.
Listen,
the fun part is the part of it too. You have to keep a smile on your face, because all this stuff is difficult to deal with, no matter how you look at it. And it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. It's still difficult when you really think about it. Everybody's going through the same thing in some stage or another, and it's not easy to deal with, especially when you get, I don't know, at my age, I'm 48 years old,
Mm-hmm.
And I've dealt with flat Earth all my life. I've been fighting it all my life. Someone told me when I was a kid that the Earth was flat, and I believed him. It made sense to me, but it got taken away from you slowly over the years, And then when I came back to it, it was like, wow, I remember this. Wait a minute, I remember a lot of stuff about this. I was like. But of course, I put on the act like everybody else, and so my wife even says, "Well, you weren't like this before." I'm like, "You just don't know. I covered it. Like, what did you want me to do? Like, come out and say that? So if you would have ran the other direction. Think about it. Come on, woman.
Self-preservation.
Yeah, it's like, you can't.
I always
share everything about yourself with anybody. Trust me. I
always say that to people, like, right. This is why I don't think it's a good idea unless you're incredibly, incredibly good at arguing for flat Earth, and I mean incredibly good and concise, and are also very, 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 very intoxicating as a personality, right? I would never walk around with a T-shirt that says "Research Flat Earth," and stuff like that.
Never. Because remember, it's like you're almost inviting the argument from Muggles that cannot digest the subject matter. It's like you know to do that to yourself.
I've got a shirt that says, I bought one of those. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
Well, you might as well finish.
I was going to say is, when Math Powerline was still around, at least when I was still paying attention, he made some T-shirts, and so I bought one, and I wear it all the time, and no one ever says anything to me. I've never had anybody comment on the shirt. Not one person has ever said anything.
I mean, I'm on about like your family and stuff like that, right? For instance, so like, right. So what I mean
my wife reacted quite well to it. She's like,
to be fair, like what I mean by it is like this. Yeah. If you're expecting a reaction out of it, right? Like, for instance, like if you're actually going out to like talk to people about it, like to flat smack people on the street, I'm saying that's when you're open in dialogue yourself as well. What it really does is it's not just inviting people to confront you on it. It's flat Earth. You're right in that. So then, what does the person think about? What do they get when they type flat Earth in on YouTube? Right? Well, they get the anti-flat earthers, right? They get the people that are misrepresenting what flat Earth is. So you're instantly putting up an image of a disc floating in space in their head before they've even spoke to you. So, like, for me, I think people don't take on opinions from people unless they respect the person that the opinion comes from. So by presenting that I'm a flat earther straight away, it's kind of like there's an instant disrespect for my level of intellect already. And that may never be able to be overcome after that, right?
Think about this. When you overcome that, at the end of it, you learn a lot from.
Yeah, but like I agree, your ethos has to be strong before you even bridge the topic. Because if your ethos wasn't strong with the people that you're in front of, they're like, "Why am I even listening to you?" Like, like when I brought it up to.
But if you can recover from a conversation where someone thinks you're a moron, and then you manage to convince them that you're not, that's huge. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? That's a sign.
Then like I'll look them dead in their eyes, and like I'll just ask them pointed questions, and then once they start, I'm like, yeah, that's where you're supposed to be in this conversation. I was like, I clearly know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Oh yeah, I love it whenever they realize when their mind finally wraps around, hey, this guy's not an idiot. He actually does know science and stuff. He's like knows more than I do, and then that's when they start to go, whoa, maybe I shouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah, but that's a small percentage of the population. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's what I started to use this for, but there are less Globers now. So like what I would do is to take the emotionality out of it, because like recently I had a debate with two people at the same time, right, in a house, yeah. And obviously like they just started saying, well, you're just saying really long and big words now that I can't understand, and they went on that side because they couldn't beat me in the debate, so they sort of went on the side of like, you're not really saying anything, you're just you're effectively just saying words, right? You're just you're playing in the sandbox of semantics, because I'm telling them things that actually really hold a lot of weight, but they just couldn't really reply to it, so they just pretended almost that like what I was saying was just effectively rhetoric, right? When in fact really they'd been flat smacked really hard right across the face, and I could see it across their face, and I knew that it had done some damage. But the point is that like it would have been much better for me if I had a Glober on here to debate, so I didn't have to debate them. Meaning, this is how I used to use a live stream, is that I would debate Globers in here, right? And then I would be in front of like 6 people talking to a Glober, and then they would feel like they were in on the debate, like on my side, like they were stood with me, and I was crushing the Glober, and they're watching me as a flat earther crush a Glober. They're not emotionally invested in the argument because they're not losing the battle, right? They're just hearing the argument for what it is. Exactly. And they can be objective in a non-emotional position because they're not the one being flat smacked. So it's like an inadvertent flat smack, and it used to be so effective for me to be able to do that, right? So like that's sort of the way that I like to use it. Is like that's kind of what I do, and like so I use the clips of like me flat smacking people and stuff like that to show to people instead, so I don't have to flat smack them. I'm like, here, look at this. Yeah, and then I'm like, smart.
I never thought about that.
That's what I do.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's really smart. It's kind of like because the way I framed it all is like, we are being right through it. I never made my family try to defend the globe. I never framed it that way. So what Crack is doing is the same thing.
Yeah,
exactly. Because you don't want to elicit the emotional response of egotism in someone. Because then you put up a defense barrier where they can't be objective. Well, with your family, you got to drip feed information to family members, I believe. But like for me, it was a bit different. It's easy for me, but in a sense, it's like like I was saying, just any way that you can sort of stop someone from having the emotions of either pride or egotism involved, or them feeling as if that they have to defend themselves in a moment of learning. Defending yourself when you're trying to learn is the worst fucking position to be in. That's why a lot of the time people need to realize, this live stream right here, a lot of the time people need to realize the people we're talking to, we're probably never going to convince them of anything, right? We're probably the people that come in here are probably the least
Globers can be converted.
Well, I'm saying the people that come in here are probably the least likely people to ever become flat earthers ever, because they end up in a defensatory battle against a flat earther who's going to flat smack the shit out of them.
Right.
And they're not going to know what's hit them. And they just go into cog disc. Right. Yeah, but they just go into cog disc.
Yeah.
And they close down psychologically. Right. But that's why it's about it. But that's why, but the purpose it serves is the audience, the people watching it. They receive nourishment from it, and it's just unfortunate that the people that do come in here, unfortunately, are going to get flat smacked, and they're probably unlikely to become flat earthers because of it. So it's a sort of little bit of but that's why we want to be reaching people that are like PhDs and shit. Like, that's the sort of people that I'm waiting for, right? To like, be able to speak to people on a level where it's like, it's very hard for me to talk to Globers in here sometimes. It seems like we get like a lot of teenagers and kids. So I'm sort of half trying to use language that's effectively language for children at the same time as language that's for adults. And it's a mix between, so then it's hard to speak.
And adults get pissed off about it because they feel like you're talking down to them. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's why it's important to use language.
I had a similar scenario. I was trying to teach one of my friends about this, but like just lightly, you know what I mean? Because we were just having a conversation about like the world and like diet and,
the shit that's going on. And I just shot her straight. I was like, the earth is flat, by the way. And she was like, the earth is not flat. I was like, the earth is flat. She was like, Jerry, I have like friends from MIT. She was like, that live next door to me. She was like, why don't you come over here and come tell them? And I was like, set it up. And like, she never set it up. And I was like, why didn't you set it up? I was like, I was really destroying some MIT kids.
One second. Before someone else speaks, Drace, what were you saying? I mean, I just need to make sure everyone gets I think I thought Rookie started talking after you, then Vagabond. I didn't know if you were finished or not. Sorry.
No, that's all I was gonna say.
All right, sweet. Drace, what was you saying?
Moment's gone. That's all good.
No, because you were coming in low. That's why people were talking like Obi, like you were coming in super low, bro. So I was trying to clear the floor for you there.
Yeah, and I get a lot of background noise, so I apologize for that. So I got to keep micing out.
It's all good, brothers. It's all good. But yeah, no, because she's not going to set that up.
I am trying hard not to.
Exactly. She's not gonna.
Why would she? Like, she really, like, that's the, like, to her, it's a load of effort, right?
The confidence in her voice is what really perturbed me. She spoke with so much confidence. And then I was like, well, set it up. I was like, just set it up and see. I was like, I'll prepare. Like, I'm not going to talk for 6 hours. I was like, we'll keep it brief. I'll do my presentation, and then I'll let them have like as much time as they want to ask me questions, and I'll field the questions. She never set it up.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Someone brought up Math Powerland. His name is quite brilliant if you think about it. A lot of people don't see it when they first look at the name. They just think that might be his name, or I don't know, but like that's really what the whole thing is, right? Math, power, and land. I thought that's such a brilliant name to go by. Like, and his presentation he did really. I know a lot of people say Eric DeBay was what turned them onto Flat Earth first, and then I get people to look at it again. And I said, do you not remember like almost this sort of semi-comedic approach that this guy took, where he was stood up on a stage and he was pointing at a screen, and he was in a dark room and he had a projector, and they go, shit, yeah, I do remember that clip, right? And that was Matt Powerland, right? And I think that clip made so much impact on most people that saw that clip. And I think that was one of the most impactful clips that was ever made to do with Flat Earth. Genuinely so as well. Because the way he did it was so smart.
Do you still have it? I don't think I know that one.
I'll try and find it. If anyone else can find it, Drace is usually better.
Heard of that? Are you kidding?
I'd love
wow. Yeah, he's got sunglasses and he's cracking jokes about the moon landing. Funny guy, good guy.
Honestly, it was really good.
Dave Murphy, he did some interview, I think, with a European fatter, larger guy, and like that's the one that really, like cracked my head wide open. I
remember that one. So it was the Dave Murphy. I know the exact interview you're on about, because that one that one there was like one that I would.
Yeah, but you gotta admit that one was creepy, because it was like on a nighttime show that was just like something you wouldn't watch normally. So it was kind of hard to believe that it was really true. Yeah. Even though Dave Murphy is really convincing, because he has a great voice and a great like personality.
Yeah. He seems so humble. I was like, this guy does not strike me.
He is right. Yeah, he seems very humble. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I personally have gripes with people like Dave Murphy. That's just me.
No, but I want to know
why. Because I feel like every person that I see arguing for Flat Earth, I know 50 people that can do it better. And so it's kind of like, why is it always the same people that end up on certain shows and certain podcasts that get the most exposure? That make hyper-specific claims that we can't back up, that box us in and pigeonhole us into positions that we can't afford to be in currently. We shouldn't expect to even have to be fighting those corners. They're not our fucking claims. We're just refuting claims that somebody else made. And effectively, like, I'm just talking logically and honestly about it. I could pick like 4 people right now in this room that I would prefer to have conversations with certain individuals, instead of even people like Dave Murphy and stuff like that. I would pick Drace any day to speak, or even Iggs. I'd pick even, I can't speak for everyone that I. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, there are people in here that, and trust me, it's not for a lack of reaching out. It's just that the people that have got the spotlight want to keep it, right?
Yep, of course.
And listen, I personally know Eric Debay, right? I know Eric Debay personally, and I've asked him at least 10 times to come in here for a question and answer session where I would even control it to make sure not a single person was even rude to him or like said any shit that he didn't want to hear. He thinks that, you know, there'd be loads of Globers in here and that you'd have to. He says no every single fucking time. Why would he do that? And Eric, again, dude, bro, please, man, fucking just, come in and do a Q&A, brother. Come and do a Q&A because you give us exposure. We're here 24/7 speaking about this stuff. So come in and give us the exposure. You know what I'm saying? Like, what, you know, why isn't he creating a Twitch channel and then, you know, streaming for us? Because he knows that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I've literally asked these people to do this shit, bear in mind, right? Okay? I've asked these people to do things such as this for us. Very big flat earthers that I've known. I've been involved in this for a very long time. All right, I've been in this flat earth game since literally since the beginning. So I was a flat earther before I saw an Eric Debay video, right? So like, you know, you know, I was reading Robotham, right? Like way before then. I remember when this first started, and realistically, I was brought up to be a flat earther, but not really, because I was brought up to be a geocentricist, you know, and obviously I was brought up being told that like gravity was bullshit by both my mum and my dad, right? But I was never told that the earth was exactly flat by my mum and my dad. So I went into school like knowing gravity was bullshit, but like thinking about standing on a ball and just like sliding off of it and shit. Like, you know, that was the sort of stuff that I would debate against my science teachers about. And I'd ask them, you know, tell me what makes up my weight, and they're like centrifugal force plus gravity. I'm like, okay, show me the scale for my weight from the equator to the North Pole going southwest, for instance, or northwest, for instance, and you should be able to calculate it versus, you know, the centrifugal force and my, you know, my tangential speed as in what part of the globe that I'm on, and you know. So it's like because it you know, and there isn't a scale for weight or there is, and it's inconsequential because it's only a 3% differential centrifugal force. And I'm like, does that really add up to you, sir? And like the teachers even like, to be fair, I get your point, like because you know, at one point you're doing a much larger speed than the other point, and you know this. Again, it doesn't really make sense because the teachers themselves are teaching you mass attracts mass. They're not teaching you the warping and bending of space-time. So when they do the numbers, they don't compute, right? So I had like a 5-year debate that went on with my science teacher based on this, on literally on gravity, on, you know, the Coriolis effect, on all of these different things the whole time I was at school, right? And and it wasn't like an assertion of me saying the earth was flat, because I wasn't saying any of that stuff at that point. I wasn't even coming to that conclusion myself yet. Right? I was just saying that this shit doesn't make sense. None of it. Like, none of it makes sense. You know, I'm like, how can you say it's the Coriolis effect that causes storms to react in this way or this way? When I'm like, when you know about entropy, like when you know that like you have higher pressure to lower pressure, we've got heating, we've got heat, and we've got cooling. We know the different laws of gases and how gases work. They're more excited. We've got higher to lower pressure movement. We've got microstates of entropy going on. Like that could cause directionality of storms, right, sir? And he's like, well, yeah, you know. And I'm like, well, so what the fuck? Like, how are you going to say it's to do with the spin of the earth, right? Like, there's no proof for it.
Because people can't articulate those thoughts. They almost won't even engage in that conversation because they know they can't articulate those thoughts. So
these are science teachers,
of course, but they can't even articulate their thoughts. They're just spitting out the curriculum as they were told to.
Yeah, and that's what I remember. And I remember when I would have those conversations with science teachers, and he's struggling to articulate anything in between the talking points and rhetoric that he knew. And then he's in his own head going, and I remember saying, like, you know, like, sir, we can pretty much write off gravity. Like, let's face it, we can write it off as something that's a fact, right? And he's like, and I remember, like, it was like a 5-year debate that I had with him from year 7 all the way until like year 11. And I remember, you know, BJ, shout out Mr. James. But, you know, the point is me and him would go back and forth on this. And by me leaving school in year 11, it was kind of like, yeah, fuck. He was like that. Sorry, Albert, swearing again. But it was kind of like that, bro. Like, it was kind of like he had this realization that he had no answers for all the in-between parts. And that he knew that he was working off of these axioms of so-called truths of like evolution, the Big Bang, and that there's only so many things that can happen in between these stories, and how the stories sort of all culminate in a way that has to work with these original axioms. So if everything expands from a singularity from one point, right, then thus there must be an evolutionary standpoint of everything coming from hydrogen, right? Then that means that everything somehow must have metamorphosized from one substance. So then that means that everything has to have happened in a certain order. It means that everything has to have happened within these axioms, right? If the Earth's a globe and if there's gravity, then that also means that, you know, the Earth itself and the way that it was created and the chronology of the Earth being created and its timeline of its creation and everything in between, there are certain things that have to occur and certain things that have to occur when. And if one guy establishes that the Earth's this old and that it had a molten iron core and that its molten iron core was going to melt and disappear, then they have to create a story to fill up why the molten iron core is still here. And that's why we end up with silly narratives like, you know, a theory of the wayward planet and how the moon was created. You know, and that's what I'm trying to say. These axioms lock them into these positions, and when they realize it, the teachers are like, "Whoa," you know.
Exactly. But I wish I'd have known this stuff in high school. Like, I was a pretty, like, you know, just I'd be in the back of the class with the project kids just cracking jokes all day, so I didn't give a fuck. But like, I wish I'd have known this shit. I would have been the one to be like, by the way, I would have fucked up the entire class. Like, I would have enjoyed it.
That's what I loved doing it. To be honest, it was enjoyable. I'm younger though. I'm only 27, so do you know what I mean? Like, you know.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm 41 now.
Yeah. So like, I'm a lot younger. So obviously, like, when this first started coming about, right? It's kind of like that. It's like there was antecedent stuff to this. So like, even with like, look at someone like QE. Q was talking about people like Michael Behe, irreducible complexity, right? And effectively, like, you know, the way evolution and like the debate on evolution, I was incredibly locked into that when I was at school. So I was completely anti-evolution the whole time I was at school, right? So like, and that was what I was really interested in. So that goes then into like, if evolution is the way that everything was created, right? What's the antecedent thing to evolution? Well, for things to evolve in the way that they said they did, the Earth has to be a globe, right? And there has to be gravity, and there has to be certain things that occur to make things coalesce into balls, and things that coalesce into balls that then thus create things out of nothingness into somethingness, right? Like that whole idea, right? So like, I always had that like doubtfulness in my brain about it. So I was always constantly asking questions to the science teachers that were just questions they probably couldn't really answer, right? And they were constantly not able to answer it. And like, I would get in trouble for it, right? Because like, I would refuse to write gravity on a test because I'm like, you cannot mark me as correct on a test for gravity as the answer when it's even admitted online that it's a theory and it's not been proven. There's no scientific validation, and there's no that you can't show me one experiment that backs this up as a scientific theory, let alone 2 experiments. You know, like, so like, why should I have an exam where I'm writing this is the correct answer? Like, there's no way of defining it as the correct answer, you know. So like, when you have those sort of debates with the teachers, they're sort of like, you know, they get pissed off at you because you're undermining their credibility in front of all the students, right? Like, so they're like, you're a little shit.
Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me in school. I would argue against the teacher so much that the teacher really hated me, so I coordinated strikes amongst the students because I created languages that the teacher didn't understand. I would just make
I did that sign language and shit like that with my friends and stuff like that.
I did as well. I created languages too. Like, we all knew.
Sorry, I want Dre to continue. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that, Dre. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
So I did that. I just made the languages and got everybody together, how unfair all this stuff was, and then we coordinated our little resistance movements, and the teachers hated me so much that once my middle sister went into school, they actually they bullied her. The teachers bullied my little sister because I didn't conform.
Yeah. I'd already had that shit happen to me though, Drace, because my brother before me, my foster brother, who's black, right? He was anti-evolutionary, right? And he was also a little. He was actually a little shit, right? You know, like extremely violent, little volatile guy, right? You know, comes from Shepherd's Bush, London, has moved down to where he lives here now, and he's like one of the only black lads in the area, you know, and he was extremely tough and extremely good boxer, and he could defend himself, and everyone wanted to call him the N-word, right? But everyone would get knocked out. So, you know, like he was seen as an agitator, and, you know, because you do become an agitator. When the world attacks you and you're young, you end up attacking the rest of the world, right? But like he was the same with the teachers, but all the teachers knew me as his little brother as well. So like I already went into school with like this like view on me of like, you know, that's his little brother, right? You know, and so like, you know, what you're explaining is like I sort of was on the receiving end of what your middle sister was on the receiving end of, right? So it was kind of like, well, I'm already sort of nobody to these teachers, and they already hate me. So like I'm like, fuck it, chuck the baby and the bathwater out altogether. I might as well go full ham at all these guys, you know? I might as well have a war with these teachers.
Let it rip.
Let it rip. Yep. I didn't care at all. Oh, they tried to permanently exclude me from school so many times, and then I would ace tests, and then they couldn't, because the problem is when like a child shows promise in like GCSE exams or mock exams or you know, SATs or whatever, right? SATs, like they're not able to like remove you from the school because it's not a bad investment to keep you there, because it's like, well, he's doing well in his exams, so. But like I remember I had like 20% attendance one year, and they were like trying to like permanently exclude me because I'd had like 6 fights in 1 year and all this stuff. But like the school board, like that are higher up, right? Ofsted they're called, right? So Ofsted are effectively like, which is like the officiation for school, and all of that stuff. I think it's like school treasury, education department. I don't know what it means, but anyway, it's Ofsted, right? Ofsted every time refused to permanently exclude me, right? Because I was doing well in my exams. They're like, mate, he's getting A stars and shit. Like, we can't exclude him. Like, yeah, but his attendance was 25% this year. Like, he showed up for quarter of the year. They're like, yeah, we know, but he's still performing better than the other students, so it's going to look good.
That should say something.
Exactly.
He's only here 25% of the time. He's still doing better than the other kids. Like,
yeah, like it's like, yeah, my mum was teaching me shit at home, like, you know, like,
yeah.